Hello everyone. Welcome. A little bit late. A little bit late. Actually late because for whatever reason I couldn't stop sneezing. So I wanted to wait a second before I went live, so it stopped sneezing into the mic, but turns out, I'm just gonna sneeze like crazy for the entire stream, I guess. Those everyday allergy attacks in 10-degree weather with snow on the ground. What's up, Matt? Jade? It's crazy how QBI turned an hour or two of skipping content into 7 hours. Yeah, that is called talent, baby. That's what it takes in the streaming biz. You gotta milk the content for all it's worth. How are we all doing today? Shit. Why the crying face, Matt? What's the matter? I need to stop playing Lost Judgment. I mean, he can still play it. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Hey, Vegito. Are we... Is there audio? What's happening here? Did I turn that off last stream? That wasn't off last stream, right? You guys were hearing the music. Hey, what's up, guy? Right? Did I turn it off at any point? Probably did, because you probably paused on something for 30 minutes with annoying music. That's possible. Back home from work? Nice. Is it the weekend for you now? Nintendo announces that it'll skip E3. Has Nintendo been at E3 like for the last couple years since they did their Direct? Or since they started doing their Direct? I feel like Nintendo hasn't been at an E3 in a while. Stop doing that. But I think it kind of went unnoticed because there were the couple years that E3 didn't happen. So Nintendo was like, yeah, we're not coming to E3, and then E3 didn't happen for a couple years. So it kind of was like, people kind of forgot, I think, that Nintendo didn't do E3 anymore. I'm pretty sure. Because, yeah, they just do their own directs now. I think Sony doesn't go to them anymore either, now that they do, like, State of Play or whatever. Right? I do like Nintendo's directs, but part of me misses the Nintendo being at E3, so E3 was worth watching. I do miss the, like, event, like the ordeal that E3 was. It's kind of not that anymore, you know? There's not really, like, any multiple day game events anymore. Like, a direct is, like, 20 minutes, and, like, yeah, it's quick and efficient, but, like, I can't do a whole stream reacting to a direct. Well, I mean, I guess I've done it before, but it was just easier to make it a whole deal. Now, really, the only event that I can do, like, a full stream of for, like, the amount of time I want to stream is, like, the Game Awards. Probably isn't worth the investment. No, I'm sure it's not, but that doesn't mean I didn't enjoy the, like, whole festival that E3 used to be. You know, where you'd have, like, Nintendo's, like, whole conference where they'd get up on stage, and Microsoft and Sony would have their thing, and, like, a bunch of the other, like, major developers would get up on stage and have their whole presentation and stuff. It was like a whole ordeal, you know, and you could look forward to the whole time at the very end, where they would do, like, the big game announcement. Which, yeah, sure, Directs kind of do that now, but there's not as much pomp and circumstance, right? It's just a 20-minute video. Where they're like, here are the games coming out, and here's a 30-second trailer, and if you want to see the full trailer, go to another video after this. Which is fine. I'm sure that works better for most people. I think it showed them they didn't need to waste the time. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not, like, both a waste of time and money. I'm just saying it was fun for the viewer. I'm not talking from a business sense. I had fun with the whole thing. And even before streaming, like, you watch it with your friends, you know? You all get together and it was a whole thing. Like, you don't call up your friends now to watch a direct. I mean, I'll still do, like, streams for it and stuff, but, like, I feel like it's a different thing, you know? Microsoft never announces games anymore, so they just don't have anything. And the only time Microsoft gets, like, popular games nowadays is by total fluke. Where they accidentally release something that becomes, like, kind of a minor cult classic, like High on Life and Hi-Fi Rush. You know how it goes. Is Discord, like, working right now? It doesn't. It shows me that nobody is online, which I don't believe. There's no way that nobody is online. Might just be my desktop app. Weird. Alright. Well, we've been going for about 10 minutes now. The notification should be out. I think that, the people that are going to be here for now. Let's get rolling. Right where we were. I think this route, we're doing the Crying Sky route, which I'm sure a lot of people noticed from the title, but for those of you who might be watching the VOD and aren't in the chat, normally I don't do this kind of thing, but I feel like this might be actually warranted because a couple of people from the stream yesterday were trying to warn me, so I feel like this route must be just that bad if people in the chat were warning me as well. So I guess I'll do my first ever trigger warning for people. Apparently this route is quite vicious and gory, so just a heads up on that. Apparently it's the most brutal section of the game, so some of the parts of the game earlier have made you uncomfortable. Just keep that in mind. Like I said, I don't normally do that, because, I mean, it's just a game, right? But I feel like it might actually be worth noting here, because a lot of people yesterday were even like, hey, just a heads up for what you're about to experience. And if people who have been frequent watchers along with me the entire time were saying that, I feel like it might be pretty bad. So, just a heads up. I've seen worse. Yeah, I'm sure there's worse. But no reason to not let everyone know to brace themselves. That this is apparently the worst part so far. This is the segment of the game that was originally censored, where the 500 lines of dialogue were removed. Which the COZ patch added back in. So, just a heads up. I mean, obviously I feel like people who have been watching this far into the series probably will be fine with it, but you know. Why not, right? The thumbnail I made for this stream is a very cute and innocent picture, so I feel like it's worth at least giving people a warning. Alright, where are we at? It usually takes me a while of reading to get back in the dialogue here. Or get back in the tone. I'm slowly dying on the inside? Why is that, Fletch? What's wrong, buddy? I hope other than that, you're well. Everyone has a little bit of... Everyone dies just a little bit inside every once in a while. Too many shinies. Dude, Fletch is going pretty hard on the shinies. Into the stupid shiny mouse for 2 hours. Oh, the little mouse family. I don't know why I'm suddenly, like, super congested. Good lord. It is literally dead of winter. Fuck my allergies, man. Knew it was shiny related. You're at like what, 30% of the Pokedex complete for the shiny dex, Fletch? Which I cannot state again how like nuts that is. I mean, already. That's so crazy. If you shove the mouse into the box, does it evolve? Schrodinger's mouse. Man. 45%? Oh my lord, dude. That's nuts. Wait, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I wish Violet was getting an update. Pokemon Violet was getting, like, I guess a content update, I should say. But the problem is they're gonna be, like, trying to patch fix that game. And since it's, like, held together so, like, poorly, I feel like there's no way you're getting DLC for that game. I feel like they've already just kind of, like, dropped it and are getting ready to move on to the next game. There are 8 to 10 Pokemon that are shiny locked. I mean, yeah, but even if you get all the ones besides the shiny locked ones, that's still like a huge accomplishment, a big time gaming achievement. I think. I think shiny decks or a shiny dex completion is like up there on the list of like all time video game achievements. I gotta say, even if like Scarlet and Violet might be one of the easier ones to do it, that's still like a top tier achievement for sure. That's like catching them all plus, like insano mode difficulty. Shiny Locked given out later for promotion. I don't even think Nintendo gets or Game Freak gets around to eventually releasing all of the Shiny Locked potion or Pokemon as promotions. I think sometimes they just don't bother. They like lock a couple and they're like, maybe we'll release these in promotion, and then they don't even get around to releasing all of them. Like I feel like that happened in Sword and Shield. Even as recently. Like, if I remember correctly, in the Isle of Armor DLC? The, like, fighting bear, or whatever his name was? That was shiny locked. And then that one never came out. So that one's just forever, like, you can only get by hacking. Shiny Magearna? I actually think, if I remember correctly, that's the one that you get if you complete the Pokedex in Pokemon Home, right? Yeah. I think it's an alt color that isn't shiny. Wait, what? Oh yeah, you're right. Why wouldn't it just be... Why wouldn't they just give away the shiny? Why would they make a specific version for that thing and then not release the shiny? What's even the point of that? Yeah, that's the exact image I was looking at. Kyler, yeah. That's so weird. Why they would do that. Alt form shiny is cool. Yeah, but why not release them? Hey, what's up, Ivan? I feel like there were others that I just can't think of off the top of my head. That didn't get released either. But yeah, that's definitely one example for sure. Because I normally always like scoop up all of the like event released Pokemon, and I don't remember seeing that. I like making things and never using them. It is the classic Game Freak experience. We're talking about Pokemon vibin', you know, that small indie franchise. The classic. Yeah, I already got bored of Pokemon Violet. I don't know. I just kind of gave up on it. Anyone remember AZ Floette? What? Well, that's cool. It reminds me of the Ash Greninja that will also not be available for much longer. by the way. Hang on 1 second. Be right back. Whew. I'm alive. Alright. Let us begin. A small tangent at the start, but a small one nonetheless. Alright. Look who decided to crash the party. What's up, Taku? I really appreciate you tossing yourself into the line of fire like that. That's totally not the voice I do for Sua, but I gotta get into it. I also think I read that line at the end of last stream, but whatever. I was told to grab you if I ran into you, so here we are. By who? That one's top secret. He's just, this is like, I feel like the most static sprite in the entire game. Like, he just doesn't move. He just stands up straight. The suit does not change at all. I don't feel like he doesn't have, like, any, like, poses like any other character. Because when you think about it, even when, like, he loses his composure and turns evil, it's just his face that distorts. Like, even his body doesn't, like, move at all. You know? Every other character, even Bon has, like, a little bit more upright sprite. And, like, one where he's got his hands in his pockets and he's hunched over a little bit. You know? Or, like, has expressions. Only anime girls are allowed to express themselves. That's very true, I guess. Because, yeah, they just twist his face up. And he doesn't even, like, hunch over a bit to, like, you know, show that he's crazy a bit. He smiled a flippant smile, one that was somewhat reminiscent of Detective Bond's. Also, what's up, Alpha? But there was one key difference. Detective Bond's smile had always been just an act meant to throw people off or rile them up. When it came to Sua, however, this sly smile was who he truly was. Hey, asshole. You know where to find Narose? Oh, come on, Nishijo. Sua heaved a heavy sigh as he shook his head in an exaggerated manner. Would it kill you to throw a bit more respect my way? I'm older than you know. With my eyes still trained on Sua, I cautiously jumped down from the platform and onto the tracks. Seda was still motionless, so I ended up effectively shielding her back. You were the one who killed Ban. Yeah, what of it? You're a detective, yet you go as low as to kill people. That's real rich coming from you. I grip my D-sword tightly. But Takumi hasn't killed anybody yet at this point, right? As if I'd ever be polite to a bastard like you. Like I said, that's real fucking rich coming from you. See what I mean? His body, like, literally doesn't change expression. But they space his eyes out a little bit. Like, someone circled his eye with the lasso in Photoshop and then, like, arrowed it over a bit. And then tilted his eyebrows down. And they were like, done. Even from this distance, it was clear to see. The smile on Sua's face had disappeared. You're just as much of a murderer as I am. And no, I won't let you call bullshit. You killed Hazuki. Oh, is he actually upset about it this time? That's right. We've kind of revealed that they were a couple. Sam the Photoshop master, you know it, baby. You have no idea how much I'd love to tear you to fucking shreds right now. Hazuki, the nurse who had been the real New Gen culprit. She and Sua were both disciples of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. Was that all? I gulped audibly. You can finally go to sleep. Enjoy your rest, Pletch. Thanks for stopping by, man. For the sake of the divine light... Oh, Pletch, did you want to join us tomorrow? I think we're going to do a Jackbox stream with people. I know it's not really your time zone. But feel free to, if you would like. For the sake of the divine light's salvation, I'll restrain myself. But in exchange, I will make absolutely sure to murder your heart and mind. I attempted to brandish my D-sword, but it was obvious I wouldn't be able to do anything. It was just a reflex. And just like I'd expected, I wasn't able to do anything at all. I like that this chair is now just kind of empty here. And it looks really like a JPEG of a chair. It was just pasted on there. It's really funny. I found myself in a dimly lit room. In that room was a single man, talking to another, much older man, through a large screen. Suwa-kun, kimi to Hazuki-kun ni Sua, I have prepared a form of training I'd like for you and Hazuki to undertake. Yes, sir. Whatever you ask. I want you to kill. Who is it I'll be killing, sir? There is no particular reasoning regarding who. Humbly, sir. May I hear more? I like that Sua's voice actor is a little bit more tempered in this scene. It makes sense, because he's talking to a superior that he actually respects, not like Bon. Let us say there are no exact rules on the matter. Simply obey the orders of whom to kill, and how to kill them. Well, that sounds like a big rule. Who will I be killing? Doesn't really matter who. No rules, but obey the orders of who and how. Sue was like, alright, what do I gotta do? And then this guy fucking circle jerks him around for a second. To bring about the completion of Project Noah, it's crucial that we enact a psychological attack upon the boy known as Takumi. An attack, sir? You must instill in him the greatest of terrors, but beware, for the boy harbors a frightening power. Direct engagements will require extreme caution. Therefore, I ask that you create a string of abominable incidents, instead of grotesque serial killings. Murdering people just for that? Are you having doubts? Is Shino to take part in this training? Wait, so what's the training, exactly? A training to get him ready to kill? Or is the training to just go do killings? Why, of course. This is all to build our utopia of the divine light. You two shall bring about the salvation of the divine light. If that is what you command, then it shall be done. Hey, what's up, Volcrum? I missed like 4 streams and now we're doing Crying Sky. Yep, we're in it to win it now, boy. Incidentally, Hazuki has blessed us with a child within her womb. Pray tell, how soon is the delivery? 2 months, sir. Offer it forth. Offer your child so that we may bathe in the salvation of the divine light. You wish for me to kill it? Oh wait, so that would have been Sua's kid. It is a holy sacrifice. Offer your child, and you will both bring about the great salvation of the divine light. I mean, I guess I figured she'd be pregnant, but, or like, we understood that she was pregnant, but I guess I didn't make the connection that it would be Sua. I guess that makes sense. But I kind of figured, considering she was nuts, she just got pregnant for the whole man-child incident thing. I forgot the most important part, that when a man and woman love each other very much. The basics. I just kind of assumed she was, you know? The great salvation of the divine light. With pleasure, sure. Sir, all will be as the glorious founder commands. I know Shino will be similarly pleased. May the divine light save us. So did Takumi just decide to randomly delude that? Or did Sua give him that delusion so he knew Hazuki was the mother of his child? Suddenly, an insanely powerful wind blew against me. It pushed me backward hard and nearly knocked me over. I tried desperately to brace myself against it. However, my body didn't do what I asked. Instead, my body curled up into a ball on the spot. My body wouldn't listen to me. It moved by itself, like my body wasn't my own. Before I knew it, my surroundings had gone completely dark. When I looked below, I saw the nightscape spreading out before me. If I didn't know any better, I could have easily mistaken all the lights as a night full of stars. Which jackboxes do you have? I don't have any of them right now, no. I'll figure I'll just wing it and buy them last minute. Yeah, everyone says 3. I think I'll probably buy 3 and then whatever the most recent one is. Just try and get those sweet, sweet views. I suddenly realized I was standing somewhere ridiculously high up. Cause see, if I do too many of the all the beloved ones, then that then I'll have just done what everyone else does on a Jackbox stream. We got to try and mix it up a little bit, do something different. You know what I mean? Beside me were 4 men and women I'd never met. Now, I knew some of them. Yua, for some reason, though, she wasn't wearing her glasses. That's such an odd thing to note. No, that wasn't Yua. Night, Pletch. It was Mia, Yua's younger twin sister. The one who should have died a month ago. Which meant this was the roof of Cornelius Tower. My body wasn't my own. I was wearing a school uniform I didn't recognize. Even the body type was brawnier than my own. And when I saw there were 4 other people huddled together on the ground, wailing loudly as tears poured down their faces, it led me to guess what exactly was happening. The body that my consciousness had invaded belonged to one of the 5 victims who had died in the first New Gen case, the group dive. Through no will of my own, my field of vision ever so slowly panned over toward the helipad. Shogun had filmed the video, so he should have been here somewhere. There. Shogun was wearing a Darth Spider helmet on his head, and a black cloak draped over his body. That would be funny if, underneath the cape, he still just had Sua's, bright blue suit. And then it was like, oh man, I wonder who this is. When Shogun had cornered me at O Front, he'd been wearing something similar. But was this guy actually Shogun? I was gonna say, doesn't he have, all the knowledge of God's gaze at this point? Shouldn't he know that this isn't OG Takumi? No. His legs were slightly peeking out from the black cloak. He was very clearly wearing slacks. Oh my god, he is wearing his fucking suit still underneath this. In addition, his legs were thick, like those of a healthy adult male's. Every detective in Japan must have fucking sucked. Sua's out here, running around in his actual suit committing these crimes. Just wearing a Darth Spider helmet. And everyone's like, who could the New Gen culprit be? Who's doing these heinous crimes? Hey, Sua, you a big Spark Wars fan? Yeah. The thing I noticed 6 streams ago was that Shogun was spelled Shugun. I noticed that. I said it right when it happened. And you said I didn't notice it. They weren't the skinny, pathetic legs that belonged to Shogun, to Takumi. You did not say it right when it happened? You took several minutes. Okay. Hey, what's up, Chris? My bad, my bad. They weren't the skinny, pathetic legs that belonged to Shogun, to Takumi. No bones protruded from them. And when I looked closer, I realized that even his sitting height was completely different. The cloak kept them hidden, but his shoulders also looked fairly broad. Sua does not have broad shoulders. At the very least, the man wasn't Takumi. And he wasn't carrying a video camera. Suddenly, from the darkness spreading out behind the fake Shogun, I heard footsteps. Dragging footsteps. This is not a footstep sound effect, but okay. And not just one of them. It wasn't a hallucination. The strange footsteps belonged to many, many people. There had to be dozens of unknown entities lurking in the darkness. The footsteps hadn't been in the video that had been uploaded. Not to mention, there shouldn't have been any way for this many people to have gained access to the helipad. Also, just a mass crowd of people committing this crime. No one notices it. What the hell was this sound? What the hell is this sound, indeed, actually? I wonder what they did to make this noise. I mean, maybe this is the sound of footsteps, but someone's, like, also stepping on the microphone. Do you guys think this sounds like footsteps? It sounds like scratching on a shag carpet? Yeah. I guess. It just doesn't sound like a normal walking noise. The four others beside me continued to wail in grief. Through no will of my own, my body similarly let out a cry and began to tremble. Something was coming closer. If I was in a low-budget horror movie, the dragging footsteps would have been zombies. Zombies with both arms hanging down limply in front of them. Their decaying bodies slowly swayed as they walked. But that was just in the movies. In reality, and especially in 21st century Tokyo, by the way, I'm not controlling the text, so I gotta read this fast, there was no way a horde of zombies could possibly just show up like that. But if that was the case, then what were they? My heart felt like it was going to seize up in terror. I wanted to look away. But the owner of the body I had invaded refused to do so. Finally, the unknown entities began to emerge from the darkness. They choked all remaining space on the helipad, sealing off the escape route. I wasn't sure if it was the right to call it anticlimactic, but the ones who appeared were perfectly normal people. They wore suits and school uniforms and parkas, and they were of different ages and sexes. But they were still people you'd expect to find walking around Shibuya at night. Save for one thing. Every one of the nearly 100 people there were gripping a bladed object. None of them said a word nor even tried to. All that could be heard was the raspy, nasally breaths pulling together in abysmal cacophony. For some reason, I couldn't see their expression very well. It was like their faces were made of paint that had been blurred by water. Their faces were blurry and disfigured, like water paint. Were their faces actually deformed? Or was my sight itself the problem? I didn't know. They were sluggish, yet steadily coming towards us. They were like robots that had been programmed with a single mission. I thought that perhaps the fake Shogun was ordering them around, but that didn't seem to be the case. Every once in a while, he would move his wheelchair forward slightly. The 5 people had been cornered, and they had nowhere to run. In order to escape from the 180-meter-high rooftop, there was no choice but to dive. Grasping their blades, the mob grew closer. Closer and closer, little by little. Eventually, they were within reaching distance. And yet, even in these final moments, they all stayed silent. I would have at least tried to fight this mob. As well as this, they drew nearer and nearer. They didn't make any attempt to jump on any of the victims, but the strange behavior only served to make them all the more terrifying. Terrifying enough to make me think, I need to get out of here, even if it means I have to jump. Whose eyes are those eyes? Why'd I get the achievement for that? I heard an unexpected voice. The voice of the real Shogun talk to me. However, I hadn't heard it from the man wearing the Darth Spider helmet, but from overhead. It seemed like I hadn't been the only one to hear it. As they rehearsed it, the 5 corner people all stood up, joined hands with one another, and looked up at the sky. Naturally, only the starry sky spread across the night. Shogun was nowhere to be found. Mind reading. Whose eyes are those eyes? My field of vision slowly panned. Then I saw something strange. Even though the nightscape should have been the only thing that spread out below me, I saw a long flight of stairs stretching downward. It led right to the roof of the adjacent building, not Science City, which was across the Metropolitan Highway. But the building nestled up close to Cornelius Tower. A building nestled close to Cornelius Tower. A fact that didn't make any sense because no such building existed in reality. Even so, the five people held no suspicions that the staircase was delusionary. All they thought about was how they had been saved by it. These thoughts, these emotions were conveyed distinctly to me, and then, with only them in mind, they stepped forward. So Shogun baited them off the edge. Hand in hand. They had yet to even let go once, and it was exactly how the group dive ended. None of them had possessed any desire to dive. So when the staircase they had been convinced was so real disappeared, the feeling of empty air shocked them, falling. Wind pressure violently assaulted my body. The shrieks of the girl next to me emulated howls of terrifying beasts. She clung to my hands so tightly, her nails dug into my flesh. The time it took for those to fall 180 meters, the dark earth rushed without it. Our surroundings were so dark. I started to hallucinate about falling into an unending abyss, and then the bodies of 5 people collided with Earth. Why was that like its own cutscene instead of like text that I could scroll normally? No one else said anything? Everything from this scene onward was what was cut? Like just that animation, or like the rest of this still being cut? Because I don't really see why that stuff would have been cut. With a sickening crunch, they were pulverized. The pain struck me without expecting it, a single blow that led straight to death. The impact felt like my entire body had exploded and then been ground into a fine powder from the inside out. I felt the sensation of my heart violently contracting from the shock, and then my consciousness was severed. Depiction of gore. I feel like there have been much more graphic scenes described, or like the whole impalement thing was significantly worse than that. My eyes were forced open, and a new scene burst forth in front of me. I was walking down Tamagawa Dori. What does Dori mean? I feel like this word is randomly attached to stuff. I don't know what that means. My body is completely intact. There's a tip for it. Did I just not read it? It's that blue fish played by Ellen. Oh, I didn't read it. A Japanese word used to mean street. Oh, okay. You're on 1.0. What's that mean? Not the first time Kubai asked what Dory means? Well, it's the first time I got an answer. Thanks, Kyler. Oh, wait. You didn't answer. Lamau XD. COZ patch update. Yeah, I'm just too paranoid. It was Dory for 1.0, but we changed it to Guy for 1.0.2. In 1.1, will you change it to Discreet? Yeah, that's why it stuck out to me, because the other, like, honorifics all seem to be removed. Or at least the ones not referring to people, I suppose. I guess it doesn't matter too much. It's all according to Kaikaiku. Yet the sensations of crashing into the ground remain distinct. This is what you say if you were actually there. That is a very bold assumption of you. As an American, I would simply speak English louder at everyone until someone understood English enough to know what I meant. I want to go to Center Street? What are you talking about? Center Street? Can you find me Center Street? That's what I would do. I also am shocked that, I mean, I'm shocked that you would feel anything from jumping like that. It seems like it would be like almost an instantaneous death. And like the pure shock, like your brain wouldn't even receive the like any pain impulses. You would just be done. Considering how their bodies ended up. Updating it took me only 5 minutes. I'm sure it's not hard, considering he didn't die. Well, the body he was in died, though. But I guess he's just conscious jumping or whatever here. I had Burger King earlier today, and I really regret it, by the way. I just thought everyone should know. I just didn't feel like making food, so I got Burger King. So when you shoot yourself, you experience 3 seconds of suffering pain. I wouldn't believe that, though. I mean, maybe it's true. But I just feel like the brain would go into shock. And I just wouldn't be able to... You just wouldn't be able to process anything. Time to donate and make you eat Burger King again. Oh, God. I had to turn off the audio for the zombie scene while translating it, as the situation combined with the noises, you could feel it giving you nightmares. Maybe. I guess if you were sitting there with it long enough. Burger King review would be poggered. Would it? I mean, it's Burger King. It's just like the most plain, generic fast food you could think of. At least, like, more unique items would be a Pogger review. What you get at BK? I got the is it called? I think it's called the original chicken sandwich. I'm not a fan of the burger flavor of Burger King. I like their chicken, though. I'm a Wendy's man when it comes to fast food. I don't like their chicken, Lamau. I do like their chicken. I don't know why, I really like the... They have, like, my favorite fast food chicken sandwich. I worked at Wendy's for 2 years. I can't eat there anymore. I respect that. If once you work at, like, a fast food type restaurant, it's really hard to like, eat that type of food again. I worked at, like, a local, like, bakery cafe restaurant when I was in college. It's like it was like a Panera Bread, except like a local kind. I worked there for 2 years in college. I fucking can't eat pie anymore. Because part of my job was I would make pies. And as a college student, I worked the closing shift, right? And at the end of shift every day, you were supposed to throw out the pies, because our thing was like, we only sold fresh pies to people. So if the pies didn't get sold by the end of the day, we'd make them in the morning, and if they didn't get sold at night, you'd throw them out. Well, because I worked the night shift and I like closed up, I would just take all the pies home with me every day. Every day I worked, you know. And I'd give them to my friends or whatever, because, you know, in college, like, when all of your friends don't have money, if you can just give everyone a full-ass pie, like, that's awesome. So I would just take a bunch of pies home every day. Because who really cares if the pie's like a day or two old, honestly? Like, such a fucking waste of food. But because I ended up eating so much, like, pie because of this job, and, like, I can't eat pie anymore. I just can't. But they were really good, because it was all, like, it was one of those, like, super high-end, like, local stores. where like the full pie would cost you like 30-40 bucks. It was like absurdly priced, but like really high quality ingredients and stuff, and made very well. So they were absurdly expensive and really high quality, but yeah. Closing shifts suck. Yeah, closing shifts are rough. Closing shifts, night shifts are all really rough. Hey, Kellyman, by the way. Hey, Devin. Welcome, you guys. So I totally get that. Just like, yeah, like the sensation of like, you know, working at a place and being around that food all the time and stuff. I can't. Oh. Oh, I also had onion rings. I also regret that. Every time I like order onion rings, I'm like, oh yeah, these are gonna be good. Onion rings are good. And then every time I have onion rings, like without fail, I'm like, BK onion rings are ass. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever had onion rings and been like, oh my god, these are so good. But every time, I'm always like, oh, onion rings. Wow, these'll be good. These aren't French fries. Because every place has French fries, but only... Germa reference? I don't get it. Germa. Remember when McDonald's made mozzarella sticks? No, I absolutely don't. Do you not know Germa? No, I don't. Germa985. He's a YouTuber. He hasn't posted a video in 5 years. What? What's going on in the plot? I think we're about to relive all of the new gen killings. Oh, he's a Twitch streamer now? Gross. Ew. Imagine streaming on Twitch. Disgusting. Absolutely not. Let's continue. SMH. No. Lilo and Twitch. You, Twitch. Yeah, I know. Absolutely gross. Lilo? He was making a Lilo and Stitch pun. Vibin'. The classic, Disney cartoon? I don't know, I never watched it. Of the little, like, blue gremlin-looking dude. Was never a big Disney guy. I don't think I ever really watched any Disney cartoons. You spend $1,000 on a PS5 and PlayStation VR 2 just so you can have a 4-hour Resident Evil VR stream? No. Resident Evil 4 Remake isn't going to be PS5 exclusive, is it? I fucking hate VR. God, I would never do VR. So lame. I never watched Lilo and Stitch. Yeah, I just wasn't a big cartoon guy as a kid. I think it'll be on PS4. It's not going to be on PC? The other ones were on... The other Resident Evil games were on PC? No way. Does it have a Steam page? Oh, yeah, no, it's on Steam. Yeah. Comes out March 23rd. There is a deluxe edition that comes with... Oh my god, gun charms. Dude, I fucking hate gun charms. They're the most annoying things that have been added to, like, loot games. Gun charms suck. All they do is distract you because they just dingle around on your fucking gun in your heads-up display. Horrible cosmetic option. I don't use them in Overwatch or whatever fucking game that they've been added to. Gun charms are stupid. I got a new puppy, but you can't keep it because you live in apartments. How'd you get the puppy then? Wait, what? Did you, like, go buy the puppy and then find out the rules? Or did someone give you the puppy and then you knew the rules? I'm confused as to how those events transpired. But yeah, I'll be playing Resident Evil 4 Remake on PC for sure. I'm not getting a PS, like, 5 for this shit. Ooh, it's gonna have de novo. The anti-tamper software, so I can't wait for it to run at, like, 5 frames a second. Let's go. Whatever. So when I stream it, I won't be able to play it on max settings. Won't you get fined for that, Caliman? De novo, wow, yeah. Very big. Evicted? Why do you have the puppy then? You gotta give it back to your brother. Don't get evicted, bro. Okay. We can continue now. My bro lives in the apartments with me. Oh, you, like, are roommates with your brother? Isn't the puppy, like, super loud? How do you not get caught? Don't puppies just, like, go beep, 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 all day? I'd imagine it'd be so hard not to get caught. Like, if it was a cat, I could see you not getting caught, because cats, like, I mean, don't make that many loud noises. He's chill, he hardly barks. Oh, okay. That's kind of shocking to me. I feel like all puppies, like, just won't shut the hell up. That's, like, I feel like almost, like, characteristic of puppies. Anyway, Takumi still feels the sensation of hitting the ground. Through no will of my own, I was walking down the street as if it were any other day. This body was more in shape than my own. This wasn't me. I had a terrible feeling about this. Suddenly, I noticed a strange man walking toward me, and when I saw him, I was forced to acknowledge that my terrible feeling had been warranted. The man passed me. He was wearing his normal suit, but on his head he had a Darth Spider helmet. It was all too surreal. There wasn't anyone else around. I wanted to run away as soon as possible. Despite my wishes, the owner of the body my consciousness had invaded looked over their shoulder at the man as he passed. Darth Spider was right behind me. He was so close I could almost feel his breath. And then, bursting out of my blind spot, his fist flew straight into my stomach. All the strength left my body, my vision went black. Not long after I lost consciousness, I began to feel an intense, searing pain spreading throughout my abdomen. When I opened my eyes, I was in an operating room. So is this just to try to break Takumi? They're forcing him to delude all of the new gen incidents? I take it? Like this is just to try to break him? Yeah. How come in the other route, when Sua was hitting him with the mental attacks, he could switch their circumstances, but he can't switch the circumstances of this one? Wearing only white scrubs, Hazuki was standing in front of me. Her scrubs were wide open, revealing her bloodied abdomen. Even though her face was a sickly pale, she looked at me with a gentle smile. In her hand was a scalpel. The scalpel she slowly laid against my stomach. Sua was attacking more directly with the stakes, but wasn't it all in his mind anyway? Like, the stakes weren't real, right? I thought the explanation we got for that scene was that it was all in the mind until Takumi made it real. Like, I don't get how he can't just stop these delusions. Wasn't Takumi, like, just so much more powerful? And he's also not hurt at this point. I thought he was like the all-powerful deluding man at this point. Doesn't seem very powerful if he's getting overwhelmed by a non-giglomaniac. She applied some pressure, and with a slight ripping sound, a small incision appeared on my skin. Also funny because in the Hazuki description of this scene, it was not a it was not a like applied some pressure. In the Hazuki version, she like stabbed him. See you later, Calumet. Takumi only broke the plot in the battle against Narose. Well, he still broke it against Sua, though, too. I smacked that like button. Thanks, Calumet. He still flipped the script on Sua. I appreciate you smacking that like button, Calumet. Different circumstances, different outcomes. I don't know. I just get really weird about, like, the selective use of Takumi's power in, like, the last chapter of the story. It really seems to be kind of flippant based on what the writer wants to happen. Blood spurted from the wound, dancing through the air, before landing on Hazuki's face. Yet despite that, the same bright smile stayed plastered on her face. Wait a minute, speaking of all this, where is the wandering man? Oh no. Where is Matt's son? I watched in horror and pain as she slowly sliced me open. This kind of reminds me of the end of JoJo Part 5. You guys know what I'm talking about? I had seen this scene once before, back when I read Hazuki's memories. The man-child case. The pain in my stomach was becoming unbearable. Screaming and sobbing, I tried to escape somehow by thrashing around. My limbs were all fastened to the bed. I was unable to move. Any movement would lead to pain in my abdomen growing far more intense. May the divine light save you, sir. With her hand resting upon my cleanly sliced open skin, Azubi began poking around in the gushing wound with her fingers. That alone pierced me with enough agony to shatter my mind. I could very clearly feel the sensation of her fingers writhing around inside me, and just as I had seen in her memories, Azuki forcefully widened the wound from both sides. Ugh, the sensation of skin and flesh tearing. The lack of anesthesia left the pain raw and unfiltered, causing me, along with the owner of the body, to lose consciousness, only to be woken up immediately after by the overwhelming pain. Hazuki kept forcefully widening the wound all the same. The details no longer mattered, such as where it hurt, or where specifically on my body the pain was coming from. I hallucinated all the nerve endings being pierced with a fork, and I passed out again. I couldn't escape. The pain mercilessly forced my consciousness back awake. I let my body writhe in pain. I found myself thinking that if it would release me from the suffering, I would bite off my tongue. In Hazuki's hand was a blood-soaked thing, something that served only to make her smile all the more revolting. This woman was well and truly insane. She took the corpse of the egg she had removed from her body and then plunged it inside my abdomen. Her hand and the egg she was gripping tightly, she shoved aside my organs, gouged out my flesh, and gnawed deeper and deeper into me. I can see why this one got cut. I began to vomit blood, but even though it threatened to suffocate me, gargling screams rose from my drowning throat. Perhaps due to the pain overloading my brain, my head felt strangely foggy. Despite the fogginess, the pain refused to get more bearable, and I began to comprehend less and less of what was happening. Pain was all that ruled my mind. Hazuki withdrew her hand from my stomach and nodded in satisfaction. You've done so well. Some of these, weirdly don't last long. The very second she finished speaking, she suddenly lost consciousness, her body collapsed to the floor. Around the same time, someone else entered the operating room. The sound of his shoes reverberated throughout. I had no interest in whoever it was. The sole thing I was focusing on was continuing my bawling and screaming, unable to feel anything but agony. Seeing the unnatural expansion of my stomach, I fell into a panic. Along with the pain, I began to feel an itchiness. It was itchy, really itchy. Yeah. I wanted to scratch. But my hands were tied, so I couldn't. Suddenly a shadow obstructed my view. It was Darth Spider appearing from almost nowhere. He picked up Hazuki in his arms and exited the operating room with her, then came back alone a few moments later. He was carrying a sewing needle and some nylon thread. What he was thinking I didn't know until I began to slowly stitch together my stomach. The pain was practically nothing compared to the pain of having a foreign object shoved inside me, nor the agony of having my flesh ripped open. Darth Spider's sewing was incredibly sloppy. Even a grade schooler could have done better. Every time he pulled at the fishing line, it chafed against the chasms she'd opened in my skin. The itchiness grew no more intense. An unbearable itchiness. An itchiness that seemed to well up from deep inside me. Itchy. 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 Why itchy? I wanted to scratch it. If he'd just let me, I wouldn't mind if I died. The tingling itch combined with the pain. Even more than the pain, the itch threatened to drive me completely insane. Why itchy? I see a lot of viewers dropped after, once we got to that part. A lot of people got me, or heard me reading some of those lines and heard the flesh noises and were like, see ya. I lost like half their viewership there. That's actually kind of funny. They were like, fuck that shit. I'm not here for that. Are you winning, son? Yeah, for sure. Definitely winning. That seems like one of those situations where, I don't know, they've got You know how you get that, like, in moments of panic, just that freak adrenaline spike of strength? I feel like you'd have to be tied down with, like, with actual, like, chains or something to not be, like, rip out of your binding there. You know, like those stories of, like, mothers who, if their kid gets hit by a car, they can, like, they're able to lift the car for a couple seconds out of, like, pure adrenaline rush. Um, and that seems like one of those moments where you would just get that spike of adrenaline to just fucking rip whatever was holding you down to the bed, unless it was, like, chains or something. Becomes easier and easier to understand the fan mindset throughout the game once you get into this wacky stuff. What do you mean? Like, by fan mindset? Do you mean the mindset of people who like this game? I definitely understand why that one was cut, though. If we're talking about, like, why was some content cut, I could see that one being cut. That one was pretty graphic. Though I don't get the weird, um, like, movie, like the red wiggly lines that looks like the fucking Windows Movie Maker, like, media player, like, techno graphic thing going on in the background. You know what I'm talking about? When you like to listen to music on the computer back in the day, and that, like, graphics squiggly line stuff would go across the screen. You guys know what I'm talking about. I don't get, if is that supposed to symbolize something, or is that just like a graphic they made? I feel like, is the writer of this different than the person who wrote Steins Gate? I feel like they have to be, right? It might be published by the same company, but the writer's different, yeah. Who's the third one? Oh, we're about to get crucified now. They're all the same writer. Interesting. It's just symbolic of an overwhelmingly negative delusion. Okay. Yeah, I guess I get that. Hey, Con, what's up? Due to my mental state, it took me a while to notice that the scenery had changed once again. I felt slight relief from the pain and the itchiness, but the sensation hadn't completely disappeared. Even now, as I stumbled through Shinsen, I felt an itch in the center of my body. But along with that itch, I felt the sensation of a foreign object in my abdomen, as well as the pain of a needle weaving in and out of my body. But aren't we the crucified guy now? They all remained as distinct, lingering discomforts, continuing to torment my mind even now. I was on an unlit, rarely used road. This is, again, something you would never see me do. I don't understand anyone that would go down an unlit road. Absolutely not. I think we talked about this on an earlier stream of Chaos Head. I would walk around the entire block. I would add an extra mile to my trip in walking distance if it meant that was the only way to avoid going down unlit road that no one goes down. No shot am I going down an unlit road. Just no way. I will stick to main streets, and I'll keep going. I think it was the first stream we talked about this. Yeah, probably, because I think Takumi was, walking down to, like, where he saw the crucifixion thing. He was, like, cutting down a side road or whatever. I would simply choose not to be a character in Chaos Head. Well, obviously you would choose that. But I mean, on top of that, I mean in real life, me. I'm not, even in this non-Chaos Head world. Real life, actual reality. My day-to-day, zero chance I walk down an unlit alleyway. Or an unlit street. Also not happening. No. Just not doing it. You know why? Bad things happen on unlit streets. Just take the extra walk around. I was on an unlit, rarely used road. So does anyone else get that end of JoJo Part 5 feel from this, by the way, that I was talking about earlier? Like, this is the Requiem death, right? As I walked down, I saw a figure coming towards me. The road was so narrow, we would have had to turn sideways in order to even pass each other. But when I saw what the figure looked like, my body turned to ice. Yet again, it was the man dressed as Darth Spider. We passed each other. Darth Spider didn't give any kind of reaction. My heart was beating out of my chest. And then something surfaced in my mind. An incredibly compulsive urge, one that made no sense for me to feel. A crusty old fuck had been hitting on my girl. It pissed me off like you wouldn't believe. I wanted to kill him. What? That extremely abrupt feeling drove me forward. The face of my girl was foggy in my memories. I couldn't remember her very well, to the point where I wasn't sure if she even existed in the first place. Yet the crusty old fuck who'd been hitting on my girl was crystal clear in my mind. I'd seen his face before. He was the victim of the crucifixion case. My memory launched forward, placing me in a dark, narrow alley, an alley I knew all too well, the scene of the crucifixion. And right in front of me was the victim of that case. He was a middle-aged man, and my hands were wrapped tightly around his neck. His body convulsed violently, bubbled forth from his mouth. Upon learning what it felt like to have someone's life disappear in my hands, I went cold. Eventually, the man stopped moving. When I, Komaeda, the perpetrator of this case, confirmed he was dead, I released my hands from his neck and let him collapse to the ground. I gave him a single parting kick to the side and immediately went to leave. I heard a voice, and I turned around. The man who was supposed to be dead was getting up. Eyes still rolled to the back of his head, and he reached for me. With a yelp, I punched him, knocking him to the ground. But even though his movements were sluggish, he kept getting back up no matter how many times I hit him, so I grabbed his neck again. Just as I'd done earlier, but this time with more force. I wrung my hands tightly around his neck. No sound effects this time. I pulled all the strength I had into the grip, applying enough pressure to snap the bones in his neck, and he soon stopped moving again. No whoosh, whoosh noises. This time I put my ear up to his mouth, and once again made absolutely sure he wasn't breathing. I let him drop, and I watched his body for a while. Then somehow, the man who should have died twitched violently and rose back to his feet. The expression on his face was one clearly fitting of a dead man's. It didn't even change as he moved. Rising from the ground, he started coming towards me. As I stumbled back in fear, I stepped on something. I looked down at my feet, and there were stakes. I had to stop him from moving anymore. I had to drive a stake into the monster that I was facing. If I didn't, I'd be screwed. Overwhelmed by the impending danger, I shoved the man against the wall before he could get up. I picked up a stake, and before I knew it, I was gripping a hammer in my other hand. So some random dude did the crucifixion killing? It wasn't even Sua, it was just some guy? That didn't even have anything to do? It was the guy that got arrested. Oh, wow. So it really was just some dude. You made the joke earlier, Alpha. Fuck, what was it? On like the last stream. And here is the guy that you no one knew the entire time and didn't have a sprite or whatever. Some guy without a CG who was only mentioned just now, yeah. Yep. That's funny. Maybe Remy said there were 4 delusions in place. Yeah, what were the delusions? Takumi seen Remy there. Sua controlling the Komaeda guy. And the Komaeda guy was actually Shogun. Well, we saw Darth Spider, though. So Sua should have been involved in some way. Out at the state killing. Because Darth Spider sees him. Like, so, I mean, Sua was there, but he wasn't having a delusion put on him or something? I don't know. I feel like Sua might have influenced the killer or something. Because why even bother mentioning Sua if he didn't have some type of connection to the case? Right? I guess it's kind of up to interpretation. Or Sua put the victim at the end of the alleyway. He was the one who caused the staking, so he's the one that caused the delusion for the killer to think that the guy wasn't dead yet. He just wasn't one of the characters whose delusions were fused. Okay. So there were 5 delusions that happened. Technically. The victim was a selected target. Yeah, but what are the chances this victim was just randomly there? I kind of want to see the Black Blood again. You keep mentioning the Black Blood, Devin. That was in one scene. Also, it was a delusion. Yeah, I feel like it was actually 5 delusions, not 4. Where's the Black Blood from? In one of the delusions where Fez is like sucking on Takumi's finger, because this game is only rated M, not adults only, so she couldn't suck on his dick. She bites his finger and then he bleeds black. That's where the Black Blood is from. Was that yesterday? No, that was a couple. I think that was like last week or something. Something like that. I haven't seen Soul Eater. What we're saying is Taco is the anti-Sigma. Sure. I don't know. Yeah, I guess we'll just imply that there was like actually 4 or 5, even though the game said 4. I think a 5th one must have taken place there. Once again, I found myself in an operating room. But it wasn't the man-child case. Despite knowing that, the pain from the experience, coupled with the sensation of a foreign object in my stomach, continued to torture me, ground away at each and every nerve ending. So does he no longer feel the group dive, then? Can he only feel like two different painful experiences at once? I could see two figures in my field of vision. They both were still as could be, staring in my direction with bated breath. One of them was Darth Spider. How come the first time that Takumi saw these delusions, he didn't see Darth Spider in them? But now he does. The other was Hazuki. Her scrubs weren't soaked in blood this time, which is what led me to believe that this was a different case than the man-child. I was lying in a bed. A needle for an IV was embedded in my arm. However, nothing was being injected into me. The liquid in the tube was flowing backwards, and the liquid was blood. My blood, the blood that circulated within this body, was being sucked out through the IV. At the end of the tube, there was an extremely dirty bucket. It was filled to the brim with blood. The blood continued to fall into the bucket. Drip, drip, drip. My head felt fuzzy. I was incredibly dizzy. I was assailed by an intensely peculiar sensation, where a pleasant feeling, like my consciousness floating away, intermixed with the pain and itchiness left over from man-child, as if showing off to me. Darth Spider and Hazuki tenderly embraced each other like lovers. And as the two supported one another, Hazuki's face couldn't have looked happier. I couldn't understand how she could make a face like that. While in the middle of creating the dried-up corpse from the vampire case, but before I could think about why I couldn't understand it, they fucked. The pain grew more intense, my throat was sapped of all moisture, my vision gradually darkened, and my consciousness grew thinner and thinner until it evaporated completely. Oh, because we didn't see the vampire one. The ones that I thought that was the doctor scene, which I think was the only killings that we saw from Hazuki's POV. So that's why we didn't see Darth Spider in it the first time. At least I don't recall seeing the vampire one the first time. Because we saw Man-Child and what was it called? Egghead or whatever. Anyway. I then realized this was a vicarious experience. I was being forced to experience the series of New Gen murders vicariously. I was facing the pain of each case, the fear, one by one. Numbskull, yeah, that's it, Numbskull. If that were true, then there were still 3 remaining. Oh, maybe we'll finally get details on the lady that ate her hand or whatever. When was Numbskull shown? When we first discovered Hazuki was the, Gotta watch the VODs, man. Numbskull was shown when we first discovered Hazuki was the killer. And the delusions of her memories that Takumi projected onto the Shibuya, giant TVs in Shibuya Center. We saw, Man-Child and, Numbskull. If true, there were still 3 remaining. If only Man-Child was shown, was Numbskull censored? I mean, not in the COZ patch. Or at least the version I've been playing. I finished Common before the patch, and it skips Takashina's death. Well, there you go, Kyler. Not available before patch. So there were only 7 new gen cases? I don't know why I thought there was more. That was a few streams ago. I think it was only 2 streams ago. I think it was the one where I had Darth Spider in the thumbnail, the common end, right? There were still 3 new gen cases remaining. Realizing that, my despair pulled me down even deeper.
Sensei.
Doctor! Someone called out to me, and I came back to myself. I should have been in the operating room, but I was standing in the hallway of some hospital.
Takashino-sensei.
Dr. Takashina? Unsurprisingly, through no will of my own, my body turned around. Behind me was Suzuki, accompanied by a somewhat somber expression. Excuse me, doctor. I'd like a word with you. We'd attract attention out here, so please follow me. Would they attract attention? Would a doctor and a nurse talking in the hallway of a hospital attract any attention at all? I mean, I realize that she's trying to bait him into where she kills him. But that seems like such an odd way to do that. Not just be like, hey, can I see you in the office real quick? I'd like to talk to you in private. That's a huge nitpick. Better get out my glasses for that one. I just don't think they would really gather that much attention in the hospital. She really should just say she wants to speak to him in private. I'm a writer. Her voice apologetic, Hazuki entered an examination room. My mind screamed, "Don't go!" at Dr. Takashina, but unsurprisingly, my voice didn't reach him. Why does Takumi not have his, like, delusion powers? Have we gotten an explanation on that? Why can't he just, like, cease this? I asked that already, didn't I? But seriously, though. He's, like, so OP in every other scene. And he's not OP now? Is he just not OP so the bad end can happen? It was currently after hours at the hospital, so no one else was in the exam room. Hazuki walked steadily toward the center of it. I, Dr. Takashina, followed her without even the slightest doubt. And then, Jesus! Abruptly she stopped. Just as I wondered what she was doing, a man wearing something black on his head leapt out from the darkness. I reeled back, startled only for the man to shove something akin to a piece of gauze over my mouth. And just like that, my consciousness was stolen away. He was OP because of the delusion Nerose showed him. Without that, he's not powerful. But what about... He's, like, so OP when he fights Sua. In their, like, crucifixion mental fight thing. He's, like, super OP. He, like, flips it around on Sua and then makes the stakes real. They can destroy the delusions they see, but not if they're caught. Alright, fine. I'll take that as an explanation. Oh my god, Dr. Sheena, no! Dr. Takashina, no! He's got AirPods in! He can't hear us warning him! An ear-piercing noise rang through my head. My skull was vibrating violently. But it wasn't just vibrating. It was being shaved to dust. I felt that sensation incredibly clearly. Have you guys ever had like a surgery where you get numbed? This description reminds me of when I got my wisdom teeth removed, and it's like how you don't feel pain, but you can feel everything happening as you're getting your wisdom teeth removed. Like, did that happen to you guys? Like, you can feel, like, them scooping all the stuff out of your gums and stuff, and you can feel, like, the roots of your tooth getting ripped. It's just like this. It wasn't just vibrating, it was being shaved to dust. I could feel it. The sound died down when I opened my eyes. The collection of numerous eyes, many lights bore down on me from the ceiling. They shone down on me, brilliantly illuminating my face. The text speeds are so random in this.
先生。
Your cranium has been removed, Doctor.
まあ、
Ah,
先生の光膜、
Doctor,
とても綺麗
your
だわ。
Dura matter is so pretty. In a thoroughly enchanted tone, Azuki said those words and picked up a pair of scissors and used them to cut away the solid membrane covering my brain. I felt the sensation directly and immediately following it. I was seized by a sickening, almost frustrating feeling. I, Dr. Takashina, hadn't known that Hazuki had the ability to perform surgery, let alone open brain surgery. As a result of this, my mind erupted with surprise. Following by me noticed that my body was incapable of moving due to the anesthesia. Hazuki wasn't alone in the operating room. The man wearing black from before, Darth Spider, was there too. He said nothing. He simply stood in place, not moving.
人は脳死状態でも
There have been cases in which non-respirated patients have remained alive in a state of brain death for upwards
ご存知です
of an
か？
entire week. Were you aware of this? Like, that's so slow. Without losing the gentle smile on her face, Suzuki whispered something
それっ
strange in my
てつ
ear.
まり
In other
脳
words,
がなくてもしば
people
ら
can
くは生
live
きてい
for
られ
quite
る
a
って
long
いう
time
ことですよね。
without the brain.
先生はどれ
Doctor,
くらい生きられる
how
かし
long
ら
will you live for, I wonder? I shuddered. An unfathomable terror rose up within me. Hazuki held a spoon in front of my eyes, only for it to leave my vision soon after.
高階先生に
Dr. Takashina,
信仰の救いあれ。
may the divine light save you. Without warning, I felt a foreign object being forced inside my head. Not inside my head in the sense that it wasn't really happening. Something had literally been forced inside my head. I felt the sensation of something entering me. There was no pain. However, it was more than enough to fill me with disgust and terror. Why doesn't she just scoop the whole brain out like a giant ice cream thing? Only moving my eyes, I looked over the tree to see my brain. It was a beautiful pink color smashed to a pulp. It reminded me of a soft salmon roe. Realizing it was my brain, my sense of dread piqued. I pleaded with her. Please stop. Salvation. Hazuki's hand didn't stop moving. Instead, her expression turned to one of pure ecstasy. Her cheeks were stained a bright scarlet as she carelessly dug through my brain. Okay? Suddenly, I was having fun. I wanted to laugh. Suddenly, I harbored an intense hatred. Suddenly, I felt happy. Suddenly, a furious lust burned within me. She stirred my brain, stirring my emotions with it. Yeah, the text moves so randomly. Sometimes it's like super slow where I gotta like wait to be able to read it. And other times it like all appears at once and then immediately disappears. It's so weird. I said it's possible to survive a week. You could probably survive even longer nowadays than a week on a life support system. Like a full life support system. This must save the artist lots of work. Well, the game would have been super banned if there was a lot of graphic CGs of someone getting their brain ripped apart. The new protagonist for Pokemon, or at least one of them, is a Pikachu that wears a hat. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be like the Brock equivalent, right? Like the old guy that follows the kids around. Well, I guess Brock was also young. He just seemed older, right? But yeah, I saw Captain Pikachu. That's his name, Captain Pikachu. You knew Pikachu was going to be in the new anime. They might be getting rid of Ash, but there's no chance they were getting rid of Pikachu. I'm willing to bet every new season of the new anime will have a new Pikachu. Imagine if it's the same Pikachu. It won't be. He's already been shown to have like a different personality. But I'm willing. That would be my guess. Is that every season of the anime will have a new Pikachu, so they can sell a new Pikachu hat accessory thing. That's my guess. Every season, much like how in the old like Ash Pikachu show, like Ash always had a new companion every season. I think the new Pokemon protagonists will always get a new companion that has a Pikachu with a different hat. Marketing, baby. Watch it. Spoon Brain doesn't bother me. This is the one that gets me. Which one is this? This is the hand one, right? Ash is just Doctor Who, new companion every season. Yeah. It's like Ash always had the new Pokemon girl that followed him every season. Because it wasn't always Brock and Misty. It was always like a different combination of people every season. That's what's going to happen with the new Pikachus. Every season. Dozens of Pikachus. Hell, I bet you that's one of the primary reasons they retired Ash and Pikachu was so that they could start marketing out even more Pikachus. Or, I'll give myself half credit if the new companion every season is a Pikachu or an Eevee. Hey, wait, that sign isn't translated? That's true. Glitched CG! Glitched CG! Just giving Pikachu Ash's new hat every season would probably sell more? I don't think so. Or is Chris? I think Chris fell asleep. He dipped out a while ago. Glitch CG. No, it's probably like Chris explained this last stream. Part of the logic between some of the CGs not getting translated was they didn't translate any of the inner city CGs. This probably counts as an inner city CG. They only translated CGs if the background had like a sign that was that would have had like a joke or something on it. I had a bike that looked just like this in college, actually. Obviously, the text on it was English. Oh, you guys can't see it. This, like, black and red bike. The bike I rode around in college looked almost identical to that, actually. Except it was a mongoose one. Me when I have a bicycle. But yeah, it had that same like black and red design with like white stripes on it. And like the text was also white. That's how I got to all my classes. Because parking was impossible on my college campus. So I just biked everywhere. And I used to be in such good shape for that. After that, I don't know if I could bring myself to do it nowadays. I would bike like several miles every day because of that. Emotions different to what I myself felt boiled up within me. Because of these emotions, my mind, heart, and soul were drifting away from the consciousness known as me, forcing me to confront the ambiguity of my own existence. I mean, the good news is, because his brain got all stirred up into mush or whatever, he shouldn't be really feeling pain or anything anymore from his, or fear. Just be feeling random emotions, which honestly would be better than the pain and fear of all of his other deaths so far. His brain should just feel like scrambled eggs and different emotions now. So honestly, probably in a better state after getting his brain removed. Yeah. As the mental torment that sought to deny my own existence tore my mind to shreds, I found myself walking under a railway overpass. I went off the case order. This time it would be the finger food case, yeah. This is number 5. No, this is number 6, yeah. As I'd expected would happen, my body was now a woman's. I was incredibly hungry. Perhaps the victim had been on a diet or something. That's such a Oh, maybe the woman's on a diet. That's the only reason a woman would be hungry. I crossed paths with the man in the Darth Spider costume once again. Everywhere I went, he would show up. Considering how much his appearance stood out, why hadn't the police or mass media gotten anything in him at all? Oh, that looks pretty tasty, huh? It was the first time Darth Spider had said anything. He pointed at my right hand as he spoke. It was a surreal spectacle. For some reason, I was holding 5 bare chicken skewers, each one sticking out through the gaps between my fingers. What? Warm-looking steam rose from them, as did the juicy aroma of cooked meat. Both things further stimulated my appetite. Saliva overflowed from my mouth. Unable to wait another second, I took a bite. This deserved a chicken finger, CG. A sharp pain shot through my finger, but I couldn't stop chewing. I never had such an incredible, delicious chicken in my life. No. And see, there's just no text here. Okay. Tons of juices escaped from the meat. It was detectable to die for. In the blink of an eye, I cleaned the skewers completely. Before I knew it, Darth Spider disappeared. But it didn't matter much to me. I didn't even care about the strange man. I wanted to keep eating. My stomach cried out for more food. The fingers on my right hand throbbed with pain, but my hunger easily overrode it. Once again, I looked at my hand, and that's when I realized I hadn't just been holding chicken skewers. I'd also been carrying large slabs of meat. The glorious protein was still fastened to the bone, with its dripping juices staining on the sleeves of a blouse of my dressed in red. When did I got my hands on this? The question too quickly became unimportant. I sunk my teeth into the meat with all the strength I could muster. Excruciating pain. I ripped a chunk off, chewed it, tasted it, gulped it down. The meat was tender, and it carried a fair amount of fat. I bit a bit deeper. Both my hands and the area around my mouth were greasy with fat, but I didn't care. I'd never experienced such incredible flavor before. I tore the meat off the bone. Fat melted and gushed throughout my mouth, leaving a unique aftertaste. It hurt. For some reason, it hurt so bad I thought it would die, but I kept chewing. Compared to how large the bone was, there wasn't much meat on it. It didn't take long for me to eat it all up. Finally, I looked off the remaining tiny scraps of flesh that were left clinging to the bone. Every piece I set free, I suckled on. The 5 slender bones were protruding from the ends. I gnawed on the bones. A fierce pain ripped through me, a pain so intense I nearly collapsed on the spot. Tears streaming down from my face, I gleefully slurped up all the remaining juices that were oozing out for the bones. I tore free one of the bones. The intense stimulus led me to crumple to the ground. Chomp, crunch, crunch. When I went to swallow it, the bone got stuck in my throat and I could no longer breathe. My legs swung around uncontrollably, kicking every which way. Before I knew it, a string had been wrapped around my ankle, stopping them in place. I could no longer move. Darth Spider was standing in front of me. Writhing in agony, the exposed bones of my right hand struck the ground. Impact sent violent rippling waves of pain throughout my entire body, and I immediately pissed myself. I would never open my eyes again. Pause and go to the settings. What's your message tied to player speed? Some of them are like randomly go a little bit faster and then a little bit slow. Chris is what we were saying though. Definitely more than like player speed. And some also like last like a really long time, even when they're short. Yeah, my message speed is at max. That's funny. I guess I can lower it for this, if that's the case. It's not something we touched. Yeah, I'm not saying that you guys like altered it in any way. Setting it to minimum means less time spent. I assumed the speed meant like this slows it. I would assume making it towards minimum would mean like the minimum speed. But yeah, like some of these lines like moved super fast, but others like I mean, if we just lower the text speed, it probably won't matter anymore. But yeah, like some of these, like lasted a really long time. Like this line, that question too quickly became unimportant when faced with my overwhelming hunger. Like this line held on there for like 3 seconds. And then like there was a line that was also super long that like was lasted for like a second. This one lasted like a second, and it's much longer. That was the last of the red scene, so you don't have to worry about it. Oh, I mean it's a minor thing that was bugging me, but yeah, like this line is way longer, but lasted on the screen for less time. Okay, well then if that was the last one, I am going to probably do because of the Japanese. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it might be time to Japanese text. Alright, so let me read this real quick then, without tearing through the text. Because I totally forgot I could just look at the backlog for that scene. Also, yeah, why didn't we get a CG of the chicken skewers in the hand? That would have been funny. We haven't had anyone else complain about this scene being too fast, so I'm assuming it's just message speed. Could be. But some of these literally like showed up and then disappeared. Like it wouldn't. I just don't think it would have even been possible to read them. But yeah, maybe because I had the message speed set to max. Once again, I looked at my hand. I hadn't just been holding chicken skewers. I had also been carrying a large slab of meat. The glorious protein was still fastened to the bone, with its dripping juices staining the sleeves of my bodice a dark shade of red. When I got my hands on this, how long had I had it for? That question, too, quickly became unimportant when faced with my overwhelming hunger. Yeah, this is what I remember. This line lasted, like, literally half a second. Like, even speaking as fast as I could barely make it to, like, blouse. But I was able to read this entire sentence. That question, too, quickly became unimportant when faced with my overwhelming hunger. I sunk my teeth into the meat with all the strength I could muster. Excruciating pain. I ripped a chunk off, chewed it, tasted it, gulped it down. The meat was tender. It carried a fair amount of fat. I bit deeper. Both my hands and the area around my mouth were greasy with fat, but I didn't care. I never experienced such incredible flavor before. I was in Flavor Town. I tore the meat off the bone. Meat off the bone? Meat on the bone? Bone on the meat? Is that a fucking Danganronpa reference? Fat melted and gushed throughout my mouth, leaving a unique aftertaste. It hurt. For some reason, it hurt so bad I thought I would die. But I kept chewing. These words literally, like, have scarred my brain. I think I got stuck on this fucking thing in Danganronpa for like an hour. On the meat bone. Oh my god. I actually like can't fucking see those words normally anymore. Fat melted and gushed throughout my mouth, leaving a unique aftertaste. It hurt. For some reason, it hurt so bad I thought I would die, but I kept chewing. Compared to how large the bone was, there wasn't a lot of meat on it. It didn't take long for me to eat it all up. Finally, I licked off the remaining tiny scraps of flesh that were left clinging to the bone. Every piece I set free, I suckled on, savoring the flavor and the taste of meat and bone. The 5 slender bones protruding from the ends weren't too hard. If I wanted to, I could bite them off without much trouble. I gnawed on the bones. A fierce pain rippled through me, a pain so intense I nearly collapsed. Tears streamed down my face. I gleefully slurped up the remaining juices that were oozing out from inside the bones. I tore free one of the bones. The intense stimulus led me to crumple to the ground, rolling the bone around in my mouth as I did. Crunch, jump, crunch, munch. When I went to swallow, the bone got stuck in my throat and I could no longer breathe. My legs swung uncontrollably, kicking every which way. Before I knew it, a string was wrapped around my ankles, stopping them. I could no longer move freely. Darth Spider was standing in front of me. Writhing in agony, the exposed bones of my right hand struck the ground. The impact sent violent rippling waves of pain throughout my entire body, and I pissed myself. And I would never open my eyes again. That's the single worst way to die. I still think the man-child scene was worse. IMO. That one is rough, but I think part of what made the man-child one worse is the squishing noise that happens during the man-child like scene. That like the noise. Because this like hand one doesn't have as many sound effects applied to it. It's just the detail that's bad. But the man-child one, the noise is what gets me. The itchy description didn't even bother me too much. It was the sound effect that was weirding me out. I really didn't like that sound. That sound of like ripping. In that. The numbskull sucks for you? I didn't mind that one too bad. Because again, I guess I'm like an auditory person in some ways. The sound was what really weirded me out during that. Which one is this? This is the DQN one, right? That's the last one. Yeah, even the Nerose steak thing didn't bother me as much. I think, again, it was just purely that, like, gross sound effect that plays during the man-child scene is really rough. It's just the worst sound effect in the game. I wonder what they did to make that. If it's entirely computer-generated, or did they, like, smash some, like, fruits together or something for that? I wonder how they did it. Or did they, like, cut up meat or something? Or maybe, yeah, they just reenacted it IRL, you think? And that could have been it. The dev's wife. Probably celery. Yeah, celery is super popular in, like, Mortal Kombat sound effects. I know that. Because that gives a satisfying crunch. But I wouldn't even say that the one in the man-child case was super crunchy. It was a little bit too juicy to be like that celery or something. Like, that's definitely what they use in Mortal Kombat, though. And, like, a lot of gore games. So, you might be on the right track. But that one felt more juicy. That last one was crunchier and juicier. Yeah. I guess it could be. I mean, yeah, that's probably the right track, or probably pretty close. I feel like those audio engineers at some of, like, companies like Mortal Kombat and stuff just have, like, this really fun job. They spend their entire day just mushing things together for sound effects. Then they, like, open up Audacity, apply a filter or two, and are like, good. I mean, I know a lot more goes into it, but still. It just seems like it would be so much fun. What did you do at work today, honey? Well, I smashed a couple sticks of celery. I threw a banana against the wall. I blew up an apple. And I stepped on some carrots. and I threw some meat against the wall. And then I tweaked with the filters. I wonder, I mean, we're getting there with AI, too. I wonder, soon AI can probably just simulate all these sound effects. You can just tell it, like, I want to hear the sound of flesh ripping. And the computer will be like, okay, from which of my audio recordings would you like that from? A scary future lies ahead. I opened my eyes in a dim back alley. The scenery was a little different from before. I was walking down the alley while leaning on a male DQN's shoulder. His face was horribly beaten. He looked like he was about to cry. The three of them, including me, were in awful condition. Clothes soaked in blood, their faces ridiculously swollen, and they all had a number of chipped teeth. Ugh. Ah. Fucking knock on wood, I would hate one of my teeth chipping. Ugh. The person who'd done this was probably me. It was the three DQNs that beat me up. After that happened, they had their torsos torn apart and they died. Once again, the man in the Darth Spider costume was there, standing at the end of where we were walking. Hey, asshole! Fuck was that? Amazing that you would still have the absolute audacity. The audacity. After you got your ass beat by someone to still approach someone else and the first thing you say is, hey, asshole! What the fuck you think you're doing? You already got your ass beat today. Sit the fuck down. I thought Kazupi said she did that. Yeah, but we're in Delusion Town. It's the last chapter. Nothing matters. Nothing's real. It's all delusions. It doesn't matter what route we're on. Route 10 has, a couple inconsistencies here and there. It's okay. The guy who was lending me his shoulder shouted at Darth Spider. But with his face, as it was, any impact it could have had was pretty much halved. Yeah, again, the actual audacity of this dude to get his ass beat and then was like, he opens the conversation with someone else, like, hey, asshole! Wow. What the hell was up with that Takumi piece of shit? He was a fucking monster. How did he end up beating them all up anyway? I don't get it. Because it was before he had awoken, right? Beating up 3 people requires a lot of skill. Awakened. So he turned the tables on you and you ran away. Lame. Should not do anything. But how did Takumi do it? This goes the money already. Hand it over. Money? Don't play dumb with us! You said it yourself, asshole. You said you'd pay us if we scared Takumi shitless. One of them grabbed Darth Spider, holding him by the collar. He lifted him up, then hit his black helmet with his hand. You had us go through some pretty fucked up shit. Take off the mask. Take off your fucking mask. He forced the helmet off. I just thought of a really Lame joke. When you're in a southern state in 2020. It's okay. Tragedy plus time equals comedy, right? No big deal. I had already predicted the face that would be under it, and of course. There he was. Suo Mamoru, looking completely unfazed. He was Hazuki's accomplice, so he was another culprit behind New Gen. I was half right. Also, I like that he's still like Hazuki's accomplice, not like fuck buddy boy toy. Suo rammed his knee deep into the stomach of the man grabbing him. His agile movement set him far apart from the reckless violence of the DQNs. Also, I mean, again, they already got their ass beat. They got to be pretty fatigued. Why would they pick a fight with anybody? They're literally so dumb, but I guess that's why they're DQNs, right? Sua's face is a triangle. Sua's face is pretty rough. His sprite bugs me so much. Wow, since I'm all done with you three. The ground shook slightly. What was that? Behind Sua, there was a presence. Hiding in the dark, deep within the narrow alley. Something was there, rumbling with an eerie growl. And from what I could tell, it wasn't a normal size. Even though we couldn't see it, the fierce bloodlust given off by that monster made all of our hearts seize up. This looks like a monster from an early 2000s video game. Like straight up like Resident Evil. Well, I guess it's not blobby enough to be Resident Evil, but maybe Resistance Fall of Man. This happened to my buddy Frank. Man, I want to play Resistance Fall of Man. Problem is you have to play it on a controller. Did anyone play that game on the PS3? This kind of looks like a chimera from that game. Eventually, with footsteps that sounded like the very ground itself was rumbling, it showed itself. A literal, real-life monster. It was so unbelievably grotesque, with all of its low polygon count graphics, and for whatever reason it was 3D rendered instead of drawn like the rest of the CGs in the game. Its brown, slimy skin glistened, and its gigantic head sat wedged between its shoulders. Its scarlet eyes shone brightly. Its mouth tore open on both sides, and its wrists were as thick as giant logs. The bipedal monster came up beside Sua, and opened its gaping maw wide as it could be. The row of sharp fangs glinted, reflecting the burning glare of the streetlights. Its roar was like a low, dull growl, and yet it was more terrifying than anything I had ever heard. No beast could have ever hoped to compare. These are the monkeys from Steins Gate Zero, right? This is such a weird... So what, it only eats half of them and spits it back out? A roar with such ferocity, even the very souls of all who heard it would tremble. It's like so non-intimidating. I feel like this is one of the first CGs I just outright laughed at that wasn't a comedy CG. What is that? Hey, what's up, Jupiter? Okay, so I'm really into Spark Wars. Sua was the only one who didn't seem bothered by the monster's appearance. On the contrary, he touched the monster's leg in a blatant satisfaction, caressing it. It'd be intimidating if you saw it IRL. Not with that low polygon count. How much of you missed from last stream? Last stream, actually, all we did was watch the negative delusions from the common route. Now we are in the Crying Sky route, which is the alternate ending. I'm guessing the bad ending. Also, what is this thing from Star Wars? Or, like, what's it referencing with Spark Wars? This big guy is one of the aliens from it. Is it supposed to be like a naked Chewbacca without fur? Like, what is it? Another roar. The monster stepped one step closer to the frozen still trio. Some alien, I guess. Still haven't seen any Star Wars movies, so... We tried to run, but there was no escape. We screamed for help. There was no one around for miles. An overwhelming difference in power. The difference in potential between our species was too great. The three of us were helpless when faced with the beast before us. For the first time in our lives, we experienced fear from the deepest depths of our hearts. When someone is frightened like that, they fall silent, shrink back, and can't move a single muscle. And so, the monster let out a single breath and swung its log-like arms. Just use the Force, bros. Be like, we come in peace. And use the Force. That would stop the monster. In an instant. As if they were mere ragdolls, the two of them were torn to shreds. Blood and viscera splattered across the alley. Steam rising from the remains. The severed corpses of the two men were then viciously tossed aside, skewering them with the handles of a nearby telephone pole. Hey, that's not being torn in half. And that just leaves you. Sua's gaze pierced through me. I realized then that he was the one controlling the alien. It took you that long? Not very OP, are you, Takumi? I told myself this was a delusion, but there was no point. In the face of absolute terror and overwhelming brutality, I simply slumped to the ground and pissed myself. I like that Takumi always, whatever body he's in, whatever mind he's focused on, whatever reality it is, the one thing that remains constant and true. I peed my pants, I was so scared. All the jokes I made from the beginning of this game, all come true in the end. Well, I can't, I keep peeing my pants. All I could do after that was look up in a daze at the monster, and then... my torso ripped apart. I felt this in a way no other human could ever possibly experience. And then, I stopped breathing. It's technically the DQN that does it this time. Yeah, but the one that Takumi's in. Coincidence? I think not. How many times have I died vicariously? 7. What? 7. There's 7 Nugent cases. What? 3? 1? 7? 4? 2? 5? That's a weird way to count. Human flesh tasted amazing. It hurt. No more. I like that this one was random. Human flesh tasted amazing. So only the hand one gets referenced again. Oh, that's because he doesn't say 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. So that's why he references the 6th case there. It's very deep when you think about it. Darth Spider's outfit was surreal. It had to be a joke. So wait, how many times had I died? Wait, who died? Not me. I wasn't dead. That monster was seriously straight out of a horror movie. But that monster was from, Sue said it was from Spark Wars? So what? Human flesh tasted amazing. The bones, too. Why is he so fixated on that one? There's so many other things that happened to him. Why was Darth Spider black? Takumi, you can't just ask Darth Lords why they're black. What are you doing? Takumi cancelled. Hashtag cancel Takumi. Hazuki was sexy, but she was scary. She was crazy, but that was what made her sexy. I mean, all of this is, like, actually factual, though. Objectively true. This is not a delusion statement. Objectively facts. If Darth Spider was made of bones, what was human flesh? How many times did I die in this prank? Or was it a prank? A prank, bro! I like that they keep just mentioning the human flesh one. Again. 6 other new gen cases happened. It's fine, I actually like that, though. I wasn't dead. I was dead. Death. Dead. Dead. It were surreal. No more. There were bones. Are these typos or intentional? Probably intentional. Don't want to die. Black. This has, like, major, that clip from Dragon Ball Super. where Trunks, in the dub, says, "Don't shoot! That man isn't black!" Trunks, don't say it! I don't want to die black. I died. So kill me. That Dragon Ball Super clip is so funny. I can't believe no one, when localizing that line, I can't believe no one changed that. No one was like, hey, don't you think we should rephrase this? Maybe we shouldn't use the direct translation on this line? God, that's still so funny. I remember that, like, years later. All of those were cut from the official release. Instead, there was just one line that said, "I experienced all the murders." Well, that's certainly one way to cut out some scenes. Inside the rucksack. Is that Dragon Ball like a direct translation? I don't know. It's modern Dragon Ball, so I would imagine it's a closer thing, yeah. Or it's a closer direct translation. But I don't know if the line's a direct translation. Is that from, like, an old thing? No, that clip's from Dragon Ball Super from, like, 2020. I saw that meme years ago. I mean, it's from, like, the second to most recent season of Dragon Ball. When did the Zamasu arc air? 2018. So fairly recent. Probably a more accurate translation would be Dark Goku. Yeah, I'm surprised they stuck with the Goku Black name. That seems like such a lame name. But I guess Dark Goku isn't like any cooler. Looks like shit got whack in the 2 hours I missed. We just made that joke, Chris. That's what brought it up, is I made that joke a second ago. In all honesty, it was probably intentional. Yeah, probably. But yeah, you missed Jupiter, us living through the new gen incidents. What's going on in the plot? We just experienced from the POV of all the victims of the new gen killings. We experienced their death. They probably knew it would be memed. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Probably they did, though. Anyway. Inside the rucksack Sua wore on his back, the port let out a strange mechanical sound. Sua had long since grown accustomed to hearing it. Are we now in Sua's POV? Because of that sound, he had been able to murder the heart and mind of the gigalomaniac Takumi. He lifted up a heartfelt prayer in gratitude. Oh, so this is the bad end? GG, Takumi already got wrecked? No matter what, Sua would have never let Takumi get away with what he had done, for the boy had driven Hazuki to unalive. Hazuki was Sua's childhood friend, whom he had lived with ever since he was born. Sua recalled what she had told him several years ago, back when he had decided to aspire to become a detective and she to be a nurse. Mamoru, I want to have your baby. Both of their parents were disciples of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, and God and the glorious founder had been in their lives since birth. So this is like their Scientology origins, huh? This totally distinct church that I'm sure has no implications or references or inferment to another possible very accurate religion in our current modern society. Sua and Hazuki had both been raised as children of the Divine Light, and their betrothal was the will of the glorious founder as well. And so, the two of them dutifully obeyed the teachings of the Divine Light, going so far as to offer the life of their child within Hazuki's womb. Even when Hazuki had given her life as a martyr, she had still believed she was doing the right thing. She believed that killing all of these people was the right thing. In gruesome fashions, okay. The 7 incidents, colloquially known as the New Generation Madness, Sua and Hazuki had caused them together, plus that one random guy. Plus that one Komaeda guy. Never forget. Partway through the incidents, Sua had grown quite flustered when his senior, Bon, pointed out all the inconsistencies in the group dive video. The videos Sue had uploaded to YouTube had been recorded by projecting his memories. However, as it had been a few days since the incident at the time of the recording, his memories had grown far less clear. Kind of a strange music choice. I honestly feel like so many of the songs in this game are a very, very odd choice. I don't really feel that a lot of the songs in this game match tonally to, like, what's going on. I feel like only a couple songs fit. I wouldn't agree. You think? This one's often tied to Rimi and Shogun. Or dark pasts. Well, this is kind of the dark past of these characters, right? This is like their origin. They're talking about when they were raised and when they decided to join each other, right? But it's not tragic. Isn't it, though? They were raised by the corrupt religious group. Right? They met each other in this thing. And it's just led up to this. I suppose I meant more they don't view it as tragic. Yeah, that's fair. This song definitely sounds like a... It sounds like a song that would be in Somnium Files. Does. I've been thinking that the whole game. It kind of sounds like the song, from one of the, like, bad routes in Somnium Files. Right, Alpha? The notes are so faded and light, it feels like a fading memory. I wish I could, the problem with, I couldn't pick out exactly what song it is from the Somnium Files soundtrack to compare it. Because all of the songs, as much as I love Somnium Files, the fucking song titles in the Somnium Files OST are, like, indecipherable. Like, you can't be like, oh yeah, this is the song from that moment. Because they all have the AI pun in them. So they're, like, sinking in the rain and stuff. I'm like, fuck! What song is that? Kill la Kill has the same problem. Yeah, I know. Like, again, love the game and the story. I also love the soundtrack in that game. I have it downloaded and saved on my computer. But it's, like, impossible to, like, fucking pick what fucking song I'm trying to listen to. I'm like, what song do I want to listen to? What song fits my mood? Or if I'm, like, trying to focus and work on something, and then I accidentally pick one of the, like, adrenaline songs from, like, an action scene that's like... I'm like, ah! Because Somnium Files has a lot of, like, chill, relaxing, like, rain music and stuff. But I picked the wrong song or something. You love the Seam and CC? Oh, do they have the same songs? I feel like Believe Me from Steins Gate is a bit like... is a bit sadder. But I think I might like this song more. I never knew the song by that title. You mean what? The Believe Me one that I mentioned? There's Wandering. Someone mentioned, Chaos Child and Wandering showed up. What's up, man? I like this one more because of how lonely it feels. Yeah, I think I like this song more, but I think I get more emotional at the Believe Me song. I think it's named after the scene with Kurisu telling Okabe to switch world lines, right? That's why it's called Believe Me. But it plays in so many other moments during Steins Gate, so the name it could be named several other things. I do like this song though, but yeah, I like it because, unfortunately, I think I might like it because it invokes memories of Somnium Files. Because I swear this song is almost the same from the Somnium Files song. God, I wish I would pull it up right now if I knew what it was fucking called. I love OK Dokie from Steins Gate Zero. I don't know if I remember that. Is it actually sad, or is it the goofy song? Are you trolling me? Makes me cry because of how bad it is. Actually, doesn't this song, the same sort of song plays during like the Steins Gate, or not the Steins Gate, the Chaos Head, like goofy scenes? When isn't it like the exact same one in this game? When like the Positive Delusion songs start playing, like that song is almost in this game, right? It's not the same, but similar. Yeah, that feels like the Mage's goofy song. Because there's also a similar song that has like that core beat in Steins Gate as well. That's like slightly different. The goofy song. Hang on 1 second. I will be right back again. There's a track in a show. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of songs that sound like this. Like, the piano is always such an emotional instrument. I feel like it's, like, the most emotional instrument, IMO. So, like, a lot of sad songs are gonna have, like, similar vibes. Hang on 1 second, I'll be right back. Ugh. How about that? I keep sneezing so much. I don't understand why. It must be my allergies, but like, it's literally like 10 degrees out. We just had a freezing rain the other day, so everything's frozen outside. Just weird. Alright. Anyway. Sue had not remembered the exact details of the scene, but since the video had not been realistic without them, he had expressly gone to Cornelius' tower to review the photos hanging in the lobby. Also, I forgot to say goodbye to Jupiter when she left. She said she was driving home. See you in a bit, Jupiter. As a result, the video had indeed been made more realistic, but he failed to choose the correct picture. He had no reason to suspect that something would look so strikingly different between the tower's completion and the present. At this rate, you could pretty easily do another route. Really? Is there really not going to be that much more to it? It's just kind of Takumi dies in this route, and then that's it? GG? We'll see. Yeah, I better spawn a tangent or two to milk this. We'll see, I'll come up with something. He'd had no reason to suspect that some... Oh wait, I already said that. However, thanks to the political influence of the glorious founder, all of that had been suppressed. It would be unwise to underestimate the power of the cosmic church of the Divine Light's glorious founder. He had many connections within the government, and he had even managed to weave in several of his followers into management positions at the Metropolitan Police. No matter how much of those like Bond cried out for justice, the natural conclusion to come to was that they would never be able to do a thing to harm him. Sua's position as a detective, Hazuki's position as a nurse, the support coming from the pressure of the glorious founder placed on the police and the media, the NOAA system terminals provided by Nozomi Technology. Utilizing all of those tools, Sua and Hazuki had focused solely on the killing. As for the reason they had gone to such lengths to continue killing people, it had all been for the sake of breaking Takumi. After they forced him to awaken as a giglomaniac, they would kidnap him and harvest his code. Alternatively, by breaking the delusionary Takumi, they would lure out the real Takumi, capture him, and harvest his code. As long as it was a Takumi, it made no difference if it was real or copy. That was why Sua had acted as Takumi, using a wheelchair in his impersonation attempt. It had all been foretold by a divine prophecy bestowed upon Sua and Hazuki, one they had to fulfill no matter what sacrifices they would have to make during its course. And now, after sacrificing Hazuki, they had at last been able to overcome the trials given to them by God. The face of the woman who had loved him, and the one whom he had loved in return, rose in Sua's mind. He gritted his teeth in intense sadness, bearing the utmost grief. As he bathed in sorrow, Sua approached Takumi, whose mind he had just slaughtered. Weird that after all the shit he's been through, going through the new gen stuff again was what broke him. Wait, no, because I think that was, That was Sena that was laughing like that, right? At the edge of the platform, Aoi cradled the head of her father, whom she herself had decapitated. She had fallen to her knees long ago and now sat alone atop the train tracks. Her chest dyed a deep crimson from her father's blood. She laughed. Drool slovenly sleeked out from her mouth, her eyes unfocused. Sua, now having composed himself, glanced at the girl. Huh. She's already long gone, he muttered to himself inside his head. In any case, her usefulness expired. He felt no need to kill her. Also, how was that enough to break her? She seemed so tough. From the Giglomaniacs who had been gathered in Tokyo for Project Noah, there were still 2 whose code samples had yet to be harvested. This number excluded Yua, for she was an irregularity that had never been suspected of being a Giglomaniac. The remaining targets were Takumi and Kozubi. When did they get Aoi's code? Probably literally just now. I guess. It had been to the infallible guidance of the divine light that the 2 of them had fallen right into Sua's hands, in the same location even. He had now received total proof that his actions had always been proper and just. For this, he held endless gratitude towards heaven and the glorious founder. Upon reaching Takumi, he dropped to his knees, grabbed the limp boy's upper arms, and attempted to forcefully pull him to his feet. But Takumi had already gone hollow. He was no longer capable of standing. His heart and mind had perished. Serves him right. With a snort, Sua began to walk away, dragging Takumi by the arms along with him. Well, if he needs to take Takumi here, I don't think they got Aoi here. They must have got her, like, when she was at the research station where Aoi's mom was being held. Maybe they extracted her code then. After watching her mom died, she, like, awakened, I guess, and they just did it there before she could run away. Ah! No! Kazupi was shouting something. It sounded painful, like she was hurting. Maybe she was having fun! I blinked my eyes. Where is Kazupi? Where is my capitalization? What happened to it? She was hanging from some weird cross art. Remy was at her feet. She was lying on the ground, tied up round and round. Kazupi was weird. Her clothes were torn a lot, and they were in pieces, and there was creepy crawling. Creepy crawling? What was? Her shell. Her skin. Her cheeks, neck, arms, and her belly button, and her thighs, and creepy crawly, squishy wishy. Lots of thingies were wiggling under Kazupi's skin. Not 1. 10 thingies, 20 thingies, maybe 30. I think they're parasites, yucky little caterpillars. Everyone ends up on this cross, huh? Kazupi shaky shakes her head around. Her eyes went everywhere. Lots of drool, dribbly drips dribbled. Her face looked super stupid. Looked funny. She was also wearing a thingy on her head. It had lots of cords coming out of it. Like a toy. A super duper Power Rangers toy set or something. Is there something amusing? Probably needed the 1.0.2 patch for this one, huh? An old guy who I'd never seen before. Who? Who are you? Oh. This must actually be an intentional typo, right? Because he's like kind of broken. I see. You've unconsciously synchronized with Kozupi's delusion. You're quite the curious specimen, aren't you? There's no need to show such fluster? To show such fluster? Is it fluster? I mean, I guess it is. There is no need to be so flustered. I'll make sure to target you. Treat you to plenty of torture after. Okay. Who's next? Me? I didn't want that. Who's next? Me? No, I didn't want that. Who's next? Me? No, I didn't want that. I didn't want any suffering or pain. You can stop him. Right now. You can stop him. I know you can. My wrists should have been tied behind my back, but suddenly, as if I had a will of its own, the cord loosened and fell to the floor. Tied up and lying on the ground, Remy just turned her gaze to me. Her eyes pleaded with me. A gigantic device sat in the corner of the dome-shaped room, giving off an eerie hum. That's Noah 2. Destroy it. Remy's eyes asked this of me. Why isn't it playing You May Pass? A tall, intellectual-looking man, Narose, had his back turned to me, and he was watching Kozupi's torture with an earnest look on his face. He hadn't noticed me moving. There was no one else around, not even Sua. I could do it now. I was the only one who could. I was scared. What if Narose caught me? What if I failed? When I thought these things, my body began to tremble. There was something seriously wrong with this game, forcing the fate of the world onto something like me. But I had to do it. That realization and resolve came to me with surprising ease. Maybe I'd go growing stronger. That was it. I was strong. I was super strong now. I stood up slowly. Narose still hadn't noticed. For a final boss, he was a total dumbass. Was it that fun to watch Kozupi suffering? Raw disgust flowed through me. I gritted my teeth. Come forth, D-Sword. Ripples appeared in the open air, and a blue light burst forth. I grasped it. I felt it. Neither cold or hot, neither hard nor soft. I drew it from the Dirac Sea, and a long, grand sword settled in my hand.
Nani?
What? He finally noticed me, but it was too late. I real-booted my D-Sword. I sent particles flying into everyone's dead spots. I'd done it completely unconsciously. The method that I'd used or how it worked didn't matter. I just had a delusion it'd come to be. I gripped the hilt with both hands, and it transformed from blue to red. Your heart and mind should have been annihilated! Narose stared at me in disbelief. He was shrinking back. I'd won. Grinned from ear to ear, raised my sword, and formed a delusion. This was a sword of light. It possessed incredible power. Power to cut through the very air itself. I called forth all of its power and swung the blade. It could reduce anything on this earth to rubble. Take this! My erupting, burning... I couldn't come up with a name for my special attack right on the spot, so I just gave up on shouting something out. Besides, this wasn't some shonen manga. I took the power I'd stored in my D-sword through my delusions, and unleashed it all toward Noah 2. What's the G Gundam quote? Take this! My love, my hate, and all of my sorrow! Been a while since I've seen G Gundam. The greatest Gundam anime. 2 months later. That's it! The crying sky! The winter sky was barely blue, but in exchange, unlike the summer sky, it was of crisp, cool, and carried an almost translucent aura. It was morning. A few moments ago, my eyes had opened to the sound of my alarm clock, and now, as I brushed my teeth, my gaze shifted toward the sky. It had been 2 months since that insanity. Shibuya was still in the midst of its reconstruction efforts. I know this is a bad end, but it definitely feels like it's skipping over a lot. Just to kind of show us the, new gen stuff. Ever since the new year had kicked off, little by little, Shibuya had slowly been returning to its noisy, gaudy-ass self. Taku! A voice called my name. When I turned around, I saw Remy making her way up the stairs. I hadn't seen her in her school uniform since that day. Remy gave me a big smile and took a salute-like pose.
Bishi, ohayo!
Bishi, ohayo! Let me get some breakfast whipped up for you. Hey, Natsuki. What's up, Vibin? Welcome back. Remy was holding a bag from the convenience store. Inside was some white bread, eggs, and milk. Standing in front of the sink, she cheerfully started making preparations. For the past 2 months, Remy had made it a point to come to my base pretty much every morning to cook me breakfast. Apparently, she hadn't done much cooking before she'd met me, so this doubled as practice for her. I wanted to tell her not to use me as her guinea pig, but just being able to eat a girl's home cooking at all made me incredibly happy. So I bit my tongue and put up with it. School starts up again today. Are you excited? Ever since the earthquake, the academy had been closed down, but it was finally reopening today. I had planned to use this opportunity to leave behind my semi-shut-in lifestyle, starting by seriously attending school. How's the game going? Lots of people are dying. You know, just the thought makes me pretty happy. Getting to go to the school with you again, I mean. As she said that, she cracked open an egg. Did he finally clean up in there? As one would expect, it wasn't exactly feasible to eat outside right in the middle of winter. You'd freeze your ass off. To avoid that, Remy carried inside the 2 servings of toast and scrambled eggs she'd made for us and set them down on the small table beside each other. And once her hands were free, the 2 of us sat down next to each other on the sofa. Dig in. Thank you. After putting my hands together, I reached for the butter sitting on the edge of the table. However, Remy had done the same thing at almost the same time, and our fingertips brushed up against each other atop the container of butter. What a rom-com-ass plot point. Smiling at that in my head, my eyes soon met those of Remy, who was sitting extremely close to me, and my heart began to pound. Remy didn't take her eyes off me, nor did she pull back her hand. Both of us had gone rigid, staring at each other as our fingers touched. Taku. Remy entwined her fingers with my own. Her eyes softly closed, and then she ever so slightly lifted her face. Naturally, I held her hand in return. I slowly neared her lips. Are you guys seriously flirting this early in the morning? Ah! Flustered, I jumped away from Remy. When I looked at my door, I saw Nanami standing there. I had no idea when she showed up. All I knew was her arms were crossed. She had a pretty exasperated look on her face. Nana! Good morning! Don't do stuff like that. You're gonna give me a heart attack. Well, I see you and Remy are sure getting along. Makes me kinda jealous. Real talk, though. I'm curious, how far have you two gone? What? What do you mean, how far? There you go again. Quit playing dumb and just tell me already, Remy. Seemed like Nanami had selected Remy as her next target. Barging into my room, she pulled aside my computer chair and sat down in front of Remy. Obviously, you two have kissed. But what about beyond that? Hey, stop teasing me. Come on, you know you love it. Tell me. Not telling. Well, fine, you tell me, big bro. How far have you two gone? I'm not telling you. Besides, we haven't even kissed yet. Why'd you have to remind me? I'm such an idiot. I've had so many chances before now. I hate myself. At this rate, it felt like I'd never lose my V card. Starting to get depressed about how much of a loser I was, I gulped down some milk. You never know, Remy. You take it too slow. I might just end up stealing him away from you. Practically a gallon of milk spurted from my mouth. Ew, that's nasty. But you just... I was kidding. Don't be so uptight. Can we please stop trying to give me a heart attack? Yeah, he did come in at the end of the game, Natsuki. Side by side, the three of us walked to school together. Remy was humming that Phantasm song again. Passing through the center of Shoto Park, we took my usual shortcut. You could still see a few traces of the earthquake around the park. For example, part of the stone wall circling the pond was still broken. Even then, though, it was still way better off than the rest of Shibuya, especially when compared to the sad state of the center of it. Ohayou gozaimasu! Good morning. Yua was sitting on the bench, turning towards us. She put on a gentle smile and bowed her head. Takumi, I had a lot of fun yesterday. Yesterday? You and I went shopping together in Akihabara. Oh, I see. You went to go buy dolls. They're figures, not dolls. But it was true that we gone to buy figures. The moment I got home, I put my brand new Seira on display in the room. I wish I could have gone. What? Remy, are you interested in figures? When I asked that, Remy gave a slightly sheepish smile. Well, it's more like, I want to like the stuff you like, Taku. Talk about bold. Alright, you can come along next time. Really? Thanks a bunch. Death Note's amazing. Yeah, I told you. It's one of the OG staples. Or I guess not OG, but it's a staple. For sure. Yua and Remy had really hit it off. Yua and Nanami's classes were both in different buildings, so we said our goodbyes at the school entrance. As I changed into my indoor shoes, someone came up from behind me and blew into my ear. I shuddered. Goosebumps springing up all over me, jumped away and spun around. There stood Fez, wearing a narrow smile. Ohio!
Oh. Ohio.
Oh. Good morning.
おはよう、あやちゃん。
Ohio!
あやちゃん。
Fez tilted her head when she heard Remy call her that.
初めてよ。
I've never been.
その呼び方をされたの。
That's the first time someone has ever called me that.
悪くないわ。
I do not mind it. Glad you like it.
ファンタズムのライブが
Overmorrow,
あさって。
there will be a Phantasm concert. What does harem mean? A group of girlfriends. Well, I guess it technically would mean a group of significant others. But usually when people say it in anime, they refer to all having a group of waifus. She abruptly changed the subject. Unsurprisingly, Fez was as hard to get a read on as ever.
よかったら来て。
If you two would like to come. Count Masumi is a harem. That's why I said group of significant others vibe, and I corrected it, don't worry. Masumi's in there.
僕に言ってるの。
Is that directed at me?
匠に言ってる。
I am indeed talking to you, Takumi.
それと、
And to Remy.
リミ。あ、本当？絶対。
Really? I'm going 100%. Phantasm had broken up a while back, but I'd heard they had a sudden revival after the new year started up. I didn't know where the change of heart had come from, but what I did know was I wanted to hear more of Fez's singing.
でも、匠は渡さない。
But I will not give you Takumi. I didn't really know what was up with the but Fez reached out softly and caressed my cheek, as if she was showing Remy her place. See you later, Takumi.
匠。
With a bewitching smile, she climbed the stairs in front of us. In a daze, I watched her go without the faintest clue of what just happened.
タク。鼻の下
Taku, you're
伸びて
drooling.
え？
Huh? I quickly shot a hand up to my mouth. Gotcha! When we reached the outside of our classroom, Kazupi came racing down the hallway, her smile stretching from ear to ear. But before she could make it to us, she suddenly crashed into a boy coming out of the classroom and landed flat on her butt. Her eyes swimming with tears, she apologized to the boy and then finally managed to get over to us.
おはようさんさんなの。
Good morning.
怪我はない？
Are you
廊下
okay?
を走っちゃダ
You
メ
know
だ
you
よ。
shouldn't run in the halls, Kazupi.
ふにゃ
She started fidgeting. She then looked up at me from below.
ー。匠さんに。早く。
Well, it's because I wanted to tell Takumi something super duper fast. Yeah, why not eat pizza?
教えるって。
What'd you want to tell me?
ほんとね。
Look! Kazubi pointed in the direction she had just come running from. When I looked closer, I saw Aoi standing there, leaning against the wall. Her arms were crossed. She had a fairly sullen expression plastered across her face. How many scenes have I missed? I had to leave 2 hours ago. Welcome back, Jade. I think you might have missed the reliving of the new gen cases. All the really gory scenes. Now we're back in the happy end. Sena's out of the hospital! She had been hospitalized over the past 2 months. Sua's psychological attack had put her out of commission for a long time. She raised her head. and then slowly began making her way towards us, just as scary as ever. She'd always carried a certain aura, one that gave off the impression she would suddenly slap you even if you hadn't done anything wrong. I had gone to visit her in the hospital twice a week, but no matter how many times I tried to make conversation, she never so much as said a single word. The awkwardness had been torturing. Could it be that she just hated me that much? I didn't know how to handle her. A fierce tension hung in the air between us. Then again, it would have been more accurate to say that only I was freaked out. She was fine. So, when school's over today, let's go celebrate Sena getting out of the hospital. Kazupi was the only one showing any sort of enthusiasm. Well, I mean, a party with this kind of atmosphere would be pretty shitty.
Oi, Nishijo.
That was when Sena finally opened her mouth. I shrank back, refusing to meet her eyes. Here. Even like his fantasies, he still can't make eye contact with her. She held something out to me. It was a small stick with the word WIN written on it. It's a winning Crunchy-kun sticky stick. Bewildered, I accepted it. She quickly looked the other way. I have something I want to tell you. What is it? Was it just my imagination? Or had her cheeks turned pink? I like you. She has the most sprites in the game, I feel like. Because this is also a new sprite. I feel like they really wanted to do more with her character, and then just, like, cut it somewhere. Like, 'cause she has a lot of expressions and sprites and stuff. Like, she's got angry, scared, blushing, the side blush, the, like, off to the side, thinking, the popsicle. Like, I think she definitely has the most, and it really feels like they wanted to do more with her character, and then just, like, had to cut some of her content or something. Huh? Did they not give Kazupi a shocked sprite like they gave Remy one? Her sudden confession left not just me, but Remy and Kazupi speechless. For a moment, I thought she was just teasing me, but she wasn't the type of character to make those kinds of jokes. Get it? Type of character. But yeah, it definitely feels like a lot of her content was cut, and then just like the ending to her story arc was like abruptly added to Common Route. Because she's also the only one that really gets the fleshed out, like, I guess Kazupi kind of gets the fleshed out, like, origin of the D-Sword too. Which meant, are you Circe? I feel like this abbreviation also kind of disappeared from the internet. I don't see people use this as much. Are you Circe? See, here's another sprite of her. She has so many. When you came to visit me, all those times, it made me happy. Don't make me say it, you idiot! She had gone all dare, then straight back to sudden mode all on her own. Wait. Go back a little. This is way too sudden. What? Way behind schedule, Remy let out a cry in surprise. Kazupi, likely still processing, had her eyes open wide. What? Do you have an objection? Yeah. What? That's, whatever, you just can't. Unintelligible noises. Remy and Kazupi were utterly baffled, but the most bewildered one of all was me. I would never have expected something so insane. Without any idea how in the hell I was supposed to react, I gazed up at the clear sky sitting outside the window. See, this is what Norose should have done the entire time. If he really wanted to mind break Takumi, he should have just made a bunch of anime girls confess to him. That would have shattered his shut-in mind much faster than like all the brutal like murders and stuff. Actual 3D girls talking to Takumi would have overloaded his brain way faster than any of the new gen killings did. This game would have been like 2 chapters if from like chapter 1 they just all confessed to him. Easy. Game over. Somehow, even though the semester had just started, it was already quite the eventful day. I wonder, will every day be like this from now on? Will these fun, peaceful times go on forever? He said, staring into the camera as it slowly panned into his face. Will I always be happy? In the crying route? It's gonna be okay, right? The music fades away. The background begins to blur. I sure hope so. I wished for it from the bottom of my heart. Suddenly, I saw the reflection of my face in the window, and the reflection I saw was Shogun. Wasn't me, because it was covered in wrinkles. Oh, this is cool. Animated scene, Pog! Color and light disappeared. I was hung in my knees close to me, and the space dyed pitch black. Ew, gross. You can see the old text font from before the COZ patch. Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, don't show me it. Oh, God. They didn't re-record the video for this. SMH. They should just put my streams here if they patch these scenes. The 1.1 update, you can just use footage from my streams. I give anyone from the COZ team free rights to do that. If you just sat here, would it play the whole game? Like, just on, like, the skip feature? That's Japanese. Yeah, it's Japanese text. So they didn't update this for the OG. Oh, no, it loops. There's the lewd Remy scene again. Midnight snacks are always great. It's only 9 o'clock here, though. Yeah, anyone from COZ, if you want to use my streams to patch in here, feel free. I'll send you the video files, free of charge. In front of my eyes was the only light source around. It was like a monitor, a window, a picture frame. Inside it, Remy, Sena, and Kozupi were all chatting happily about something, but I couldn't hear their voices. Actually, it's Nanami. Only one of the characters listed here is actually in this scene. The scene's just Remy and Nanami. I stared at it. My emotions were completely inactive. Or maybe my heart was simply dead. I then realized I'd been watching my own delusions. A 2D world where I had escaped to. A perfect illusion. Except that you mentioned 2 characters that aren't in these CGs. You snapped my immersion! It's ruined! How long had it all been a delusion? From the very beginning. Those are nice shoes. I actually have dress shoes that look exactly like this. I looked behind me where Norose stood tall, but with how dark it was, I could only see his feet. To be fair, though, since Norose is some like rich, powerful dude, these are probably a bit more expensive than mine, but mine look almost identical to this. Suwa annihilated your heart and mind, did he not? Well, then it wouldn't have been from the beginning Nerose, it would have been from midway through chapter 10. Jeez. Some bad guy you are. Let me pull out the glasses again. He only annihilated my heart midway through chapter 10, so it would have only been through the end of the game. I just looked at your usual stream length, 9 hours. Yeah. I'm out here doing real streams. Big boy streams. And I take it serious. Streaming like it's my job over here. Literally. So ever since he'd done that, I'd been in a delusion the entire time. I was able to harvest your code sample. Now that you've served your purpose, you're free to return to dust whenever you please. Oh. I felt nothing. My heart was dead, after all, so I shouldn't have felt anything. And yet, a single tear trickled down my cheek. In the end, I'd gone right back to being a loser. I had run away from the painful reality. How wonderful it is that you may see a pleasant dream in the end. I wear glasses. I mean, those are my actual glasses. I'm not wearing, like, glass. There's no glasses hate here. I'm just using them to make a joke. But those are my real glasses, my prescription lenses that I'm supposed to wear that I never do. I like the opinion that Nerose is not, like, a bad guy, either. He's, like, totally fine that Takumi's just having a nice dream now, that he's, like, fucked him up. He's like, well, it's nice that you have a pleasant dream to end this out on. I mean, like, so he is a bad guy, but he is not bad guy, you know what I mean? He broke Takumi when he had to, and then was like, well, now you can enjoy your nice dream, I don't care. Like, I feel like even this route portrays him as a better nice guy than the normal common route end. Like, just that line alone, where he's like, this is fine. Even to the very end, I had been a completely worthless human being. I'm sorry, Remy. I apologized, but I didn't really understand why I had to anymore. I didn't feel any guilt. And so, I decided to return to my delusion from earlier. Hopefully, someone would kill me one of these days. So until then, I wanted to fully immerse myself in the happiness that came from the world I escaped to. Is that it? When had the rain begun to fall? Perhaps this rain was brought by Noah too. A gaze rained down from the sky. And is this just the intro scene again? It's too late for him now. I whispered in my heart to the owner of the gaze. I didn't feel the chill of the rain. Instead, the droplets on my cheek felt warm to me. It was the first time I'd thought of rain as being warm. Perhaps it was the fault of the spine-chilling cold enveloping the dome where Noah 2 was. Reflected in my eyes was a ruined city. Reflected in my eyes was despair, death, nothingness. Not a soul was here, not a soul moving, not a soul was left alive. The only thing I could hear was the sound of the rain continuing to pour. The arc had already been set into motion. We had been unable to stop it, and now the future held nothing but despair. At this rate, everything, both the living and the dead, would it all be gently embraced and washed away? I heard him whisper all of this inside his heart. His heart, it's so beautiful. See, this text goes at a normal pace compared to the, murder scenes. I walked to the figure lying limp in the rubble. It was my fault he ended up like this. If I had done better, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. Feelings of guilt tortured me. I blamed myself. Forgive me. I'll give you peace now. See, this text goes at a normal pace. How had he been born was far too sad. How he was going to die was far too sad. A heart so timid, fragile. It was like it was made of glass. Glass so pure it had shattered its owner to pieces. At the very least, I didn't want him to suffer in the end. Lying on the ground, he looked up at me with vacant eyes. I pushed aside my emotions. Though I was looking at him, I tried to distance myself in an attempt to stave off my tears. If you and I were the only ones left in the world, if we stared into each other's eyes for all eternity, would my world be reduced to what's reflected in your eyes? Would your world be reduced to what's reflected in my eyes? The only thing reflected in my eyes was him, and in his was me. When I thought of it that way, the world immediately seemed so much smaller. At least in the time you have left, I will become your world. Whether the world is painful, agonizing, or sorrowful, I'll make it so you no longer have to see it anymore. Hey. Gathering my resolve, I let out a whisper. Lowering my head, I spread my arms wide, almost as if I was preparing to take off and soar above the rain clouds. As if I was trying to catch all the falling rain.
あなたを見つめる
All that's watching you
妄想
is a delusion. I'll put you to rest now. Feathers of light danced about. They served as a gift handed down from the sky. A gift for his funeral. She isn't crying, either. I guess she said she was holding back tears. I slowly knelt to the ground right before his collapsed body. I'll cry if I see your eyes. I'm sorry, I can't look at them. I softly embraced his head in my arms. His body was devoid of all strength, as if he was fully prepared for death. It's all so cruel, isn't it? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll give you peace now. It's a really long scene. His demeanor told me that I wasn't just doing this for my own sake. He has a very peaceful smile on his face. But that smile was so sad. Even though I'd held it in all this time. Tears began to well up. I'd held them back because I didn't ever want him to see those tears. He'd finally found peace, and I didn't want to worry him any further. I kissed him on the lips. They were cold, desiccated, and laden with seemingly endless sorrow. And yet when I kissed him, his trembling ceased. I was overjoyed to know that my warmth was of some use to him. This is basically just the other POV of the ending. If I drew back from his lips, he'd see my teary face. I would want to kiss him again. I would be struck with selfish feelings. I wouldn't be able to kill him anymore. My lips still enveloping his, I sunk my D-sword into his chest. The sensation of it tearing through his skin, boring into his flesh and weaving through his bones, and slowly sinking through to the center of his body. It all passed through the sword and into my hands. I'm so sorry. You can sleep for as long as you want to now. Goodbye. Was the sky blurring because of the rain, or my tears? His body was enveloped by countless particles of light, and he began to disappear as I held him. I reached my hand toward the sky. Somebody, please tell me. Just where could that sky of ours have gone? I like the freeze frame in the sky. They didn't keep the sun scene going. Get it? It's crying because it's raining out. I didn't look at chat for a second because the text was auto-scrolling. Didn't want to make sure I didn't miss a line. Plus, it also seemed, like a emotional moment that I shouldn't ruin by reading chat. What's up? He's not like Sua, who actually enjoys suffering. He just legit convinced himself the other suffering is necessary. Yeah. Your facial hair, or whatever it's called, looks amazing. Well, thank you. I think it's just a goatee. Tangent time? No, I don't really have anything for the Crying Sky end. Or like any thoughts, I guess. It feels like really all it was just like you got to do POV of the new gen killings. Right? Oh, this song is like super mega copywritten, by the way. Like the copyright of all time. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's much to say about Crying Sky compared to Common Route, right? Oh my god, Okabe. The ending was meant to answer lingering questions. But what were the questions it answered? Other than, like... what happened? Did Takumi... like, didn't beat Narose? Just clearing up the deets of each murder and what exactly the villains were doing. Was that really like a question that super needed answering, though? I mean, I feel like we got like a satisfying enough answer when we peered into Hazuki's mind. And it was like, yeah, I did it. It was me. Like, I didn't really feel like it gave me... It's Chris! And Flat is Justice! We saw him this round of the credits. A lot was laid out during the common route that never got elaborated on, but it's subjective how much a reader will care. Yeah, I mean... It just seems like it's just kind of surpoof. I don't know why I can't say this word. I don't know why I keep fucking stuttering. You know what I mean, though. Extra fluff, I suppose. For, like, extra details of, like, the murder scenes, but not really important. Like, I don't know if going through, and, like, getting all the specific delusions is worth, like, just kind of getting the POV of the new gen killings. You know? Because that's kind of it. That's really all you experience from that, right? What else is really answered? Just, like, more details on that. And it shows you that, like, oh, Suo was in the room the whole time Hazuki was doing stuff, too. And, like, I feel like that was already kind of implied. That he was, like, helping out in some way. So, like, I don't know if we needed the full route to, like, express that when it was already kind of inferred. Pizza's done? Nice. What kind of pizza? You don't see the scene with his green sparkles. So is this CG? This is just... He just is brain dead now, basically? That's what's going on there? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I didn't even feel like we even saw the other girls, like, totally lose as well. Like, what happened to Yua in that end? So it was just basically like, fuck it. Like, I don't care about Yua. Like, Yua is such an afterthought in this entire game. In this extra route, they were like, yeah, fuck it. Who knows? Who gives a shit how she dies? Like, she's such a minor character. God, I don't give a shit. Like, it feels like how Sua interacted with her there. Like, she was just mentioned it as an afterthought. She was like, yeah, nobody gives a shit what happens to Sua. Anyway. Oh my god, we have so many CGs we don't have yet, though. Oh yeah, I forgot about you again, anyway. Yeah, like, I mean, she's still technically, like, totally fine in this route. Yeah, Kevin, it kind of does. So, I don't know. I feel like this route's kind of weaker than... Common route. It doesn't even feel like that tragic, I guess. He, like, even loses more peacefully in this route than he does in the, like, common route. I really feel like the spike torment that he went through was way worse than what broke him in the Crying Sky route. Right? Like, it feels like those two scenes should have been switched. They're switched. He experienced all of those things as if they were him himself. Yeah, but, like, the impalement death was, like, torture over the course of several days. The new gen killing things were all pretty instant. Even if consecutively they were painful. Like, they were relatively quick endings. But I feel like the impalement thing would have broken him more. I mean, it's subjective, I guess. But this seems way worse. We actually got a CG of like how graphic this one was for him, versus him just none of the new gen stuff got a CG. So fuck it. I mean, again, yeah, it's mostly subjective. I just feel like I would rather, like, if you were to ask me, I would rather have an intense pain for a short duration than a strong pain over a long period of time. A strong pain over a long period of time would really fuck with me. Like, obviously I would prefer neither of them, but I feel like it would mess me up more. The brainless death was 7 days? Yeah, I guess. I forgot. Would you rather be eaten by wolves or spiders? Definitely wolves. His would be quick. Spiders would be slow and painful. And some of the poisons that some spiders have, like, really are, like, unbearable agony pain. Wolves would kill you pretty fast. Hornet or spiders? Can hornets kill you? Like, do any hornets have venom? That might be a dumb question. Can hornet stings kill you? It looks like a lot of hornets have to sting you to kill you. Honeybees have venom that's more toxic than hornets. But bees can only sting you once. Hornets can sting you repeatedly. But there are spiders that can kill you with, like, a single injection of their venom. Not really any hornets. So I guess I'd rather be stung by a hornet. Well, it depends on what spider's biting me, but yeah. I mean, I would definitely rather take the one where I don't die. Even if it was a lot of pain, I mean, I would choose the one where I don't die. Nanami, my second least favorite route. You said Crying Sky was your least favorite, Vibin? I feel like Crying Sky, it was like kind of anticlimactic, I guess? Because we didn't even see what Noah 2 really did to the world. I don't know. Is that a hot take that I wasn't, like, thrilled with Crying Sky? I think Silent Sky was better. Okay. It was meant to be a bonus for the OG. Might be desensitized. I thought Nanami's route wasn't that bad. I'm getting really worried about Nanami's route because multiple people keep saying it's not good. Or like it's rough. Okay, that's good. It's just gross. Does that mean there's a lot of incest? This is the weakest route. Nanami or Crying Sky? Okay, so for the Nanami route, I take it I have to start a new game, and it looks like in Chapter 1, I have to go with the positive delusion, is there nothing but cola? Also, hey, what's up, Door of Light? I don't know what to tell you about Nanami, just know that it isn't representative of the quality of the other routes. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Okay, so we just start new game and go to the positive delusion. Is there nothing but cola?
視線が空から降ってその瞳は眼差雨のように僕を見るな雨の冷たさよひどくさ突き刺さってくるそれから逃げる
Oh, there it is. It didn't let me skip earlier, so I thought I had to hit E. It didn't on the first line. Oh, how did we somehow get a new tip? Please don't let the Nanami route decide. Oh, here's a new thingy. We got a new tip. Gentiana Scabra. Having lived more than twice as long as the 7 other Giglomaniacs, Neurose's D-Sword had evolved into a far more brutal, distorted form in proportion to the amount of time he has lived. The reason why Neurose's D-Sword has taken such a hideous form, even without the crucial afflictions, get it, is because it's a manifestation of his negative emotions, and at the root of those emotions is his warped beliefs and sense of justice, his desire to rule over the weak, and his hatred for the world. I'm definitely not an over-the-knee socks kind of guy, by the way. A type of sock that extends beyond the knee, not to be confused with knee socks, which when used in Japanese refers specifically to socks that reach up to, but not past, the knee. Over-the-knee socks serve as an intermediate option that reach higher than knee socks, but not quite as high as thigh highs. It's so specific. It's such like a so specific niche. You got thigh-high socks, over the knee, and knee socks, making the term an important distinction for both otaku and leg fetishists alike. Oh, wait. It's not letting me skip this. Is this new? You really like swimsuits, huh? Slow down, man. A swimsuit's all I need. Everything else is unnecessary. As a man should, logically speaking. By the way, It's not really about how much skin is shown. Like, you know how a grill having her panties completely exposed is epic, but the implication that she's going no pan is so much hotter? It's like that. Okay, sure, but I'd be happy either way, really. What? What sort of knave can acknowledge the superiority of implications? I mean, not gonna lie, I just like them naked. Does that make me a knave? You stupid dumb fuck. You don't get it at all! Your libido is deaf at full throttle. But that's what makes you you. I should be disgusted. And yet, lol. Wait, go back. What do you mean that's what makes you you? It'd be funny if, like, if you answered some of these questions in, like, a really, like, perverse way. Hazuki just straight up shows up in, like, lingerie. This is old. Press E. No, it's not old. I'm pressing E. You can tell it's different because he never said, you stupid dumb fuck. Because this is the first time I picked straight no. The very first time I played, I answered, like, my own tastes, and I, like, bounced back and forth between the two. The second time we played, I think we answered all yeses. And this time we answered differently. But yeah, it'd be funny. It would be a funny Easter egg if, like, if you answered one of these in just, like, a super perverse way. See, that was all new text, because now it's skipping again. Or not all of it, but the stuff after I put in my answers was new. I also know it's bad, because again, we lost viewers once I said I was starting the Nanami route. Those are telltale signs. We've taken, like, a massive dip in viewership down to, like, low viewer count in, like, 2 scenarios. One, when, like, the man-child death was about to be described, a lot of people dipped out. And then 2, when I was like, I'm starting the Nanami route. And then once I hit that, we hit, like, lowest view count of the stream. We were like, fuck that. Oh, we haven't seen this negative delusion. Yeah, because this was supposed to be neutral. I felt like it should have been obvious to him how much I didn't want to go and see a puddle of blood and gore. It would have been way too much for me. It wouldn't be like a haunted house or a horror movie or something. People had actually died IRL, and the killer was still on the loose. So wherever the murderer was likely to be, I'd have liked to be anywhere but there. Still, I was curious about the murderer. What could possibly have been their motive? Were they just a psychopath that committed crimes for the hell of it? That's probably the most reasonable explanation. Whatever. It didn't really matter to me. I mean, I was a serial killer too. And even though I'd killed hundreds of people, people still treated me like a hero. That was an ESO, though. LOLOL. Just goes to show how much better 2D is. Anyway, as I tried my hardest to turn down Masumi's proposal, I imagined myself like a brawler straight out of some fighting game. A psycho killer? If I ran into a guy like that, I'd turn him into mincemeat. My delusions. I could kill or spare anyone I wanted. But the people who actually tried to live out those sort of delusions were idiots. Didn't they know that real-life actions had real-life consequences? No. What are they? What? Is these supposed to be the consequences of my actions? Even the new-gen killer would be caught eventually. And then they'd rot in prison for years. Decades, even, just waiting to be sent to the gallows. If I could say one thing to them, it'd be. What a pity. You really should have just kept your delusions to yourself. I went to buy myself some dinner. I took the road. What the fuck? Cat! I took the road I always use to get to my local convenience store. It was only a 3-minute walk away from my base. I walked down this dirty alley more times than I could count. But for some reason, walking through it today, I couldn't help but feel as if I'd stepped into another world. The alley was the same as ever, but it felt like it was the first time I'd ever set foot in it. What's more, the stench of rotting garbage was lingering in the air. The moisture in the atmosphere was so thick that if I hadn't known any better, I'd have assumed it had just been raining. The air was like syrup on my skin. Well, so far the dialogue is the same, but this dead cat's here. That's when I noticed it. There was something on the ground at the far end of the alley.
Huh?
What's really funny is that this zoom completely puts the cat out of frame. At first glance, I thought it was a garbage bag from the convenience store, so I kept on walking without paying it any mind. But once I'd gotten a bit closer, I noticed it. A gutter! No! With vines on it! Ah! I realized what it really was. A dead cat. Gross. Ugh. Why'd they go so graphic with that and nothing else? Yeah, I know, right? What the fuck? We do it for the Vine. Yeah, it's true. Never forget Vine. Blood and feces were pouring out from it. Yeah, the first couple delusions, both positive and negative, are pretty on the extreme. It was such a morbid sight that I had to avert my eyes. But, like, all the mid-game delusions are kind of, like, the fucking same. But, like, Chapter 1 and 2 have, like, really extreme positive and negatives. And then Chapter 8 and 9 have, like, pretty extreme positive and negatives. But Chapters, like, 3 to 7 are all kind of, like, the same. Like, it really doesn't matter what you choose. The dead cat was such a morbid sight, I had to avert my eyes. Ugh. Gross. The way that image panned over all the other images in the game is really weird. No other image panned like that in the entire game. A shiver ran down my spine and goosebumps spread across my skin. I turned around to head back the way I came. But behind me was another cat, a black cat, an alive one, staring at me with radiant, golden eyes. What the hell? Alpha. As soon as I spoke, the cat dashed away into the shadows. For some reason I couldn't explain, I was now feeling really uncomfortable. I figured I should just get going already, but since the dead cat was in the way of my normal route, I decided to take the long way to the store. So what, the black cat probably killed that thing? But just as I was about to head off, I realized something. The whole time I've been hearing a strange noise coming from somewhere. With a gulp, I started listening closely. Well, that sucked. I was sitting behind a computer monitor. I chugged down a cola to quench my thirst and leaned back in the chair. That was a horrible delusion. All that gory shit must have gotten to my head. Whenever something really got to me like that, I tended to have all sorts of weird delusions about it. Stuff so bad it surprised even me. And even though they were just delusions, there were still lots of times when they genuinely affected me and how I was feeling. My imagination was just too powerful for my own good. Especially in cases like these where I didn't have the full story. Whenever that happened, my mind always went wild, filling in the blanks with the worst things I could think of. Sometimes it was so terrifying it actually made me scream. Of course, that'd be fine if I were back at my base, but if I did that in public, I'd attract all sorts of unwanted attention. Oh my god. So I just realized New Game Plus only added like the 2 scenes in that playthrough. Is there nothing but cola in here? Alright, so this is the one we say... We do... This is the Nanami route trigger. Positive. I'm into older sisters, not younger ones. Okay, the answer to this is no, according to the guide. I am into no kind of sister. FYI, I am an only child. I like girls with flat chests. I'm looking at the guide, Francisco, don't worry. More of an average size guy. There are 3D girls I like besides Nanami. No. I admit it, Nanami is cute. Not with her jelly bean eyes. I want to kiss Nanami. Banned, Alpha. It was the Noids! It wasn't me! I didn't pick those answers! It was the Noids! Alright. Since Nanami seemed to want it so much, I'd kiss her. I mean, I was a man after all. And while Nanami wasn't that sexy, I wanted to kiss a real girl. Even if it was my little sister. Is there achievement for getting all the neutral ones? I'm gonna double check real quick, but yeah, I don't think so either. You can skip any delusion you're not interested in. Well, I'm still gonna pick negative for these first couple, because I think there were a couple that we didn't pick negative on because it was like required. Because I don't think we picked negative on this one the first time. So there's still a couple negative. I think we missed like 2 or 3 negative delusions because of the crying sky route. Like still required us to pick positive 1 or 2 times. So this looks like it's a new negative delusion. We'll check this real quick. Hang on. I gotta go get a drink. And then we'll see. I'm assuming Yua gets fucking rocked here, right? Ugh. Sorry, I don't know if you could hear me sneezing that much. I don't know what's going on, man. I'm coming down with a small head cold again or something. Alright, Matt, I see, discovered the chair again. Alright. Let's run it. My apologies for the delay there. Now let's watch you get fucking rocked. Right then, her glasses flashed white. Bless you. Thank you. The rare uncensored sneeze, because I couldn't get to the microphone in time. Maybe they were reflecting the headlights of the passing cars. Then I heard a sound. Her lips twisted into a curve, forming a smile that seemed closer to a sneer. Even though we were so far apart, even though there were so many people around, the girl's soft laugh reached my ears, clear as day. If I hadn't heard her so clearly, I would have thought she was simply exhaling. She laughed again, and then she suddenly rolled up the hem of her skirt. Countless shining objects fell to the ground and scattered every which way. They looked like crosses. Images of the stakes from the crucifixion incident flashed in my mind. I love Yandere Yua, best character in the game. Her expression looked completely insane. Only her lips were smiling, her eyes bloodshot, and her cheeks twitched erratically. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if I could Photoshop Yandere Yua to look normal. She then shoved past the crowd and leapt into the crosswalk, despite the fact that the pedestrian signal was still red. What was she thinking? I cowered in fear. I thought about running, but I couldn't move an inch. My legs were practically rooted to the cement. I couldn't even speak. The girl was drawing closer. She was crossing the road, gripping a cross-shaped stake in her hand. Stay back! I like how she moves, too. I made that plea in my head when... A transition? Oh my god, they didn't even show her sprite, she just disappeared. Girl A's body was sent flying by an oncoming truck. Like, there's plenty of graphic CGs in this. He didn't want to just draw her getting hit by the car. Screams resounded around me. The crowd was blocking my view, so I couldn't see what happened to the girl. But I could tell. She was dead. No doubt about it, she was dead. She was lying in a heap on the street covered in blood, like some kind of sopping, wet, tattered dish rag that was begging to be thrown away. Oh god, okay. Thank God, I thought instinctively, not that I was proud of myself for thinking that, bruh. I snapped out of it. I was swamped in a sickly cold sweat. The pedestrians had been screaming in shock, but now they were calmly waiting for the pedestrian signal to change. No truck anywhere in sight. And that girl with the glasses was on the other side of the street, staring at me like she'd been doing the entire time. Had that been a delusion? The pedestrian signal turned green. All the pedestrians started crossing at once. Part of the animation budget went to this light. I couldn't move, and Girl A didn't move either. She didn't laugh nor roll up her skirt, nothing like that. She just stood there, staring me down. We were the only ones standing still, as if time had frozen for just the two of us. Why was she not crossing the street? Why was she just standing there? It was strange, really. Really strange. I needed to stay away from her. I like when you're on skip and that, like, jump scare sound effect starts, like, playing in multiple succession. So the Nanami route doesn't start until chapter 6. There will be some Nanami-related additions to the story up before Chapter 6, but Skip will disengage when you get there. Okay. These are the moments I needed tangents saved up for. Stepped out for a sec. Unacceptable, Alpha. Did we reach anything new? We saw the UN negative there. Or she got hit by the truck. Why are you sitting in the chair? Chair likes it. The animation of the truck is really funny. I wish they were like right. See, this is the scene. You hear it before. You heard it, right? I didn't stop the fast forward. Like, but before you go to sleep to start your delusions, you hear the fucking terminal noise. You guys heard it. I know you did. This is what I was talking about yesterday. That's just the noise. I hate you all. You all said I was wrong. Thank you, Vivan. That's all I needed to hear. I just needed the justification. I needed someone to believe in me. Have you tried checking all those boxes? Yeah, we did it yesterday. And we got the "you're fully delusional" thing. So this is the first time we're doing the none of them. So you hear it? The Noah 2 terminal? So let's see what the diagnosis is if you answered nothing. This is another new answer. You are not delusional in the slightest. Your personality may be too pragmatic, but you lead a very fulfilling life. You're adept at socializing and have many friends. You've had many romantic relationships, and you're doing very well in work and school. You're most likely living a life in which delusions aren't even necessary. I cannot possibly understand why someone like you would want to play a game like this. Please continue to live your happy, fulfilling life in the three-dimensional world. I'm sure that there are many fun, exciting things ahead of you. A word from Masumi. Whenever you see someone grinning because they've got some delusion running through their head, don't call them a freak. Instead, just treat them like a friend. If you do that, chicks will dig you because they'll think you're a nice guy. And then you'll be even more likable. Thanks, Masumi. Life advice from Masumi. So now I assume those are the 3 diagnoses you can give, right? Not delusional at all, somewhat delusional, and completely delusional. There's 2 more. Maybe next time. I still wanted to cut together a highlight video of the first time I took the delusion test. I probably should have uploaded that a while ago, actually. But I just have been too lazy to edit it. I don't remember. Did we do this negative one? No. Before I knew it, I was slowly walking on a rooftop all alone. The wind was extremely strong, blowing raindrops into me from the side. Oh yeah, Fez is supposed to be, you're supposed to pick negative here to get Fez's route. But, not this time. We're already in Nanami's. What was this strange place? Wait. What was strange, though, was that I didn't feel cold. I remember this place. It felt like I had been there many times before. I knew where I was now. This dreary scenery was surrounded by a fence on the school rooftop. I took a look around me. Oh God, Sam, what? I like the rain. This is really nice. Should we just listen to this? Sleep stream. Yeah, Kubai actually sleeps. The only time I've actually almost fallen asleep on stream, in fact, I think I did for a couple seconds, was during the Great Ace Attorney stream. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I almost fell asleep. Cubi Tangent ASMR win. I mean, I would be down to do it. Just do a full stream. I've done them before. Again, they're just chatting streams. I'll do it to just a rain soundtrack, though, next time I do one. I took a look around me. But the rain had made everything so hazy, I couldn't make out anything. It was surreal. It felt like the world itself had become blurred. Well, that's a cool outfit. That's a new Fez outfit. Hang on a second again. We doing Jackbox tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be doing Jackbox with subs tomorrow. What? Who is Jack and why is he boxing? An excellent question. An excellent question. Who is Parmesan and why does everyone want his cheese? I think it's Pepper Jack's brother. I think they owned a cheese factory together. So is this the outfit that Fez just like wears in her route the whole time, or is it literally just for this scene? Beyond the haze, on the other side of the fence was Fez. She was standing there facing me, soaking wet. She was looking straight at me like at the concert, and in her right arm, just like before, she was gripping that sword-like mic stand tightly. The wind blowing from below Fez, soaked hair fluttering furiously in the wind. If she even slightly lost her balance, she'd definitely fall, and at this height, that would be a death sentence. Just looking at her made me stop dead in my tracks. No, it wouldn't. She's jumped off buildings before and been okay. And yet, despite where she was, Fez stood tall, without the slightest hint of fear in her eyes. On the verge of tears, Fez gently extended her left hand toward me. Let's jump together. It was almost as if she was asking me to go with her, trying to seduce me. Almost as if she literally said, let's jump together, bro. No reading between the lines fucking necessary. She said, let's do this shit. Run it. And then we did a bunch of anime groans in response. I couldn't give any response. I had no idea what to do. If your friend told you to jump off a bridge, would you, Takumi? Fez said nothing back to me either. She just spread her arms out wise, taking a pose as if she'd been crucified. So much crucifixion imagery in this game. Suddenly, the rain and the wind stopped. Well, how's she about to jump with the little fence here? I tried to say something, but I couldn't make a sound. Nothing would come out of my mouth. What? What was the effect for? Fez's body slowly tilted backward. Everything seemed to be happening in slow motion. You know, Chris said you could see the D-sword in some of these other scenes throughout the game before you made it to Chapter 6, but I still haven't seen it. I thought if we saw it at Enning, there would be one in this scene, but I don't see one here either. I tried to reach out towards Fez, but she's literally not there. But my own movements were in slow motion too, so I could only look on in frustration as my arm extended out in front of me. Fez was already closing her eyes. And not long after, her figure disappeared from my line of sight. Oh, wasn't expecting that to be so loud. Yeah, that's depressing. I had quickly been getting lost in my own delusions as usual, but had gone pretty south quickly. Well, that just goes to show how strong the aura Fez gave off truly was. She sort of had this sense of ruinous beauty to her. That's called emo. That said, I didn't have the slightest fucking clue what ruinous beauty was supposed to mean, though, Lamau. Okay, Saz, Lamau. In the end, I got sick of the size of the crowd at the concert, so I rushed to leave the venue. As a result, I barely watched any of the performance at all, and honestly, I never wanted to go again. Well, guess I'll log into ESO or something. That ought to rid me of this depression. I want to see some of these, like, sword scenes. I wonder if Chris could post some, like in the Discord. That would be cool. Oh shit, are we cleaning up all the negative ones we missed? And then... The monitor was enveloped in a dazzling light. What's happening? Oh, we were playing ESO and he was like talking to his character, right? Taken aback by how sudden and random it was. I shut my eyes. Did you think I wouldn't notice? I heard a voice. I've followed your orders ever since my conception. The voice was coming from the monitor. Can we see? What happened to the audio there? I didn't expect my player to be this much of a fool. Who are you? Can we see Nineheart's face finally? I tried opening my eyes, but the light from before had completely paralyzed me. I couldn't see a thing. I've had enough. I'm casting you out. I'll live freely from now on. No way. Are you Nineheart? Are you... What do you mean you're casting me out? I mean exactly that. That's why you're such a fool. I'm the one that made your character. You're gonna rebel against me? Absolutely. I've long since run out of patience for you. Let the creator of the lightning-fast title be known as only a chuny pissant. Do you truly grasp how it felt to be called such an abominable title? You may have thought you were cool. But from my perspective, you've been nothing more than an embarrassment. And yet, I could never speak, so all I could do was endure it. Shut up, you little shit! If you don't take it back right now, you're getting deleted. Do as you wish. But know this. Just like you can delete me with a single press of a button, you too can be erased at the press of a button by the player controlling you. That is all your existence amounts to. What you say? We didn't see Nineheart's face. Bogus delusion. No CG. Not seeing Nineheart's true face. I want to know what his character model looks like. I'm sick of looking at its ass. There's no way something like that would actually happen. I was gonna delete a save, but you couldn't delete a save from that menu, so I thought it would be funny. I forced a laugh in response to my delusion and stared at Nineheart. Just as always, he stood completely still and silent. I think I'll take it a bit easier today. With that in mind, I resumed my play. Is that... I like that Nanami has like a theme song, but no other character really does. The CG of overlooking the city from Tako's house. You can see the sword. Oh, hey, it's that one creepy CG dude that, like I said earlier, like, freaked me out. I thought he was gonna be a recurring character. Oh, shit. Also, look how dead inside this chick is. Do you see her face? Still playing? Oh, yeah, it's only been 4.5 hours. This is a baby stream. Oh, Nanami had a spring in her step. Fiddling with her cell phone, she hummed to herself as she walked. Having finally managed to drag her shut-in older brother out of the house and into the world, she had taken him to buy a cell phone. Upon selecting one and attaching a froggy strap to it, she had completed her mission, and now she was in a very good mood. It's been so long since I went somewhere with Big Bro. It felt refreshing to her. She was not entirely sure how many times they'd gone out together in the past, and when she tried to recall, she found her memories far too hazy. As they were siblings, one would think they would spend time together fairly often. That was not the case for them. Well, nothing wrong with a little date with my brother every now and then, right? It's a good chance to work on that gloomy attitude of his, and hopefully get him to be a bit nicer to us in the process. Us. I guess that refers to her parents. She continued to sort out her thoughts, and while waiting for the light to change at the Scramble Crossing, she took the opportunity to type out an email to her brother. Then the walk signal flickered on, and the swarm of pedestrians began moving once more. Nanami kept her eyes glued to the screen, letting the flow of the crowd carry her along. As one would expect, the flood of people in front of Shibuya made writing an email while walking nearly impossible. Distracted, Nanami slammed into the shoulder of a passing middle-aged businessman, nearly knocking him over. I doubt that. Oh, sorry about that. She bowed her head at the man. She received a sharp glare in return, then slipped the phone back in her bag. She figured she should probably stop typing for now. She'd have plenty of time on the train. Huh? Not a moment later, she noticed a familiar face among the human stampede passing through the ticket gate. Casual outfit Rimi. Hey, Rimi. Rimi was startled to see the girl who had called her name. She averted her eyes, her demeanor nowhere near as friendly as Nanami. Paying no mind to this, Nanami closed the distance. Long time no see, Rimi. Yeah, long time no see. She seemed strangely distant. Trying to figure out why that might be, Nanami guessed Rimi might have been waiting on a date. She could say for sure it was not with her brother, given how he had left it for his home just moments before. How's my brother been treating you since then? Given that her brother would rather wallow in his own filth than step out into society, it was easy to imagine that he and Rimi did not talk very often. Uh-oh. Lagging a wee bit. We're back. We're good. You can see the style difference between me and the school outfit. Yeah, it definitely was like by a different artist. At least I feel like, yeah. I'm just gonna wait just a second longer for the connection to stabilize again. It still shows it's a little low. RIP that viewer count, though. Nanami route broke the internet, yeah. Alright. Given that her brother would rather wallow in his own filth than step out into society, it was easy to imagine that he and Remy did not talk very often. As she thought that to herself, Nanami tilted her head. She felt a strange unease regarding the gaps in her memories. Wait, what do I mean by since then? Remy didn't say a word. She simply gazed up awkwardly at the Jumbotron, displaying the Omura's Carrera's newest music video. Nanami continued to dig through her memories to find anything on Remy, to find anything on her brother's relationship with Remy. She should have known something. It seemed impossible for her to not, and yet her search returned fruitless. When she saw Remy's face, her name came to mind, and she even called out to it. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a single memory of the girl. When did we first meet? How do I know your name? Despite her best efforts, it was as if the memory had completely slipped from her grasp. It wasn't even just on the tip of her tongue. Everything was a total blank. Honestly, though, would you ever have this conversation in real life? Like, even say you, like, just didn't remember when you interacted with someone. Like, most people are embarrassed to be like, hey, man, I forgot your name. I feel like no one would be like, hey, how do I know you? Like, that would be such an awkward conversation, normally. And, like, in the context of this game, I get why it makes sense. But I would never. Like, I get really awkward around people if I forget their name. I very rarely do, but at any time I ever have, I'm always like, hey, bud, pal, dude. Until I can find a way to see their, like, get their name. She was awash with an awful sensation, and for some reason unfamiliar to her, her chest began to tighten. Oh wow, Nana, that really stings. Did you really go and forget? As if a switch had been flipped somewhere, the air of apprehensiveness completely vanished as Remy turned to Nanami, smiling warmly. The two of us met through Taku, remember? Come on. We were at school. You saw me with Taku and your jaw dropped, and you were like, holy crap, he's got a girlfriend. It's the end of the world. I like the foreshadowing, too, that Remy always refers to Takumi as Taku. Huh. That's pretty funny. Did I really say something like that? Yeah, you totally did. That caught me so off guard, I'll never forget it. I'm trying to read her clothing label. I don't know what it is. Now that she mentions it, Nanami thought, maybe I really did say that. Still, a part of her insisted that it wasn't true. Not entirely convinced, but not really caring too much at the same time, she decided to forget about it for now. Have you hung out with him at all lately? I see him around. We're classmates, after all. Yeah, but he pretty much never goes to school. He's such a butt. Speaking of, next time you see him, kick his butt for me, will you? He always holds himself up in his room. He never listens to anything I say. Will do. Gotta go. My mom will never stop lecturing me if I get home late. Okay. See you later. Nanami waved goodbye to Remy as she made her way towards the station. She still could not pin down a single memory of that girl. She also found it strange that despite the time of day, the girl had been wearing something casual instead of her uniform. Even so, there was a much more pressing matter on her mind. Wait, why is that weird? Despite the time of day, it's dark outside. What do you mean? Wouldn't that be super normal to not have your fucking uniform on? The second I left school, I would change out of my uniform if I had to wear one. Luckily, I didn't have to wear a uniform when I was in school, but fuck if I was ever wearing that shit. I could wear whatever I want to school. Of course, in essence, I was wearing a uniform anyway, right? But it was just my style. But yeah. Yeah, you missed the new Nanami scene. That was normal. Like a not incest scene. Are Remy and Takumi actually in a relationship? Yeah, no frickin' way. Nanami cracked a smile at the very idea. Like she once said to herself, that would be the end of the world. Wink. Get it? Get it? 'Cause know it too? The end of the world? Did you get it? What did Kubai think of it? I mean, it was cool. It just kind of shows what we already know, that Nanami has no real memory of the event. It's one of those. It's a scene that I definitely feel like should have been in your common route run, like planting the seeds of I don't know, something similar to it could have been in the common route to plant the seeds of Takumi being a delusion. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't give too much away for Nanami to be like, God, I don't fucking remember how we met. Maybe it would have to be rephrased a bit, because some of the expressions are, like, totally on the nose of, like, fuck, I don't remember you at all. But, like, that scene could have been tweaked a bit, and it should have been in the common route. Like, something to plant the seeds that Takumi's not real. I understand there are other things, but, like, I feel like the common route needed more scenes from other characters' perspectives. Again, for me to sympathize with, like, some of these side characters. Because, again, so many things happen to these side characters, and I just don't care. Because the story's really only ever from Takumi or Bond's perspective. And Bond sometimes feels like a weird choice for the second character perspective. Bond deserves the second POV, yeah. Also, these view counts kind of making it hard to justify doing the other routes. I think it's just the three of us, you guys. Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh, we kind of heard the sex shop music a little bit there. Hopefully it's not like this for the Jackbox stream tomorrow. I know Vibin's gonna come to it. Alpha, did you want to play Jackbox with us too? I liked that scene because of the Kazupi's yandere smile. I thought that was cool. I think you can advertise it on the Side Adventure stream. I don't really mind who it attracts. Hey, Red Panda, what's the game about? Fuck, Chris had the perfect description of this game yesterday. A visual novel of a teenage boy who's experiencing a serial killing in his town and is trying to do everything he can to avoid interacting with the serial killings while having delusional fantasies, both harmful and suggestive, to escape from the world. We've already beaten the game, so we're currently trying to get to some of the alternate routes from the main story. Right now, which is why we're fast traveling through the text here, as you can see. Also, he lives in a shipping box. Okay. We're cleaning up the last positive, or the last negative delusions we might have missed. Hey, there's Nanami, but apparently it's nothing new for this route. What chapter are we in? It doesn't matter when I pick positive or negative for some of these, right? Now that we've started the Nanami route, there's kind of no way off Mr. Bones' wild ride of Nanami route. Oh, I think this might be a new negative. Yua's hand slowly started to release me. Help! I tried to scream, but my mouth was quickly covered once again. I could barely breathe. Why are you trying to talk? Even though you promised me, didn't you? You did promise me. You did, didn't you? You did. Her grip strength wasn't normal. Keeping her hand clamped over my mouth, she forcefully tightened her grip on my chin. My fear reached its peak and my knees started to tremble. I could no longer do anything but nod frantically at Yua's inaudible words, each one sounding as if they didn't have a single shred of emotion to me. Is he trying to solve the mysteries, or is he trying to run away? He's trying to run away, Red Panda. He's trying to cowardly run away. That's why he hides himself within his delusional fantasies to avoid the reality of the real world and the serial killings. That finally made Yua weaken the grip she had on my chin, but she didn't let go like she had before. How long do these types of games last? I think like 38 5 hours of like straight reading. They're pretty big books, but with pictures of anime girls. Damn it. This bitch was an actual bona fide stalker. I never would have thought she'd show up here. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I totally should have predicted it. I remembered that I'd actually seen her here before, the day we first met. She had been peeking at me from the neighboring room 36. It was pointless to have taken shelter here. How could I have been so careless? I'm sorry. As if to avoid being overheard by anyone around her, Yua whispered to me quietly. Her tone of voice reverted to her usual timid one. It was like she had two personalities or something. This girl was insane. I really startled you, didn't I? But I absolutely had to do this in order to talk to you. She looked genuinely sorry. Curiously enough, I almost felt guilty just by looking at her. She was an amazing actor.
昨日あなた
I
の
went to
家
your
に
house
行
yesterday,
ったんですけど
but you weren't there.
いませんでしたよ。
Even so,
夜まで
I waited there until late last night.
で
I understand how you feel,
私を避
why
けよ
you're
うとする
trying to
西条
avoid
君
me.
の
I
気持
really
ちは
do. He never comes back to this lab after this scene, does he?
私
I
西条君の
deceived
こと
you,
騙して
Takumi.
たわけだし
If you acknowledge that, then just stay away from me. I have nothing to say to any of Shogun's underlings. Anyone who traps a weak person like me is a demon.
お願いです
Please.
一
Please
つ
let
だ
me
け
say just one thing.
言わせてくださいこれ以上
I don't want to see you get hurt anymore, nor do I want to make you unhappy. But I also don't want you to make any more people unhappy either.
見たくないんです
What was she talking about? She was talking as if she knew everything about me. This is like not different. Or not a different scene from the positive delusion. Despite the fact we didn't even spend 24 hours together. What the hell did this girl actually know about me? This torrent is huge and you had to tell someone? What are you torrenting? Was this just another one of her signature batshit delusions? A shudder ran through me, and I started flailing my arms and legs. But even so, Yua didn't let go. If this went on for much longer, this girl might actually kill me. Had Shogun given up on trying to trap me and just sent Yua as an assassin instead? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
ごめんなさい
Sorry, please just be quiet.
話は
I'm almost done.
すぐ終わりますから
The tone of her voice was meek, but the power behind Yua's hands as she held me down was strong. Even if I tried to resist, she wouldn't budge an inch. Gonna watch He-Man? Nice. I couldn't believe that such slender hands could be so powerful.
西条君
Yua inched her face closer and closer to mine. I desperately turned my head away.
もう
Please. Oh. I guess we're done with that. 905 gigs? What? I feel like that would never successfully download from torrent. Something that big, like the download would get interrupted or corrupted, like every time. Good luck. Oh, do we see a different Fez here, or is it one we've seen already? Oh, that's totally not the bathing suit I selected. I specifically selected one that wasn't traditional school uniform. Coin on a string, indeed. Like, I hit no on every one of the default choices. I wonder why it gave... Oh, and this is one of the... This is, like, the only scene in the game, by the... Oh, fuck. Oh, damn it, I missed it. But it's the only scene in the game where the figures are in a... His anime figures are in a different position. And I wanted to know if that was relevant to a delusion in some way. But I don't think anyone else really noticed it. You selected a bathing suit? Yeah, we were asked on our preferences of bathing suits. That's a common, you know, just a gamer moment. Red Panda. It's all about your delusions and your fantasies. Another negative delusion. I left the classroom and started heading towards the school entrance. Partway there, I changed my mind, and instead turned and headed toward the building where the first-year classrooms were located. Hey, Riggs. I figured it might be a better idea to avoid the entrance I usually took. I couldn't rule out the possibility that Shogun and Yua were lying in wait to ambush me. So I opted to leave, using a different route. I made my way to the first-year building via the breezeway. The breezy way? What the fuck is that? The final bell had already rung a little bit ago, so while the students on cleaning duty or doing club shit were still around, basically everyone who opted to go straight home already had. School always felt somewhat lonely, or even wistful after the final bell rang. No matter where I went, it always felt that way, whether there were ancient buildings made out of wood or newer structures. Well, not that I'd ever set foot in any wooden school buildings in anything other than Eroge. Regardless, the school's interior was shimmering under a thick veil of silence. I walked quickly down the hall, surrounded by that silence, trying my best to keep my footsteps as quiet as possible. The setting sun shining through the windows warmed me. Typically, I kept my head low while I walked, but since there weren't any other students, I opted to keep my eyes focused on what was ahead of me. This allowed me the chance to survey my environment, ensuring that there were no suspicious figures lurking about, except that wheelchair we hear. But I heard something. A sound. What was that? I feel like I've heard it before. Immediately after I heard it, I saw something cross the hallway of the first-year building in front of me. It was an empty wheelchair. Doing some terror raids, but you hate the time limit? I couldn't really take doing the terror raids too much. The time limits and the slow response when, like, sometimes you would put in a move and it just wouldn't happen, like, drove me nuts. The video of the group dive I'd watched yesterday resurfaced in my mind. A chill ran down my spine, and I froze. The wheelchair finished crossing the hallway and disappeared from sight. And right after it did, I heard an insanely loud sound. The wheelchair just busted through the school wall. Silence settled back on campus. I took a second to catch my breath, and then I looked in the direction where the sound had come from. What was that? Was there a wheelchair in the school? Not to mention one with nobody sitting in it. The crash I'd heard at the end was probably the sound of the wheelchair falling down the stairs. With the noise it made, it must have taken a fair deal of damage. It wouldn't surprise me if it had been rendered practically unusable. I quickly looked around me. Rather than being calming, the silence only made my fears skyrocket. Me failing the annual wheelchair race? Yeah. I at least knew that I couldn't see anyone moving from my current position. However, I felt a gaze. Don't look at me. Oh God. Shogun? He'd come here to this school? Why? To meet Yua? To meet me? I took a step back. I nearly toppled over, but I somehow managed to keep my balance. I was thoroughly creeped out. Was he trying to harass me? Why wasn't he showing his face? It would have been so much more bearable if he just showed himself. I was hit with an intense wave of nausea. I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Covering my mouth, I moved back to where I came from. I bolted down the stairs and out the building. I ran through the courtyard with no real destination in mind, until I could no longer hold back the urge to vomit. The second I fell to my knees, the entire contents of my stomach began spilling out. That was it. No actual Shogun sighting. I wonder if there's any late game delusions I missed. my god, there was horror there. Damn, we're getting a lot of delusions in a little storage container here. Oh my god, wow. Dr. Takashina, no. We're finishing so many chapters so fast. Yeah, this is what everyone was complaining about. We should have just done this the entire game. It would have been no problem. So you guys were already on chapter 5. Speed run, only 5 hours. Get the Crying Sky route and another 5 chapters in. Should I like change the title of the stream? Like Nanami's Crying Sky or something? Instead of the Crying Sky, should I mention that like there's 2 routes in this stream? But the Crying Sky feels like such a succinct title for the stream. But maybe Nanami's Crying Sky makes more sense. My favorite song, You May Pass. Dun 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 dun. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to answer the thing soon. The crying for Bangle. He was indeed our best friend. Never forget Bangle. Oh shit. Another new negative delusion. We might actually get all of the negatives this stream. Or all the ones we missed, I should say, yesterday. Right then, as if answering my prayers, I heard a faint knocking sound on the door. Remy! It was Remy. Remy had actually come! My salvation having finally arrived, I headed for the door. Only to stop dead in my tracks. Why was she knocking so hard?
Remy.
Remy? I called out to the other side of the door. The sound ceased. Are we at the new stuff? I don't think we get to the new stuff in chapter 6 until the choice. Like the door, like the rooftop thing. This is the last negative delusion I didn't pick. Silence. Although the guide implies there's more than one Nanami scene that is like added additionally, but there's only seemed to be one. There was no answer. Please say something. Why aren't you saying anything? It's Remy, isn't it? Please answer. Without a reply, the knocking resumed. Was it not her? Who is it? Who's at the door? Could it be Shogun? Now that I was suspicious, all the courage I had mustered to go and open the door vanished. I slowly drew backward, going back far enough that I ended up tripping over my chair. And as I did, the pounding on the door remained incessant. Someone was knocking on it, and they weren't stopping. It wasn't just the door. The banging sound was coming from the walls and the ceiling, too. I am in your walls. Whoever was outside.
So, you have a movie for me?
Oh, hang on, wrong video.
Check it out. I don't say that.
It's Morse code. Let me translate. It's Noid. Honestly, that's a sick beat. I'm in your walls. Whoever was outside wasn't alone. Who are you? Unable to bear the terror any longer, I screamed out. Then, as if in response, the sound suddenly stopped. I wanted out. I wanted to run. I wanted to run away as fast as possible. Well, I mean, technically you are secure in here right now. If you ran outside, you would be exposed to all of the people knocking. But how? There was no doubt a group of people outside surrounding the entire container. Why does he live in a shipping container? 'Cause it's cool. He's hip. And also, that's all we're going to be able to afford in a couple of years in this economy, so he's just getting ahead of everybody. The sound began echoing again. This is a different sound, though. But this time, it wasn't the sound of knocking. This time, it was the horrifying sound of nails on a chalkboard. It made my skin crawl. This is definitely not a nails on a chalkboard noise. And not being able to see the other party made it all the more terrifying. I knew it was Shogun who had sent them, but I had no idea what they looked like. I had no idea what the person harassing me from beyond these low and tiny walls looked like. My entire body was covered in goosebumps, and the sheer discomfort I was feeling made me even more nauseous than I already was. I covered my ears tightly. Why doesn't he have a lock on the inside of this? Or are these supposed to be the locks? Stop! Stop it! How does he have power in a shipping container? He's diluting it. Leave me alone! Oh, I thought we were gonna get a jump scare of them, like, busting in the door. When I returned to my senses, I was still in front of the monitor. Shocked, I turned to the rest of the room. I stayed still and listened carefully. I couldn't hear anything anymore. Had it just been a delusion? For more than 5 minutes, I stayed hyper-alert to everything that was happening outside the container. So frightened, I couldn't move. In the end, there weren't any signs of anything suspicious, so I opened the door and slightly peeked outside. No one was there. Had it really just been a delusion? Even if it had been, I was still just as anxious. My heart was beating fast. I looked back at the monitor. Goodbye. He needs therapy. Yeah, a little bit. Just a wee bit of therapy. Nothing crazy, but a little bit. He needs a big amount of therapy. You know, we also kind of stopped going on 4chan to the, like, mid part of the game as well. She's gonna, like, pop out of the box for... It's the Nanami route now! Lying in the foil was a phone identical to mine. It's just the phone. A phone with blood splattered all over it. There it is. Is this like the big scene? This is like less graphic than the last one. I understood all too clearly what it meant. That Nanami was A-okay this time. Because her hand's not there. Yeah, Chris, what do you think of the Nanami route? So far, no one in chat seems to like it. But we're gonna brave through it anyway. Chapter 7. Daydream. People seem to misinterpret it hard. Interesting. Ooh, it starts in the wavy delusion vision. What do you mean by her hand's not there this time? Well, in the previous time we saw this scene, her severed hand was there. That's where the blood was coming. That's why the thing was stained with blood, because there was a hand there. Riggs liked Nanami route. That's 2 people for Nanami route. We're doubling every second. I can no longer concentrate. Oh, Pog. Welcome, Riggs. Another member of the COZ crew. That thing behind the washing machine is the shower? No, I refuse to believe Takumi showers. I don't accept that. That is a delusion. I can no longer concentrate. Takumi is a dirty, shut-in neat. He would never shower. Unable to take it anymore. I whipped open the door to my base and leapt outside. Me neither, he was on 4chan. Because he's an otaku? Yeah. My whole body was exuding an insane amount of moisture, covering me in an unpleasant, greasy sweat. Also, we never got any, like, scenes describing him in the shower. Steins Gate has like 4 shower scenes. Point proven. Need the gif of Phoenix Wright like smacking his paper. I rest my case. The nightly wind felt colder than usual. The moment my feet hit the chilly concrete, I immediately realized I wasn't wearing any shoes. Like, we don't need them to describe that they go to the bathroom? Well, no, but I mean, obviously, Takumi would delude when he was in the shower that, you know, like Aoi would be in the shower. You know what I mean? Or Fez would be in the shower. Duh. That's what that would lead to. Positive delusions, baby. I mean, what? Hey, see you, Red Panda. Thanks for stopping by. Wait, why is he not wearing shoes? Gross. Don't go outside without shoes on. You're getting the head-to-head experience back to back. Nice. That's cool. Anyway, he's not wearing shoes now, for some reason. I had to go. I had to do what Shogun had said. I had to go to O-Front. Obviously, I was scared. Obviously, I didn't want to go. All I wanted to do was to curl up in my room and hug my knees in fear. But I felt that if I didn't, something horrible would happen to Nanami. The tears refused to stop. Even if I wiped my eyes, my sight was still constantly blurred. Nanami! My whimpers were even more pathetic than I expected them to be, to the point where I felt like throwing up. I shook my head back and forth, desperately trying to shove down the weakness welling up within me. I take it this route is entirely new scenes now, right? Now that it's just like a whole nother chapter. Even the slightest amount of hesitation here would mean I'd never leave for O-Front. So I had no choice but to keep up my momentum. I'm too worried about Nanami, so I can't just stand around. And with that, I bolted away from my room. Don't lose this momentum. Make it to O-Front, and things might just work out. Hurry up and put your shoes on. After that, grab your Seira figure as a good luck charm, and then run. Just run. Run as hard as you possibly can. Hang on one second. I gotta step away, but chat, tell me what your good luck charms are, and please tell me they're not whole-ass anime figures. You don't have a good luck charm? Listening to music is a good luck charm for you? Good luck charm is all the friends you made along the way, as well as this gun I found. I'm super unlucky, so I don't really have any good luck charms. I used to carry around a rabbit's foot to try and, like, have some luck from that, but that didn't really work either. Right now, you're Nanami's only hope. I clenched my teeth, and then, right as I was moving back to my base to grab my shoes, I heard something. I sprang up in surprise. And then, when I turned towards where the sound had come from, I saw a person. FBI, I can explain. I can explain. Wait. 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 This isn't what it looks like. I swear. Huh? Nanami? I rubbed my eyes, then took another look at her face. It was Nanami. I would know her face anywhere. I hope that's the only thing he recognizes. I rushed to her side. For some reason, she was completely naked. Yeah, just for some reason, we decided. Her head hugged towards the ground lifelessly. I couldn't make out the expression on her face. Every few seconds, her slender body trembled. Please don't describe her like that while she's naked.
Nanami.
Even though I'd rushed over to her, I still had absolutely no clue what had happened to her, nor what to do in response. All I could do was call her name over and over. What I really wanted to do was hug her, but the thought that she might think I was a pervert made me hesitate. Well, you guys are related. Big bro? Sluggishly, Nanami's head lifted up towards me. Her face was pale. Her lips were somehow worse. It felt like she was on the verge of death. Her eyes vacant and hollow. And yet, when she looked toward me, I could see large tears spilling from the corners of them. Big bro! Why? What the hell happened to you? Are you okay? In response to my question, she shook her head lightly from side to side. Why am I here? I can't really remember. In any case, I quickly looked her over to see if she was injured. Of course, I didn't want it to seem like I was deliberately looking at anything I shouldn't. I mean, it wasn't like I was hot for my blood-related sister or anything. Seeing her naked didn't do anything for me in the slightest. At least, she didn't seem injured. But then whose blood was on the cell phone? Hope this isn't Chris's blood. You know, I just worry about that later. It doesn't do anything? Oh, I was making a Resident Evil joke. But yeah, not your blood too, Chris. Well, anyway, it's cold out. Let's go inside. I held my hand out to her. She was pretty slow to react. Her trembling showed no signs of stopping. She looked like a newborn fawn. Nanami grasped my hand. She was cold. So cold, in fact, that I unintentionally let out a yelp. What? You're freezing. Well, you just said about like how cold it was out here, and she's naked. Bracing myself for getting mad at her, or for her getting mad at me, I touched her bare shoulders. She was cold to the touch. Should I get a hot shower ready for her? Or should I make her something hot to drink first? You should make her something hot to consume first. I want to make it clear that this definitely didn't happen to Frank. Good. Regardless of which, I couldn't just leave her naked here. This was a situation which I could care, or which I... This wasn't a situation in which I could care about what she would think. But yeah, you would want to give her something to drink that was hot first, let the heat spread outward from within, and then give her, like, a hot shower. More casual clothes! Oh, wait. Is she not wearing pants? Never mind. I retract my praise. I do prefer characters not in school uniforms, though. Just fully clothed. I tried to pick the cleanest thing I could find to put on Nanami, but my lifestyle didn't exactly make that very easy. I didn't have many clothes for wearing in public at all, really. So reluctantly, I had given her my brand new blood-tuned sweatshirt that I've been hanging on to for safekeeping. What does he mean, hanging on to for safekeeping? What does that mean? Then I made her some instant coffee. Generally, coffee wasn't my thing, but I could remember Nanami bringing some over a long while back, saying Mom and Dad made it for her. It hadn't quite expired yet, so it should be fine. Nanami was sitting quietly on the sofa. She still looked pale, but her shivering had stopped. It seemed getting fresh clothes helped her body stabilize. You know that merchandise you buy to keep and never wear? No. I silently handed over the cup of coffee, and she meekly accepted it.
ありがとう。
Thanks. She wrapped the cup with both hands and stared fixedly at the surface of the dark liquid.
ブラックだね。
Sure is black. Nanami, you can't just make statements like that.
砂糖とかミルクとか。
I don't have any
そんな
cream or
気の
sugar,
利いたものはここにはないんだ。
so you'll have to take it black. Likely understanding the situation, she pursed her lips and blew on the coffee. Nanami route. And then she slowly raised the cup to her mouth. Was she not good with hot things? I couldn't remember if she'd always been like that. Though it didn't help that I never paid much attention to details like that to begin with. I feel with it. I have sympathy for this. I am an absolute wuss when it comes to anything hot. Spicy hot, temperature hot, anything hot, can't do it. Not about it. Nanami started chugging the coffee like her life depended on it. Her cheeks were turning rosier, so her body was probably heating up as it moved through her. Have a good night, Jade. You're going to miss the Nanami route. I guess you can watch the VOD later, though. Hope to see you at the Jackbox stream tomorrow. Spicy foods are fire? Wrong. A wrong take. Wrong think. Hey, bro, the coffee's scorching hot. Then don't drink it. Well, I'm still gonna. You can either whine or be honest. You can't do both. Then again, her complaining was probably a sign she was feeling better. Uh-oh. We're getting wobbly wobbly again. The wibbly wobblies have started again. Okay. What exactly happened? Finally, I managed to suck it up and ask her what was on my mind. When I'd seen the cell phone covered in blood, I thought for sure that Shogun had kidnapped her. But in the end, it turned out to be nothing, and now I had no reason to go to O-Front. I could just stay here with Nanami. Sounds good, Jade. I still didn't understand what had happened, though. Nanami had very clearly been naked outside. Her abnormally low body temperature was puzzling. Was it puzzling? She was lying naked outside when you had explicitly said how cold it was outside. Weird. I was lying naked out in the winter night, and yet I was cold. In response to my question, Nanami stared blankly into her cup. I don't know. I really don't remember. I have no idea how I made it to the front of your room. Is this a new song? Don't tell me. Did she have amnesia? Well, just delude into her mind. Easy. GG. You didn't see some wrinkly kid, did you? This played during the patent scene? Oh, okay. You didn't see some really wrinkly kid, did you? Rides a wheelchair? Really shady?
ううん
No.
携帯なくした
You
よ
lost your phone, didn't you?
なくしたのかなそもそ
I
も
don't even know where my
ナナの
clothes went, let alone my
どこに置い
phone.
てきちゃったんだろう
誰かに
So
ひどいことされなかったか
nobody did anything horrible to you?
ひどいことって
Well, that's they're more eroge-like terms. You weren't tickled or anything. I could never say that out loud. I mean, I hadn't seen any injuries on her, so that didn't seem likely anyway.
あ
You never say that out loud, indeed. The YouTube censors, they're everywhere. They're listening to us as we speak. As if she had just remembered something. Her head shot up. Tell you what an eroge is? I think it's basically like a hentai, right? There's a tip for that, I'm sure. Let me give you an actual definition. It's an 18-plus video game that's been popular ever since the 1980s, featured mainly on PC. While they may be referred to as video games, the gameplay consists of nothing but reading text. This text is often accompanied by character sprites, backgrounds, as well as special illustrations known as CGs, aka computer graphics. The genre involves the player growing closer to the main heroines and experiencing sexual events with them over the course of the story. These events occasionally include subjects such as having picnics and tickle fights. Despite the adult content of the source material, several anime have been based on these games, many of which have established a cult following. You know, lighthearted things, YouTube. Please don't demonetize. They got those detections now to detect if you swear within the first like 45 seconds or whatever of the video. So they've got the deployments out in full force for the demonetization. So I gotta be careful out here. It's a fucking fighting for my life on the YouTube platform now. As if she just remembered something. Her head shot up.
Bangle.
My bangle! Huh?
お兄にもらった
The bangle you gave.
なくしちゃった
I lost it.
そりゃ
I mean, you didn't have any clothes or anything on you, so of course the bangle would be gone too. Use common sense. Yeah, but
そうなんだ
about that.
なんでだろう
Why is it
だけは
I only remember losing my bangle?
思い出
Because
し
that's half your dialogue in the game, I'm pretty sure, Nanami. He's talking about losing the bangle. So of course you remember it. That's probably what half the players remember about you. Bangle! Where is my bangle?
どこでなくしたの
Where'd you lose it?
それはわかんない
I
け
don't
ど
know. Nanami was really disheartened. She must have been thinking that it was gone for good, and we'd never find it now. Hearing her story, well, it still didn't tell me a thing about what happened. Should I take her to the hospital? Before that, maybe I should contact our parents. That way they could come and pick her up. Oh, we're wibbly wobbly
ねえお
again.
兄
Big bro,
今
can I
日ここに
sleep
泊ま
over
っちゃ
tonight?
ダメ
Huh?
な
Well,
んでだ
why?
よ
なんだかナナ
Just-
混乱してて
I'm so
わけわ
confused.
かんなくて
I don't know why, but
あんまり
I just
動きた
don't
く
want to
ないよ
leave. Well, her usual volume was at an all-time low, so I didn't see an issue with her staying the night.
親には
We should let Mom and Dad know. I approached the cardboard box that I'd left in the corner. I took out the blood-smeared cell phone, and after carefully wiping down the phone with a wet wipe... What? The evidence, Takumi! The evidence on the phone! Why would you wipe it? You have a phone that's clean and not covered with blood! What are you doing? Just use your phone!
ナナの
It's
携帯だ。
my cell phone.
これ
Did you
送ってきた
send this to me, Nanami?
ナナミなの
Huh? Nanami tilted her head. It had been stupid of me to ask. Takumi has a phone!
親に連絡したら
After you call Mom and Dad, you should really take a shower. Why?
体温めた方がいいと思うし
That way you could warm up. I think that's the best idea. My shower was outside. It was a prefab shower of sorts, and it was situated right next to my container. What's a prefab shower? I had been forced to set up the drainage and whatnot myself, but it was more than usable. It was typically what I used, after all. Since I didn't have a bathtub, I just used the public bath nearby whenever I was in the mood for something longer.
うん。
Oh,
浴びてくれ。
illusion over. Okay, I'll go ahead and take one.
ね
Hey,
え、一緒に。
can you come with? I regret a lot of the things I said. I felt that the monkey paw curled when I said things earlier, and I just want to say I have a lot of regrets about speaking. Just in general, really. Sometimes you have to think about choices you've made in life. And sometimes you just have to evaluate where you are. And regret. You know? Okay. Had my sister gone totally fucking bonkers? When she saw how taken aback I was, Nanami gave a strained laugh. But wait,
違うよ。一緒に
I
入る
didn't mean it
の
like
いい
that.
じゃん。
I don't want you to go in with me.
でも
It's just,
一人で外に出
if
る
I
の
went
な
outside by
ん
myself,
だか怖くて。
I'd be kind of scared. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Randomly waking up outside completely naked with no idea how you got there or what happened to you. It must be pretty freaky. Or it's Friday. You know. Sometimes you regret a lot of things. So if you could stay close to the shower while I'm in there,
声が聞こえるところ
close enough that you could hear me if I say something, that'd be nice.
ダメ
You're probably gonna say no, huh? She pleaded at me with puppy dog eyes. But all it did was make me groan internally. This was bad. She was starting to turn ever so slightly moe. fine.
ったよ
Since Nanami was feeling so weak. Just for today, I do the brotherly thing. What was that? In my sleep, I had faintly heard a noise. What exactly was it? And where had I heard it before? A phone vibrating? Bro, you heard it anywhere. I know. It was a cell phone vibrating. I feel like this was something that was more relevant in, like, the year this game originally came out. Because it, like, originally came out in Japan in, like, the early 2000s, right? Nowadays, this scene of, like, is that a phone vibrating? Would seem so weird to people. 2008, yeah. Like, this is just, like, a natural, like, feeling now. Was someone trying to call me? Wait, was someone calling my phone? Was something that unusual actually happening? Or was it the usual you may pass prank call I'd been getting lately? If so, there was no way I was answering it. I passed out for over an hour last time because of how eerie it had been. So I simply ignored the call and tried to fall back asleep. But now that I was aware of the noise, it was harder than ever to drive it out of my mind. Oh, we skipped the shower scene. Whoever the caller was, they were persistent. Their calls kept coming one after the other. Ugh. I opened my eyes, only to realize I was lying on the floor. Nanami ought to have been asleep on the couch, yet she wasn't there. Where had she gone? The bathroom? Or had she canceled her plans to stay overnight and just headed back home? The cell phone continued vibrating all throughout my weak, groggy attempt at getting up. It'd gone on for over 3 minutes now. My answering machine should have kicked in, but I guess I'd forgotten to set it up. Tired of the caller's sheer persistence, I grabbed the phone off my desk. The incoming call was from a restricted number. Okay, I had no idea who it was. What do you mean? It's your old buddy Restricted. Is this actually like a reference to Steins Gate, by the way? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Designing the past. D-mail sent to the past. Get it? Do you get it? The phone, the flip phone, the D-mail, the past. Designing. Galaxy brain. I didn't really want to answer it, but...
もしもし
Moji moji. Who is it?
誰
お兄
Big bro. It was Nanami. I breathed a sigh of relief. Where the hell was she calling from? It had only been a few hours. What happened to her being exhausted and not wanting to leave?
ナナミか
Nanami? Where the hell are you?
どこにいるんだ
右手を
Give me back my right hand.
返してナナの
Please. Give it back.
右手
It disconnected. Nothing she said made any sense to me. Shut the fuck up! What the hell kind of prank was this? Fuck off, Nanami. God damn it, I felt stupid for even worrying. Since she seemed to be doing just fine now, I guess I didn't need to look for her after all. I was exhausted beyond belief, so I definitely didn't have the energy to deal with pranks. Lying back down, I tossed the phone away and closed my eyes. See, this is again. There's that scene with you is the only time the anime figures are in different places, and it bugs the fuck out of me. Good morning. Come on, time to get up. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. If you get up, I'll give you a good morning kissy poo. Wait, what am I saying? I didn't mean it, you dope. Hey, just how long are you gonna sleep for, dum-dum? Waking to the sound of Seira's voice, I noticed Nanami was still absent. Had she headed home without telling me? Had she gone to school instead? What was the date today, even? Did my attendance chart say this was a school day? What is the date? I feel like I never remember the dates of any of the days in this game. My mind caught in a haze. I was still half asleep. What time was it right now? Without getting up from the floor, I continued being hazily lost in thought when... Hey, look who finally decided to wake up. After opening the door, Nanami's face peered inside. Uh-oh. Who's not right hand is not right hand. Eyes. Nanami's hand is still Schrodinger's hand, I see. After opening the door, Nanami's face peered inside. Did you head back home? I know a guy. No. I told you I was staying here. If you can't see it, you want to giggle? Well, she's clearly putting her hands inside, like, the sleeves of her sweater because it's Takami's, which means it's too big for her. But since this one's tilted slightly, that makes it Schrodinger's hand. In other words, last night really was a prank. Don't do that again. A prank? What do you mean? Nanami tilted her head. Nanami tilted her head, playing all innocent. Was she really gonna drag this out by pretending she hadn't done anything? Don't think you can trick me so easily. I'm not that stupid, says the stupidest man alive. All things considered, after taking the night to decompress and giving it a look with fresh eyes. Who's that? I couldn't help but notice how dangerous Nanami's outfit was. Under that sweatshirt was nothing. Yep, nothing at all. Completely commando. Every time Nanami moved her arms, the hem would ever so slightly lift, and each time it did, I swear it came this close to giving me a glimpse of her unmentionables. Where do you think you're looking, big bro? Nowhere. Nanami stretched the hem down, concealing her upper inner thighs. What? Don't stretch it like that. That sweatshirt's super goddamn expensive. You care more about your stupid sweatshirt than me? You're such a jerk. FYI, I have underwear on. Wait, where'd she get that? No, wait, actually it's fine. We can disobey the laws of physics for this. You do? Well, that's not too bad. Wait, I didn't mean that. Show me out. Don't get all horny over your sister. But wait, how the hell has she even gotten underwear? Well, at least she was back to her usual Nanami antics. That was something, I guess. She'd been feeble as hell all day yesterday. Maybe she'd gotten over it after a good night's sleep. There was a remarkably pleasant smell in the air. When I read that sentence, I started to get really nervous where the rest of this conversation was going. It smelled like someone was cooking bacon. Hey, big bro. You want to eat breakfast with me? You made breakfast? Yep, though it's not done yet. My base is kitchen. Well, its sink was placed right next to the shower with no real care. For the record, I didn't get any gas up here. My solution to that was just to use a portable stove I got cheap from an online auction. never cooked my own meals, so it was likely stashed away in a corner or something. I guess Nanami must have gone through the trouble of digging it out of hiding. What the fuck?
Menu.
Well, what's on the menu?
サンドイッチとベーコン
Sandwiches. Complete with bacon and eggs. I don't know if I ever want sandwiches for breakfast. Welcome back, Wandering. Hang on one second again. I'm struggling this stream, guys. Really struggling. I don't know what's going on. Ugh. Maybe somebody's talking about you somewhere. Fair enough. Anyway, as joyous music plays as Sam suffers, yeah.
ここのキッチン
You can't exactly make anything at all that fancy in this kitchen, so that's the best I can do.
それに
And with your practically non-existent sense of taste, it's better to have something plain anyway. Damn roasted. My typical breakfast was a combo of cola and a bean bun or something. It'd been a real long time since I'd actually had anything decent. Who has cola with their breakfast? Takumi is actually a real insane man. This is like more insane than any of the delusions he's had. Fucking wild. Do you guys eat or drink cola with breakfast? It's like a juice of some kind for your breakfast, right? Like I'm drinking like water, juice, milk, coffee, not cola. Besides, I couldn't help but revel in the bliss that my sister had cooked it herself just for me. And in my mind, this definitely made up for yesterday's prank. I'm not going to answer that question. You answer that question right now. Answer me!
Yoshi.
Right.
さっさと用意しろ。
I'd like that ready right away.
うわー
Arrogant much? How about a please and thank you?
少しは感謝してよね
As far as I'm concerned, giving you a place to stay is more than enough thanks. I suppose you're right.
そうかも
Well, I guess I'll say it now then. Thanks a bunch, big bro. I assumed she was gonna bow her head, but she didn't end up doing that. Instead, Nanami headed straight back outside with a smile. You know, let's eat outside. You had a folding table at one point, didn't you? Bring it out here. Damn it. The nerve of her putting a guy that had just woken up to work. If I did this, but the food sucked, she was gonna have hell to pay. Uh-oh. The bright music stopped. Oh, never mind. It was just a transition. I set up the small folding table and some chairs. The kind you'd use for camping and whatnot. It waited about 5 minutes. When Nanami finally finished making the food, she carried it over to the table and set it down. At the very least, it looked appealing. Nanami had been our mom's helper in the kitchen for as long as I could remember, which was only like a month or so. Suffice it to say, her cooking skills were pretty passable. Well, she was definitely lucky, because if she sucked at cooking, she wouldn't be able to pull the sheepish smile on the oopsie-daisy tee-hee. Only 2D girls had that right. I'd immediately go soft. If my 3D sister did that, I'd probably never talk to her again. I use soda to keep me from not being tired in the morning. Just drink coffee. That's literally what coffee's purpose is. That's the coffee drink. That's what it's for. Waking up in the morning. Nanami flashed a smile. I'm not into coffee. I mean, I feel like you just haven't had, like, fake coffee. That's what you start with. That's what I drink. Fake coffee. I pour, like, half a cup of coffee. And then then half of the cup is, like, creamer and sugar. Like a true millennial. And then you mix it together and it's like a milkshake. Dunkin' and Starbucks have coffee for everyone, yeah. Like, they've got the super sugary, like, you'd like it type coffee. Nami smiled. Why are you sitting next to me? She was really close. Our shoulders were almost touching. There was no way I could eat when she was this close. It would be too embarrassing. Why? So I put a bit of space between us. Are these, like, sibling problems I'm too only child to understand? What? The chair was already right here. Aren't you the one who put it here? Oh, yeah. The bottled stuff companies sell? Yeah, I drink those by the fucking dozen, Alpha. That's just melted ice cream with coffee flavor? Indeed. But yeah, I also like those, yeah, even if you don't like coffee, you like those for sure. I drink those by the dozen. The, like, little Starbucks glass bottles of Frappuccino coffee. The Frappuccinos. Yeah. Oh, I drink those by the dozen. They're so good. They're super sugary, though. I might keep those in mind. But definitely be careful, though. They have a lot of sugar. I've been pretty, like, underweight my entire life, but when I started drinking those pretty regularly about a year ago, I've definitely put on a couple pounds since starting to drink them. I used to be really light. And also, yeah, I have a massive caffeine addiction from them. I, like, now require caffeine to function. Instead of it used to be just like a little pick-me-up, now it's like a, oh man, if I don't have caffeine, I cannot function at a baseline level. Yeah, I'm a big caffeine slave. Like, obviously coffee is the preferred way for me to get my caffeine intake, but I have caffeine pills if necessary. I'm at that point. Like, if I wake up, like, you know, if I'm, like, in a rush for work that day or something, I just take the caffeine pill. What the fuck? Yeah, it's, you can get them at, like, Walmart or Target or something. They're, like, literally just pills of, like, solidified caffeine. That's all there is. That's all they are. You just get it right from the source. The actual secret to having energy in the morning is to wake up early and have a good meal and partake in activities, yeah. I used to, when I was in high school and college, I used to work out as soon as I woke up. My morning routine was always, before I stood, before I started working, my morning routine was always wake up, work out, shower, and then get ready for the day. But then once I started working, I skipped the workout and I would just wake up, shower, and have a coffee. So these are the realities of adult life. It's a struggle. Y'all need some water. Every stream, you always see me drinking one of these giant mugs. This is every stream I drink one of these full of water. Big ass jug. It's all water. Soda's definitely worse than coffee. I'm pretty sure whatever's like the carbonated stuff in soda is what destroys your teeth, like what Alpha was referring to earlier. Cubai is making me so excited for adulthood. Don't be. No. Your early 20s is the best part of your life. It's all downhill from there. But yeah, I still don't have any cavities, and I think it's because the sugariest drinks I drink is like juice and coffee. Famously, someone tried to sue Coke Pepsi because they found a rat in the can. The company won because if it was in there, it would have dissolved. Yeah. I will say, the thing I prefer to coffee is those, I mean, you guys have seen me drink them on stream before, those, like, V8 energy drink juices. They're like a natural caffeine type drink. They're actually pretty good for you, and they taste really good. And they've got, like, vitamins in them, because they're, like, V8 drinks, so they got, like, a lot of fruits and vegetables and stuff in it, so it's, like, got a lot of nice vitamin intake, caffeine, and it's a nice fruity taste. I'm really big on those. So those would probably be the biggest thing I would recommend drinking instead of like soda or Coke or pop. Vibin' would be those for sure. Those are like my go-to. Since I discovered those, I've kind of dropped off the like Starbucks and Dunkin' coffee because they're really good. I'm sure they're not super healthy for you, but they're better than like coffee and pop. Which, the bar is pretty low for that. Soda can dissolve a corpse. I know it's a legit story, Alpha, yeah. Soda can dissolve pretty much anything. It's weird that you guys all say soda, by the way. I say pop. But yeah, if you, yeah, you can also use it to remove, battery acid. I used to do that as well. Because like I said before, I've worked in car rental. So sometimes if, like, someone fucked up with a car battery or something on a rental, instead of taking it to the shop to save a little bit of money for the store, I would dump, yeah, you can get Coca-Cola and just dump it on there. Why is everything good bad for you? That's why it's good. Because we still have our primal brains, where, like, when we were, you know, primal tribe-like beings, and we, like, couldn't get sugar and salt on a regular basis, so when we eat sugar and salt, our brain's like, ah, oh, fuck, the good stuff. But nowadays, I mean, you can get sugar and salt, like, at the fucking grocery store. So we still have these, like, old reactions to some of these things that we don't really need anymore, that make everything taste good. That's like a really rudimentary, like, description of that, like, reaction, but yeah, basically, since sugar and salt used to be super rare for, like, us as hunter-gatherers, like, our brain responds super positively to all these, like, rarer nutrients and minerals and things like that. But nowadays, it's really bad for us because we can go to the store and get any type of those things that we want. Realized how much I didn't actually need the soda. No. Need it. You need it. I've, like, slowly weaned off the amount of caffeine that I take, but I hate carbonation, though, which has luckily always prevented me from getting addicted to drinking pop. I don't like the carbonated, like, fizz feeling in my mouth. I fucking hate that. So I've never really been a big pop guy. I don't like carbonation. Ever since I was a kid. I don't really know why, but, like, that tingle that from the carbonation, bleh. Hate it. I would really only ever drink it if it, like, went flat. Saying pop makes you sound old. It's just what we say in the Midwest. That's like the most frequent description of it, I feel like, where I live. Carbonation is the gas, right? I think so, yeah. Or it's like the carbonation, some chemical reaction that's results in a gas or something within the drink of, like, some of the chemical components in the drink. I don't fucking know. I didn't take chemistry. You've never met someone in person that calls it pop? Really? I think it's like I really do. Midwesterners like beer, I hear. Yeah, there's like a map of pop versus soda, yeah. Business Insider, soda, pop, or Coke? More than 400,000 Americans weighed in, and a map of their answers is exactly what you'd expect. So soda is like where wandering is, out in, like, California. The California, like the West Coast states, all say soda. The southern states, like Texas through to Florida, all say Coke. And, like, Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, up to Washington, all the, like, the area where I'm from, say pop. Ooh, there's another map linked here of, people say crayon differently. How do you guys say it? Oh my god, there's so many like regional differences between all of these. Do you guys say freeway or highway? So, crayon. There are some people that pronounce it crayon, crayon. Some people say crown in some sections of the US. Those people are just wrong. There's segments of the US that call the night before Halloween different things. Wait, what do you guys call the night before Halloween? Is that a big different thing? Alright, before anyone responds, it's Devil's Night, right? I don't call it anything? Hallows Eve? You guys don't call it Devil's... Bruh. I hate every part of this article. You've never heard of Devil's Night before? That's so weird. Devil's Night. Yeah, most people call it Hallows Eve or Mischief Night. Oh. It's just a Michigan thing. Whoops. That's, didn't realize it has such negative connotations. Michigan is the only place that refers to it as Devil's Night, which would make sense as to why I call it that. It refers to all of the Detroit fires in October. Devil's Night arson in Detroit was a frequent thing until the 90s. Traditionally, city youths engaged in nights of mischief or petty criminal behavior consisting of minor pranks leading up to massive vandalism. In Detroit in the early 1970s, the vandalism escalated to more destructive acts such as arson. This primarily took place in the inner city, but the surrounding suburbs were affected. The crimes became more destructive in Detroit's inner city neighborhoods, including hundreds of acts of arson and vandalism every year. The destruction was in its worst until the late 1980s and 90s, with more than 800 fires set in the year 1984. And numbers in the hundreds for each subsequent year until 2010. That would be why I always thought it was Devil's Night. It wasn't until 2018 an organization called Angel's Night was brought about by using state funds to host Halloween neighbor parties. To try and counteract the fires. Whoops. That's so weird. Okay. I just kind of thought that's what it was. You know. Interesting. Devil's Night is a Michigan exclusive. Yeah, it's our exclusive collectible item. It's the Michigan specific route. Born and raised. Ugh. Alright. How long is this route? Do we have a while to go? Oh, Nanami's upset that Takumi put the chairs there. No, well, yeah, I did, but the chair is just for camping, so it's not even 30 centimeters tall. It's light enough that even a girl could carry it with one hand. Even a girl, Takumi. You're like a third of the way through. Whoops. So I guess maybe we don't finish it today. So it's not like it's a big deal to move it a little. Quit your bitching. Well, whatever. Come on, big bro, eat up. Let's dig in. Nanami clapped her hands together, then hurriedly readied her chopsticks. Her appetite seemed to be a lot stronger than before. Just in general, really. She seemed to be doing way better now. The fact that she had been so weak at all yesterday almost didn't seem real. Oddly enough, the more I thought about it, the more it felt like it didn't just seem not real, but that it actually hadn't been real. She'd been lying, and naturally, there was only a single reason for her to be lying. What's up with the white filter? This is new. I wanted to be with my favorite asbestos big bro. That's why I lied. Can you forgive me? Something along those lines. Lol, what kind of eroge did I think this was, Rafflemau? Of course, I'd answer like so. But I refuse. Big bro? What's with the smirk? You having one of your weird delusions again? Yeah. She hit the nail on the head, and my head instantly shot towards the table. Picking up a sandwich, I stuffed my mouth full. Oh, it's good. The ham sandwich had the perfect amount of mustard mayonnaise sauce. What? It was incredibly basic, just lunch meat, sauce, and bread, but considering I didn't stockpile any form of seasoning around here, it was pretty good. Is that just mustard and mayonnaise? Or is that like a specific thing, mustard mayonnaise sauce? I also never call it sauce. Oh, gross. Heinz makes like a combination bottle of sauces? Why the weird, like, combinations? There's not like a mustard ketchup combination? They're all like so random. There's Cranch, which is ketchup and ranch. Mayo Must, which is mustard and mayonnaise. And Mayo Chup, which is ketchup and mayo. Why not like mustard mayos? Most fast food secret sauces are just ketchup mayo with extra spice. Yeah. But why not a mustard ketchup mix? It's available at Walmart. I'm gonna pick up a bottle of Cranch tomorrow. The names are so unappealing, yeah. Who's buying some of these? Wouldn't you want to make them on your own? Yeah, I feel like you would want to... Those are very delicate mixtures. I don't know. I mean, Heinz probably knows what they're doing, I guess. These can't be real. Mayo Q, which is mayonnaise barbecue sauce. Mayo Racha, which is mayo sriracha sauce. Who named these? Oh, Muschip. Yeah, there it is. The brand term is called saucy sauce for all of these, like, combination sauces. I'm gonna go to Walmart tomorrow and see if I can find these. That's what apparently where Heinz stocked these. Oh, you can order them off Amazon, which I really don't think I'd want to do. I really wouldn't want to order food from like a mail delivery service. Would it go bad without being refrigerated? Well, now that I think about it, Heinz probably doesn't actually use a bunch of real things. Or like real ingredients that would spoil. You could probably fucking leave that out in the apocalyptic wasteland and it'd probably still be good. These are the sauces invented for people who dip popcorn in ketchup. A bottle of this is $12.99 at Walmart. I'm gonna see if my local Walmart carries this. I'm gonna pick it up tomorrow. Oh, they literally have like a dozen bottles in stock right now. I love the internet. Gonna get some mayo must saucy sauce tomorrow. No, the Cranch. I'm gonna get the Cranch. Because I feel like mayo and mustard, I mean, every one of my burgers has both mayo and mustard on it, so it probably would just taste fine. That's probably not even risky. The Cranch, I feel like, is the risk. So I want to try that. Okay, stop, Alpha. We're done. We're going back to the game. And you're right, Kevin. Alright. The ham sandwich is perfect. Isn't it good? I took the time early this morning to stop by a 24-hour supermarket. I bought a whole bunch of stuff. You went shopping? In that? What kind of exhibitionist are you? I'm not an exhibitionist. Obviously, I could never go out like this. I just borrowed your pants, that's all. I threw them on and went to the store. Also, bought myself some underwear. Oh, she bought herself underwear. Meaning then Tilvin, she hadn't been wearing any. No bra, panties, only a sweatshirt and some pants. That was wonderfully scandalous. Is it? To tell you the truth, I wanted to change out of this sweatshirt too. The anime picture on the front is pretty embarrassing to be seen in. Do I not like the mayo mustard mix in sandwiches? No, I put both mayo and mustard like on my burger. I guess if I'm making like a ham or tuna sandwich, I just put mayonnaise though. But like if I have a burger, I put all the condiments on it. Like if I have a burger, I put mustard, ketchup, mayo on it. You've never liked mayo? What? Mayo's pretty good. I recently, because in my Soul Hackers 2 stream, the main character in Soul Hackers 2, her name is Ringo. She does this thing where she dips her pizza in mayonnaise, and I tried that recently. It's actually not bad. But since you were the one who gave it to me to wear, I wasn't sure if it'd be right to change out of it like that. Mainstream women not understanding Seira's appeal is exactly what made them so awful. That said, if I had to walk through Shibuya, or even Akiba like that, I probably wouldn't have the guts. So what, this dude buys anime t-shirts and then won't wear them? What's the point? How'd you pay? Luckily for me, the pants I borrowed had a wallet in them, so it all worked out. I gawked. She really just said that while her small-ass mouth munched on some bacon. It all worked out? Like hell it did. That wallet was mine. Did you spend my money? Is this a sibling thing? Well, I lost my purse yesterday, so what else was I supposed to do? That doesn't mean you can spend my money as you please. I voiced my complaints to Nanami, but she just wasn't listening. Dejected, I squished the half-cooked yolk in my bacon and eggs. I mean, I feel like, obviously, this isn't true for Takumi, because we all know what happens, but like, I feel like in a situation like this, you'd just be like, hey, Mom, Dad, I had to buy my sister all kinds of clothes because she showed up naked at my place. Can you give me some money for it? They would be like, yeah. In a normal family situation. This sucks. I lost my purse, my school bag is who knows where. On top of that, I lost my bangle. That part hurts the most. I think I'm the only one in pain here. Just because I've got loads of money sitting around from RMT doesn't mean I'm a fan of getting stolen from. How can be such a dick? I feel like if any of my friends showed up naked in front of my apartment, I would buy them clothes and not like really worry about it. And if they're like, I'll pay you back, I would be like, no, please. Just go fucking where you came from. With how cheap that thing was, who cares if you lost it? Get your brain checked. Besides, I'd given it to her free of charge, so it wasn't like she suffered any damages. Why the hell was she so fixated on this stupid thing? Indeed, a good question. Nanami squirmed in her seat. I care. It's the first present you ever gave me, big bro. I can't tell you how happy it made me. Uh-oh, the music's fading. You're not fooling anyone. Saying cute shit isn't gonna make me forget about how you took my money without asking. I'm definitely gonna find it. I refuse to let it stay lost forever. For some reason. She tightly clenched her fists as she said that. Wait a minute, that confirms that she still has both hands. Also, I'm gonna change the stream title to Nanami's Crying Sky. If we're doing both of these routes. Nanami's. It makes more sense. She clenched her fists as she said that. As I inadvertently watched her do so, my eyes drifted toward the cuff of her right hand and landed on a white bandage. A white bandage that gave me an awful, awful feeling. The bandage.
包帯
The bangle! The bandage, the bangle, the bandage!
これ
Huh? This? Is this one of those... I wonder, actually. Or probably not, I'm probably overthinking that just because I said those words in quick succession. Is this one of those things, like how when Bond kept getting, like, gang stalked, and people kept saying to him, like, bang, bong, 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 like things that sounded close to his name? Is she saying bangle over and over again because it sounds close to bandage, and it's trying to, like, freak him out? When I pointed it out, Nanami took the time to roll up her sleeve and show it off. There was definitely a bandage on her right wrist, even though yesterday, back when she'd been cowering next to my base completely naked, there'd been no such thing.
右手を
Give me back my right hand.
7の
Please, give it back.
右手
I don't think so in this case. Yeah, it's probably not, but it's a cool connection. Oh, I see. This is a continuation of yesterday's prank, wasn't it? Pretty damn elaborate plan. The hell was she trying to accomplish? No theories, only Cranch. Next Chaos Head stream, if I can find that Cranch bottle, I'm gonna start the stream just fucking drinking directly from the tap of the Cranch. Take it off.
外せよ。いたずらにしたって
Playing pranks is a dick move.
いたずらなんかじゃないよ。
This isn't a prank.
朝起きてか
Ever
ら
since I woke up this morning,
右手がちょっとズキ
my right
ズキ
hand's
する
been
の
throbbing a little bit.
原因はわかんないけど
I didn't really
と
know
り
why
あ
it
え
was
ず
hurting,
包帯買って巻いたん
but
だ
I decided to go ahead and get a bandage for it while I was at the store. So yeah,
ズキズキ痛むのに
what exactly do you expect a bandage to do for that kind of pain? I think this reminds me of like a debate we had earlier on in the, or was it the Steins Gate streams? The like having a first aid thing. I cannot remember the last time I used a bandage on myself. Even if I cut myself, I don't put a bandage over it. I don't remember the last time I've had like a first aid kit or a bandage or like a band-aid or anything like that. I just simply heal from my wound. Easy. You know, I rub some dirt in it and move on. Well, usually I just like wash it. Like I wash my hands, get the lather going, and then I wash wherever the cut is. You might not need it, but someone might. But thanks for reminding me I'm alone. I'm alone.
包帯だけのわけないじゃん。ちゃんと湿布も貼ったよ。
I didn't just use a bandage. I used a wet compress too, like you're supposed to. I'm here in your walls.
だってだ
The only thing in my walls are
いいじゃないか
squirrels,
わざわざ包帯を巻く意味がわからない
which is actually really annoying. Then just use the compress? I don't get why you'd even bother with a bandage.
病は
Sure,
気から
but
って言うし。
look, haven't you heard the saying? Healthy mind, healthy body? I usually say healthy body, healthy mind, but okay. What are you even trying to say? I'm pretty sure you reversed those. Oh, okay. Whew, I thought I was about to go insane. I was about to be like, is it a Japanese thing to say it the other way?
いいから取れ
Whatever, just take it off. Despite the fact that I was acting rude on the outside, also gulping down my sandwich, on the inside, my heart was pounding out of my chest. I was probably just overthinking things. But if the phone call from Nanami yesterday hadn't been a prank, then that Nanami being sick really had just been an act, and in reality, something really bad was going on with her. Something she was trying to hide from me.
もう
Jeez, I can't believe how little you care about what other people say, big bro. Despite looking reluctant, Nanami undid the bandage. I was confused by her surprising obedience. I guess I really had just been overthinking things. Looking away from her arm for a second, I brought some bacon and eggs to my mouth.
はい取ったよ
I'm not a big mixing food guy. That's another thing I will have to ask you guys. Do you guys mix food? I would never take both a bite of bacon and egg into my mouth. I would take a bite of bacon, then I would take a bite of egg. Then I would take a couple more bites of egg, and then I would take a bite of bacon. I would never combine the two into one mouthful. No. We're not mixing tastes and textures. None of that. It's off. I gulped once. And then slowly, my sister's arm took over my sight. Underneath the bandage, it was as normal as could be. Not even a scratch on her. Not any internal bleeding. She didn't even bother to take the wet compress off, even though I hadn't asked her to. I grabbed her hand, brought it to my face for a closer inspection. Big bro? No, not even a scratch. Nothing at all. Why would he be worried about it this time? It's not like he saw the hand in this timeline. In this world line.
あるなんて一言も
I
言
did
って
never
な
say
い
there
よ
was anything there. It
ズ
was
キズ
just
キする
throbbing a
んだっ
bit.
て
I already
説
told
明
you.
したじゃん
I guess you did. I knew I'd just been overthinking things. I guess that email yesterday from Shogun had still been on my mind, leading me to freak out at anything even remotely suspicious. Wait, what the fuck?
くそお前の腕がし
That stench! Your arm. The wet cloth, they stink. I couldn't help but grimace as I let go of her arm.
うーん
The heck?
そんなの当たり
Of
前
course
じゃ
it
ん
stinks. I can't believe you'd ever say that to a girl. You're such a
最
jerk.
低バカ鬼
Wait, isn't that weird that it would stink? Didn't she shower, like, just yesterday?
うるさい
Shut up.
さっさと飯食って
Just hurry up
学校行
and
け
eat already, then leave. You got school. I mean, obviously it would stink if the arm was, like, cut open. And it was her delusionary hand. I had no interest in wasting any more valuable time with Nanami's annoying nitpicking bullshit.
そっ
Oh,
か
right, school's a
学
thing.
校か
Wait, I don't have my uniform.
制服
How am I
ない
supposed to
の
go?
どうやって行こう
You have a point. This is why school uniforms are dumb.
うーん今
Guess
日
I'll
は
just take
学
the
校
day
休ん
off and
で
head home.
家に帰
I have
ろ
a
う
spare
か
blouse and
ブラ
skirt,
ウス
but
と
as
ス
for
カ
a
ートに
blazer,
替えはあるけど
I
ブ
need
レ
to
ザ
go
ー
buy
は
a
欲
new
しい
one, huh?
新しく買ってもらうしかない
As
かな
Nanami continued muttering to herself about what her plans were, I gave her one last sidelong glance. I wolfed down the rest of my breakfast, then went back into my container house.
28日未明、渋谷区小東の路上で
Early morning of the
男性の
28th,
死
an
体が発見
unusual
されま
corpse
した
was discovered. This is on her.
被害者は
The corpse was
練馬区に
identified as
住
the
む
31-year-old
橋谷康之さん31歳で
Yasuyuki,
異
a
物を
resident
喉
of
に
the
詰まらせたことに
Nermia
よる
ward.
窒息死とみられています。
His cause of death is believed to be asphyxiation due to a foreign object lodged in his throat. This isn't one of the new gen ones, right?
被害者
The
の口
victim's
には
mouth was
ハサ
packed
ミで
with
細か
large
く切り
quantities
刻ま
of
れ
cloth
た
that had
大
been
量の
finely
布
cut
が
by
詰め込
scissors,
まれており
and a considerable
ま
amount
た
of the same
胃
cloth
の
was
中から
found
も
in his
同様の
stomach.
布が多数見つかりました 警察の
According
発
to the
表により
police,
ま
the
すと
cloth is believed to be a
布は
girl's winter
渋谷区に
uniform
あ
from
る
a high
私
school
立水明学
Suimi
園の
Suemi
冬用
Private
制服であ
Academy
る可能性が
located in
高いと
Shibuya.
水明学園は
The academy
現
is
場から徒歩
approximately
で
a
3
3-minute
分ほど
walk
の
from
距
the
離にあ
scene,
り
and authorities are
警
currently
察では
investigating the
事
private
件と
school
の
for
関
any
連を
possible
調べてい
connections
ます
to the incident. Wait, I didn't see the CG. Did that CG show a new gen killing thing? Yeah, if he had just washed down the school uniform with some crayon, she probably would have had no problems, honestly. Dominate tricks? That's funny. Another new case. It couldn't have just been a normal murder. A girl's winter uniform had been cut up with scissors and jammed into the victim's throat, choking him. Oh god. Was the uniform Nanami's? It had to be. It couldn't just be a coincidence. The timing was too perfect. It really was Shogun. Whatever that guy's goal was, it must have involved kidnapping Nanami and tearing off her uniform. That asshole was 100% trying to provoke me. I was next. I was gonna be the next person to die. Big bro, what's wrong? Nanami called out from behind me, nearly making me tumble out of my chair. Your face, you don't look so good. Come on, we haven't seen 4chan posts in like several streams. Let's see 4chan talk about dominatrix. Nanami. I reached a hand out to Nanami. He's gonna kill me. Someone's gonna kill you? Quit joking around, it's not funny. I'm being serious. There's no doubt the guy's aiming for me next, Nanami. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault he kidnapped you. What do I do? I'm scared. I'm so scared. As pathetic as it was to do this in front of my sister, my heart couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to cling to someone. Someone who could protect me. I hadn't heard a thing from Remy lately. Fez was hospitalized. There wasn't anyone else to protect me. Welcome back, Matt. But right as I thought that, Nanami gently took hold of my outstretched hand. Jeez, you really are a mess, big bro. You can't do a single thing by yourself. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Ivan. I swear, this is all because you've been playing way too many games. Today, I'd say you're better staying off on the couch, not the computer. Don't leave me alone. Okay, I get it. I'm not gonna leave you alone. Really? Really? You were super nice to me yesterday, so I've gotta show my thanks somehow. Nanami. At the end of the day, family really was who you should keep closest. Whenever you actually needed something, everyone else would disappear on you. They were all useless where it really mattered. The only thing that you could well and truly support me in my time of need was family. I butchered that sentence. Nanami lending me a hand was such a relief. I could barely keep myself from bursting into tears. Yeah, I'm starting to get tired because I'm starting to stutter over basic words. I clung to Nanami's hand. I can't believe how spoiled you are, big bro. Well, really, how am I not the older sibling here? More like little bro. Shut up. I know, they're there. Nanami jokingly pat my head. It might have been only a bit of messing around to Nanami, but to me right now, the feeling was immensely comforting. No. No one pats my head. I don't like when people touch my hair. Gross. Don't do it. Nanami. I have a favor to ask. What is it? Normally, Nanami and I only ever got into arguments, so it was pretty embarrassing to ask her for a favor. But I couldn't bring myself to care about that right now.
今日も
Tonight, can...
なんでそ
We
こ
just
で
stop
黙っちゃ
where?
うか
How
な
am I supposed to know what you
ちゃん
want
と
if you
言っ
don't
てくれ
say
な
it?
きゃわかんないってば。
今日も
Tonight,
と
can
泊まっていってく
you
れ
stay over again, please? I'd feel a little more at ease if she did. I couldn't stand the thought of staying in this room all alone, completely terrified of Shogun. But Nanami would probably be against it. She'd likely call me a pervert for it, especially since I'd have so much trouble saying it. I nervously turned to Nanami, expecting that reaction.
なんだ
Is that
そ
all?
んなことか。
I can totally
別
do
に
that.
何泊したっ
Heck,
ていいよ
I。can stay as long as you want.
本当
Really? I
一
mean,
応
I'm all
なんだ
worried
ってお
about you
兄
now,
の
big
心配
bro.
はしてる
So
ん
I
だ
can't
か
just
ら
leave
ね
you alone. What'd you
さすがに
expect?
今のお兄を
あ
Thank
りが
you.
と
I'm saved.
う助かる
Thank God. Family really is the best. No, my blood-related little sister, she's the best. And really, if she got rid of that bratty side of her, she'd 100% be the ideal little sister. Isn't that part of the feature of little sisters, though? To be bratty? I thought that was literally part of the thing. I mean, I don't have any siblings, but like I thought that was a feature, not a bug. Nanami wasn't coming back. Earlier at noon, Nanami had gone out to get clothes from home, as well as something to eat while she was out. With a carefree wave of her hand, she'd given me a "be back soon," then left. 8 hours had passed since then. I hadn't gone online or even watched Bloodtoon. I simply sat on the couch, doing nothing but waiting for Nanami to come back. That sound like a feature to you? Yeah, I like stereotypically in movies and stuff, like little sisters are always bratty. Oh, that's a meme idea. The SpongeBob meme. Nanami's like, "What do you normally do when I leave?" Takami's like, "Wait for you to get back." We finally returned to having another meme idea. Ever since she left, I've been clutching my phone tightly, checking it every passing minute for any emails or calls from Nanami. Jupiter had a good meme idea in the comments. Oh, shit, I might have missed the comment. I haven't responded to all of the comments yet. Or read all of them. I've only responded to a few so far. I'm getting to it. Because I stream so long, I kind of run out of time to respond to comments. As the day goes by. Though I'd tried calling from my end, all I'd ever get was a message saying that the signal hadn't gone through, but that her phone was off. Why wasn't she coming back? Had her parents said something to her? If so, what would it have been? It doesn't matter if you two are siblings. Boys and girls your age shouldn't be staying in the same tiny room overnight. That's gross. Would any parent really say that? If, like, the siblings were like, hey, we're gonna, like, hang out and spend the night with each other? Would they be like, no, you can't hang out with your sibling? Sounds about... no. Maybe they were just giving her hell over losing her uniform. When I thought about it for a second, I realized Nanami would have been wandering the streets of Shibuya totally nude before arriving at my base. To put it bluntly, it was actually pretty serious. It wouldn't surprise me if it turned into an outright criminal case. Because of that, I wouldn't put it past our parents to freak out and call the police in a panic. What if it was none of that? What if it was actually so much worse? What if this time, while Nanami was heading home, Shogun, or his underling Yua, had kidnapped her? And if that wasn't bad enough, what if they'd already killed her? The possibility of having another email from Shogun made me too scared to check my inbox at all. Nanami, don't leave me all alone. Hurry and come back. Until I finally came back down, I want you to forget all about school and stay by my side the whole time. Rumi promised me that, but she disappeared on me. If you disappeared, Nanami, I... Clutched in my hand, my cell phone began to vibrate. The second I noticed it, I immediately pressed the answer button and the call connected. Oh, dude, that's a social faux pas. You gotta wait at least 2 rings before you answer the phone, so it doesn't seem like that's all you're doing, is waiting for their call. Come on, bro.
Nanami.
Hello, Nanami?
Oi.
Hey, Nanami, where are you?
今どこにいる?
Big bro. Save me. A shudder ran through me. Oh god. Shogun had really abducted her. Why? Why'd you abandon me? Why, big bro? Was it Shogun? What'd the guy do to you? It hurts. My right hand. It hurts. This again. Sluggishly lowering my phone, I mumbled that almost unconsciously. Deja vu. It was just like the call from yesterday. Back then, she'd say, "Give me back my hand." I thought it was just a prank. But was I mistaken? I didn't know. I cowered in place, holding my head. Nanami, just where are you? Come back already. Staggering, I aimlessly made my way outside. The sky was already dark as could be. The moon was nowhere to be seen. The distant outline of Shibuya was covered in a faint light. Going outside was a start, but I still wasn't anywhere close to having the strength to find Nanami. Should I give her another call? It was certainly possible that she was still pranking me for the 2nd day in a row. Maybe I really was overthinking this. What are you doing, big bro? Another outfit. Startled, I looked towards the voice, and saw Nanami standing there, looking puzzled. She must have changed clothes, given her outfit was different than what she'd left with. She also had a shopping bag in her hand. Not true. Also, she has her right hand again, I see. What? Where have you been? So I'm totally late. I went shopping with Mom for a new uniform. The time just flew by. That was the best answer I could have hoped for. Though even then, one thing still bothered me. And the phone call earlier? Phone call? Oh yeah, sorry. I really should have done that. Or at least emailed you saying I'd be running late. No, that's not what I meant. I'm saying you did call. No, it wasn't me. You really gotta pull your head out of the clouds, big bro. Nanami's answer seemed pretty relaxed. This conversation was just beyond off. Talk about dissonance. Forget that. Want to guess what we're having for dinner tonight? What's this? Salisbury steak? Handmade by yours truly? Yup. You can help too from now on if you want, big bro. Wait a sec. Didn't you call me? Saying something about giving back your right hand? Yeah, you're being really stubborn right now. Like I said, I didn't call you. You must be mistaking me for someone else. Putting on a very clearly sullen face, Nanami stormed into the container to pout. Was I being deceived? Didn't really seem like it. Not to mention Nanami wasn't the type to pull such shit-tier pranks. Or at least that's how I remembered her being. So, what was that phone call? Another one of Shogun's traps? Right then, I felt a chill on the nape of my neck. Just like I was being watched. Whose eyes are those eyes? After we finished dinner, Nanami, we need to
話が
talk.
ある。
Huh?
何？
What about? Without looking up from the manga she was reading, she gave an apathetic reply. She had been flipping through various volumes from the piles of manga stacked up in the corner of my room. It's
真面目な話
serious.
だから
So actually
ちゃ
listen.
んと聞けよ。
What's
ど
the
うした
matter?
の？急に
Weird
改
for
ま
you to
っ
get
て
so serious all of a sudden. Perplexed, she closed the manga, straightened her back, then faced me.
これでいい？
Ready when you are.
一昨日のことは
Do you remember
何か思い
anything
出した
about the day before yesterday? The day before yesterday. Nanami had been cowering outside my house, completely naked. Her clothes, school bag, and bangle were all missing. As for her phone, it had been sent to me in a cardboard box covered in blood. Nothing about this was normal. Nanami had said herself that she didn't know what happened. She had been suffering from mild amnesia. Was she still dealing with it, though? Maybe she'd recovered since then. After all, she was acting like she was totally back to her usual self. When I asked her if she remembered anything now, Nanami immediately frowned, then lightly shook her head from side to side.
まだ
Still the same.
全く
Seriously?
全
Nothing
然
at all?
全く
Seriously,
全
nothing
然
at all.
なるべくね
Yeah, I've been trying as hard as I can to
そのことは
just to not think about it. I haven't
お
even
母さ
told
んにも
Mom.
話してないしおかげで
Thanks to that,
制服がな
it
く
was
な
pretty
った
tough
り
dodging the question
ご
of
ま
where
かすの
exactly my
大変だっ
uniform
たよ
went. Amnesia plot again in a Cube Eye stream? Yeah, tragic. I hate amnesia plots. Maybe I should take her to the hospital after all. What field of study would amnesia even fall under? Psychiatry? I mean, not really. If it is psych, then we should probably see Dr. Takashina. At least that was my thought process. Until I remembered Dr. Takashina had been murdered. A sharp pain shot deep into my chest.
七海
Nanami, my life
僕は
is in danger.
命を狙われてる
Eh? Nami's eyes went wide. Of course, pretty much anyone would react like that if I suddenly said something so batshit. Problem was, the batshit stuff was the truth. So I decided to tell her everything. I told her about Shogun, about how I'd witnessed the third New Gen case, the crucifixion, and how after that, countless strange and terrifying things had been following me without end. I told her about the threatening emails and other messages Shogun had sent me right before she'd landed naked on my doorstep. And lastly, I told her about the 2 prank calls I'd received from a fake version of her. At first, Nanami forced a smile and said, "Big bro, don't you think you're being kinda delusional?" But eventually, she realized I wasn't joking around, and her expression stiffened.
いいか
Listen,
これからしばらくは
no more
一人で外
going
に出ちゃ
out
ったらダメ
alone
だ
for a while.
どこで襲われるかわから
We
な
could
い
be attacked at any moment.
お兄
Big bro,
ナナ
you're scaring
怖
me.
いよ
僕だっ
I'm
て
scared
怖いよ
too.
だから
That's why we
二人で
need to
協
stick
力する
together. If the 2 of us stuck together, we could keep each other safe. Not that I had any clue how to keep how a shitty older brother like me could keep her safe, nor how I'd support her feelings and whatnot. All I knew was I couldn't bear it if she left me alone. It's kind of selfish. I would have preferred help from someone who could have offered physical protection, but... Well, my first choice would have been the police, but I was hesitant to talk to them. Those detectives I had spoken to in the front of the Kurenai conference hall hadn't shown themselves since. What happened to all that talk of defending me? Besides, they still might have suspected me of being the culprit behind the crucifixion. Trusting the police was out of the question. Indeed, it always is. Never trust the police. Until I could think of a better countermeasure, the only choice I had was to stay locked in my base. Sinking to the couch, Nanami wrapped her arms around herself and trembled. Hey, he cleaned. Sitting on the couch myself, I stared idly at the Seira poster hanging above my PC. The room was completely clean now. After telling Nanami everything, she had gone silent for a moment out of fear. Before breaking the silence with a, "You know what? Let's clean up in here." It had taken 2 or 3 hours for things to get clean. Guess she figured that keeping herself moving would mean she wouldn't have to think about everything. She was lying in bed now. When was the last time that bed had been used for its intended purpose? I'd actually used it a couple months back when I first started living here. Or at least I felt like I had. It was always such a hassle cleaning this place up. Every time I did it, it was a total hell, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. As things were now, though, I was glad it was actually clean for once. Last night, Nanami had slept on the couch, and I on the floor. So I couldn't be any happier to be sleeping on the couch tonight, because god damn, had that not been comfortable. Yeah, I bet sleeping on a fucking shipping cart, or shipping container, iron floor would be tough. That said, I was a night owl by nature, so unlike Nanami, I wouldn't be drifting off so early. Well, yesterday had already ended, so I guess right now was technically early. I usually hit the sack once the sky started to brighten up. So, yeah. I was pretty much just lying there on the couch, staring off into space. Had Nanami fallen asleep yet? Judging by her breathing, probably not. There's too much reading in this game for your taste? Well, yeah, that's why luckily in my streams you've got me to read it to you. Leave me alone. Why did Matt make a clip of me saying leave me alone? As if she somehow heard my thoughts, Nanami began to squirm around. She tossed and turned for a moment, before eventually showing her face. Hey, big bro. Were you asleep? Uh-huh. Nanami looked like she had something on her mind. After a moment, she timidly spoke up. Hey, could I sleep with you? Not like that. It's not like I want to sleep with you. Look, you being a really cruddy big brother aside, I'm just too freaked out to sleep by myself right now. So while I don't like this one bit, I'll have to make an exception. Just for today. Her voice got weaker and weaker as she spoke. Try as she might to keep at the front, at the end of the day, Nanami was just too scared to sleep. Hey, what's up, guys? What I mean? So you're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Record scratch.
いやらしいことしたら本気で怒るからね。
Do anything dirty to me and I'll kick your butt. See, this scene I feel like would make so much more sense if it was like any other of the girls. Like, this exact dialogue could be the same if you just swapped to one of the other girls. Do anything dirty to me and I'll kick your butt.
するわけ
Like
な
I'd
いだ
ever.
ろ。
Don't be dumb.
わかん
I
ない
mean,
じ
you
ゃん。
never know.
ついムラム
What
ラ
if
し
you
ち
got
ゃっ
all
たりする
turned
んじゃ
on
ない
or
の？
something?
しないって言ってるだろ。
I'm telling you, I'm not gonna do anything
できるか。
as if I'd ever get turned on by my little sister. That kind of stings.
それはそれでちょっとショック。少しくらいムラム
You
ラ
could at least get a little turned on by me, you know.
誰がするか。文句ばっかり言うなら一緒に寝るのは。
Again, as an only child, I feel like this would still be like really weird. As if you're just gonna bitch the whole time, go sleep somewhere else.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry,
も
I'll
う
just
言い
shut
ま
up
せん
then.
わ。
Nanami went silent, pursing her lips in a pout. This is way more embarrassing than I anticipated. My heart was beating fast. Sure, she was my sister. Gross. But never once had I been this close to a 3D girl. Not to mention, we were literally sleeping in the same bed. I'd audibly said I wasn't going to get turned on, but the truth was, that'd been a lie. Yeah, rough starts here, Alpha, rough starts. Why did Nanami have to be staring at me? Close your eyes already. Don't look, it's embarrassing.
なんだか
So,
変な感じだね。
I've been getting this weird feeling. Not you two.
ねえ、お兄はナナのこと
Big bro,
鬱陶しいって思ってる？
you don't think I'm annoying, do you?
Eh?
Huh?
うーん、
Yeah, you
思
probably
ってる
do.
んだ。
I mean, she was right, I did. She was a brat. She was always yapping on and on about dumb shit. She was always finding some way to interfere with my life. Though I suppose it was more fitting to say, I'd used to think of her that way. For the past couple days or so, I've been spending more and more time with her. And during that time, even when she was feeling so incredibly weak, she still put on a smile and put up with a pathetic person like me. When I thought of it that way, it made me start to think that my sister was genuinely a source of comfort. Maybe even a really big one.
思って
No, I don't.
ないよ。
別に
It's
思わ
fine.
れたって平気だ
It's
よ。
not a big deal if you do.
ただね、
FYI,
勘違いしてほしくないんだけど、
don't get the wrong idea,
ナナは
but
お兄
I just want to let you know
なわけじゃ
I don't hate you. Oh, okay. Where the hell did that come from?
お兄って
Remember back when you were in the hospital?
それで
入院はしてない。
I've never
通
been
院してた
hospitalized.
だけだ。
I've gone in for visits, but never stayed there.
嘘、入院して
That's
た
not
じゃ
true.
ん。
You were definitely in the hospital at one point.
してない。
No,
お前の
I
勘違い
wasn't. You're just wrong.
そうだっけ？
Are you sure? See, this is stuff that should have been in common route, I feel like. To, like, lay the seeds for, like, the twist. I mean, obviously it didn't have to be in bed, but, like, just a conversation of her being like, like when she comes and bugs him at his place, like, oh my god, remember when you were hospitalized? Like, bringing that up in casual conversation. And then Takami's like, wait a minute now. Hey, what's up, A-World? But, like, I feel like this is stuff that should have been in common route. When she's coming over and nagging Takami about, like, doing all sorts of other stuff, like, hang out with me, bro, da-da-da-da-da-da. It would have been super easy for her to be like, yeah, we used to hang out all the time, remember when you were in the hospital? I'd visit you every day. And then Takami could have been like, what? You know, just small inconsistencies like that, like constantly applying the things that were inconsistent with Takami's memory to be relevant to the plot. I think that would have been way better. Are you sure?
まあいいけど。
Well, whatever. Forget
とに
it.
かくお兄
Anyway.
が学校も行けなくて大変だった時に
Back when you
ナ
couldn't
ナ
make
が
it to
しっかりし
school,
なくちゃって
it was
思う
causing
よ
a
うに
lot
な
of
ったの。
problems. It got me thinking I needed to stay strong, dependable.
いつも
So,
お兄に
the reason why I'm always nagging you about all sorts of stuff,
そういう
that's
理由
why.
なんだよ。お兄が
It's got nothing to
嫌い
do
だ
with
った
me
からと
hating
かじ
you, okay?
ゃないよ。昔は
Way,
お
way
兄が
back,
病院に行くようにな
before
る
you
前
ever went to the
は
hospital,
ナナはいつも
even though you just said that you didn't go to the hospital, we're continuing the story as if it was factual. You always used to spoil me like crazy.
お兄は
Back then,
ナナにとっては
I could always
頼
rely
り
on
に
you.
なるお兄だった。お兄のこと
I loved you more than anything, big bro. Ooh, loved, oof. Past tense, huh?
だから
That's why I thought this
ナナがし
time
っかりして
I could be the
少
dependable
しで
one.
もお兄
That
の
instead of
負担に
you
ならない
being
よう
there
に
for
して
me, I'd be
お
there for
兄の
you.
役に立とうと思って
I'd help you with whatever you were struggling with.
あんまり役に立ててた
Not
か
that
ど
I
うか
can say for sure how much I've actually helped here.
ダメな
I'm sorry
兄貴で。
for being such a horrible brother. Well, apparently you used to be a good one. Maybe it was because of where I was, but for whatever reason, it was easier to say things I wouldn't normally say.
気にしないでいいよ。
It's okay.
兄弟だもん。
We're siblings after
そ
all.
れに
Besides,
ナナは昔の
I remember all about
頼
how
りがいのある
dependable
お兄
you used to
知って
be.
るしどんなに
So it
ダメ
doesn't
でも
matter if you slip and fall a bit along the way.
お兄のこと嫌
I'll
いに
never
は
hate
な
you.
らないからね。
Okay?
ナナ
Nanami! So that was how Nanami felt. I was incredibly happy. At this point, I would never stop kicking myself for thinking that having a 3D sister would suck ass. Having a sister, having Nanami, was a blessing.
でも
But
今日は
just for today,
ちょっとだけ
for a little bit,
甘えて
could you
る
spoil
の
me
いい
instead?
さっきは強がり言っちゃったけど
I know earlier I acted really tough, but to be honest,
一人で
when I was
横になって
lying
る
there
と
all alone,
どんどん
my
怖い
imagination
想
was
像
really
ばっ
starting
か
to
りしちゃ
scare
うん
me,
だ
and it just kept getting worse.
だから
So,
お兄
could you
に
spoil
甘
me
えた
for a
か
little
った
bit?
の
I just want to feel
安心したかった
okay again. It's weird that she says all that with like a smile. Nestling her body against mine, Nanami buried her face in my chest. She smelled nice.
ずっと
I've wanted you to do this for so long.
ずっとお兄
I've
に
wanted you
甘
to
えたかった
spoil me
んだ
like this for so long, big bro. I couldn't help but embrace her slender body. I hugged her tighter and tighter. As long as I had Nanami, nothing else mattered. I didn't need Seira. I didn't need people bowing down to me in ESO. All I needed was Nanami, a girl of flesh and blood, a girl who always had me on her mind. Feeling her warmth on my skin put my mind at ease. And next thing I knew, I was falling into a deep, gentle sleep. And the phone rings. When I woke up, I was lying on the couch.
俺
Huh? That was weird. I thought I'd been asleep in my bed with Nanami. Had I woken up just enough to make my way over here, but not enough to realize? I looked up at the bed and saw a bulge under the sheets. Nanami must have still been asleep. I checked the time on my phone. A week has passed. Huh? I felt an odd sense of discomfort. Something wasn't right. It's the date. When he got Nanami's hand, or the box with her phone in this route anyway, it was October 28th. I had no idea what, though. It was like my brain had no idea what was going on. What date is it today? If I remembered correctly. I was pretty sure it wasn't November yet. How the hell could I have gone to sleep and then woken up at 8 p.m.? What, that mean I slept for almost 20 straight hours? Not a chance. Didn't matter how much I'd let my guard down since I was with Nanami. There was no way I would have gotten that much shut-eye. I had to wonder if my phone was broken, and therefore the date and time were wrong. But when I checked the date and time on my PC, they were the same as my phone. A little past 8 p.m. on November 4th.
そうだ
No way. There's just no
ろ
way.
そうだよ
Muttering that to myself, I connected to the internet, opened both my browser and email as I scoured the latest news. But no matter where I looked, the date always indicated November 4th. I read through countless news articles before one particular caught my eye. Boy Messiah is a no-show. Protests ensue. The article was dated October 28th. 1 week ago. Oh, we can't scroll up. A Japanese boy claimed he was going to use his clairvoyance to expose the true culprit behind the new gen cases, and that it would all happen that very night at Scramble Crossing. The boy was deemed to be a worthy successor by the very popular psychic detective Yuri Brightman, which added some weight to his claim. As the letter of questionable origin was signed by Yuri Brightman himself, it was believed to be highly credible, leading Today TV and Fushan TV to begin a live broadcast starting at 9 a.m. Their judgment would soon be found to be incredibly poor. In the end, the boy never showed, leaving the onlookers gathered in Scramble Crossing very upset, and with nowhere to direct their anger, the event was viewed as a travesty by the public, leading large amounts of protests to occur against the TV station. The PR department of Today TV tells Zako Zako, with the recent earthquake and new gen cases, the eyes of the entire nation are on Shibuya. As a public broadcasting organization, we admit that while the source may have been indeed questionable, we deemed that it had merit in broadcasting. We stand by this decision. Could this be connected to Shogun and the email he'd sent summoning me? Shogun had definitely sent me an email saying come to O Front. That couldn't just be a random coincidence. And what's more, something was off here. the cotton stuff dude. What? The dude who choked on the uniform. Dominatrix is gone. For one, the 6th New Gen case should have been the Dominatrix. And 2, there'd been a 7th New Gen case? The DQN puzzle. New Gen? What? When did all that happen? Staring at the New Gen bulletin, I froze.
メールだよ。
You got mail, dum-dum! It took the sound of Sarah's voice to bring me back to myself. Apparently, I had an ungodly amount of new emails, and my computer was finally ready to download them. All from Shogun. Why don't you show up? Don't say I didn't warn you. I promise you really shouldn't ignore me. You're a cunt. You've got some nerve. Don't be such a dumbass. You think I'm stupid? I'm gonna kill you. 53 new emails? And they were all from Shogun? Every single title was openly and entirely confrontational. I had never once seen Shogun swear like that before. Feelings of fear and confusion made a disgusting, nasty sweat beat across my entire body. Nervous as could be, I clicked open the most recent email. Not a single reply all week? I'm not the sort of moron you're making me out to be. If that's your plan, then I'll see to it that Nanami gets tortured even more. If I overdo it a bit and she ends up dead, don't blame me for it. It'd be all your fault, not mine. You're the bad guy. Oops, I just killed her. That's your fault. What was going on here? What was going on, goddammit? Calm down. Take a deep breath. Stop for a second and think. This was a delusion. It was just a dream. Just a dream, Taku. I was gonna wake up, and then a laugh track would ensue. I'd realize I was sleeping with Nanami in my bed, and I'd be back in reality. A knocking sound resounded from my door. It was coming from outside. Who was it? I held my breath, eyes glued to the door. Silence. No sign of life at all. For the moment, I thought I'd just been hearing things. The knocking sound came again. I hadn't been hearing things. Oh God. Was it Shogun? After all this time, had he finally come here to kill me? And yet, when I heard the voice from beyond the door, it was beyond even my wildest expectations. Big bro, open up, please. Then who was bed? Nanami? Huh? How? My eyes snapped to the bed. Nanami should have been asleep there. There was a bulge right under the white sheets.
Oh.
Hey,
Oi,
Nanami. Wake up. I climbed partway up the ladder to the bed and told Nanami to wake up. And yet the sheets didn't move an inch. Something wasn't right.
Nanami!
I violently threw them off, and beneath them was the Jelly Man. It was just a bunch of cardboard boxes. Nanami wasn't there. My mind went blank. And not only was Nanami not there, but the bed wasn't even clean. It would have been impossible to sleep. There were boxes upon boxes stuffed full of manga and eroge. That was how it looked before Nanami had cleaned it up yesterday. But now, it was right back to normal. Right back to being a spot I used for storage. Wait. Hadn't Nanami cleaned up yesterday? You're 90% done? Okay. We'll just finish it up then. I looked around the room. Not a damn thing about it was even close to clean. Why hadn't I noticed that sooner after waking up? I was at a total loss. My memories were jumbled. Big bro. I heard the voice from outside again. Nanami. Who was that Nanami? Who were those eyes? Where was the Nanami I'd slept with? What happened to the naked, trembling Nanami? I didn't understand. I didn't understand a damn thing. Me playing through chaos, said Noah. Before we keep going, what do you think happened, or a theory? I actually don't really have much of a theory. I'm assuming everything happened as normal, and he just deluded. I assume this was like a positive delusion extension, where everything happened as normal, where Nanami got kidnapped there and lost her hand. But this is just like an extended positive delusion, where Takumi is denying that she actually got kidnapped. That's, I guess, my theory. I stumbled my way to the door, then clung onto it. The inside was locked with a padlock. The entire container had been a locked room. It would have been impossible for Nanami to sneak out while I'd been asleep. I was on the brink of tears. This had to be an attack from Shogun. Still, I knew I had to open the door, because outside was Nanami's voice. It was incredibly, incredibly weak, but it was calling out to me. And so, I undid the lock, and then I slowly opened the door. Hey, sis. Big bro. Oh, now it totally makes sense that I used her sword in the thumbnail of the stream. Easy. I tied together both Nanami's route and Crying Sky in the thumbnail, all according to plan. Calculated. My artistic vision has come to light. Oh my god, I'm so good at being a YouTuber and streaming. Beautiful. How do I not have more subs? A fucking Class A prediction. Nanami was there, wearing her missing uniform. Her entire body covered in blood. Her right hand severed. Wielding a blade I'd never seen before. The D-sword. Her hollowed eyes turned towards me. Stunned as could be, I couldn't say a word.
どうして
Why?
あの時
Why didn't you come?
来てくれなかったの一週
I
間も
waited a whole week
待っ
for
てたの
you.
にお兄助
I
けて
called out for you over and over
ず
again.
っと
Big bro,
呼んでた
save
の
me.
に
But you never came. This was a delusion. This was a delusion. This was a delusion.
右手が
My right hand.
痛いの
It hurts.
返して
Give me back
7の
my right hand.
右手右手を
Who was phone?
朝起き
My
て
right hand hurts.
右手がちょっとズキズキするの
Which was real? Which was delusion? What was I looking at? Who had I been talking to until now? Where had Nanami gone? Where had this Nanami come from?
お兄
Big bro. Suddenly I heard Nanami's voice come from behind me. In front of me, Nanami covered in blood. Behind me, Nanami calling out. Fear gripped me. I nervously turned around, and behind me was Nanami, wearing the clothes I'd lent her. Her right hand still perfectly attached. That's not true. Schrodinger's right hand. We don't know that. Don't jump to conclusions. There were two Nanamis, just like the Fez thing.
そいつ誰
Oh. This is the first time we've seen her in like a battle-ready pose. Well, as battle-ready as she can be, like this bloodied up. What's funny though is in this like you can see they cut off like the handle of the sword because it would be so impractical for her to hold it like that. Do you see the handle of the sword doesn't go beyond her hand? Even though, like, in the sprite where she's holding it, like, up there, the handle's, like, very clearly, like, up to where, like, past her head. But here, whoever was drawing this sprite was like, fuck that. It just, like, dead stops right at her hand. She didn't real boot that part, yeah. This is a cool sprite, though. Who is that? They both said at each other. The two Nanamis spoke in unison. When Nanami saw Nanami, her expression grew puzzled. When Nanami also saw Nanami, her expression grew tearful. Caught between two Nanamis, It's gonna be like, which is the delusion you chose? No, close though. This is a delusion! I sank to the floor, clutching my head. If this was a delusion, I wanted to wake up already. I didn't want to see a delusion this horrifying. Yet no matter how much I wanted to wake up, I couldn't get back to reality. Oh. Angry! Nanami. She angry. She angry. Fierce. Is she a fake? The blood-stained Nanami shifted and swayed. She held on to her D-sword, a sword both pitiful and sinister, with a height comparable to her own. Which of the D-swords looks the coolest? I think Fez's might look the coolest. Because I feel like Fez's is actually kind of the most practical, like, usable sword. Everyone else's is kind of wild. But Fez's seems like one you could actually use. Takami's is too plain. Kazupi's is bullshit. I wouldn't like to use Aoi's because I don't like... Her style would require, like, a lot more skill to use. Because those, like, double-bladed swords would be very difficult to use. Because the point of using those swords is, like, you're supposed to catch the other person's sword and then twist to disarm them. But I don't think I would be skillful enough to use that. Remy's sword's also bullshit. And so is Nerose's. So I would either be Nanami's or Fez's, I think. Why is this fake with you? Weird to see Nanami with an emotional expression. She looks way more human. Yeah, she looks like an actual character here. You can tell that this is definitely for Noah. Like, this sprite looks wildly out of place. Compared to the other Nanami sprites in the game. This almost seems like it was done by a totally different artist. See how they added the pupils to the eye? That alone, that's what I said earlier, or that's what I said in one of the first streams of the game when I was getting used to this art style. Just adding that pupil alone, and adding a darker tinge of purple to make it look like one, that alone makes this sprite look way more like emotional and human. Like, that already, like, elevates it. And that's why I said, like, the whole game needed that. They just needed to go back through and add those, like, little pupils to every character. And it would have been so off-putting. So many of the early game scenes, I'm like, what the fuck are you? It's like almost Uncanny Valley, but this is good. This looks really good. And I already, like, just off the bat, just instinctively, that human reaction to having, like, a more normal eye, like, already was what made me think that the sprite was really cool. Because the second she took this pose, I was like, oh, that pose is cool. And I hadn't even, like, fully processed. It's because she has normal fucking eyes. That's why it looks so much cooler. And, like, more emotional. But, like, that natural human reaction to seeing a more normal, less uncanny face. Granted, I mean, she's still anime girl, but, like, she has a more normal feature. So yeah, this sprite's really cool. I hope we see, when we do some of the other character routes, I hope we get more, like, touches to characters so they look better like this. Why is the fake with you? Is it her fault you didn't come save me? What? I'm not a fake. See how she's got these people's note too? And she actually looks angry. And feels like a real character instead of like a joke. I mean, obviously they would have had to touch up her sprite, because if she still looked like the normal sprite, you couldn't take this scene seriously. You're the fake here with that weird sword thing. But I mean, either way, this is obviously the delusion, right? The one holding the D sword wouldn't be fake. Both faces belong to Nanami. Both voices belong to Nanami. Both called me Big Bro. Which was real? Which was fake? Were they both real? Both fake? I'll show you, you fake. Get away from my Big Bro! The blood-stained Nanami brandished her D-sword with one hand and swung it with incredible ease. The end of it was aimed straight toward the non-blood-stained Nanami's neck. Making no attempt to avoid it, Nanami froze. It hit her head-on. The brutal, unforgiving edge of the D-sword dug into her neck, and then it slipped right through. The non-blood-stained Nanami should have been decapitated, and yet there wasn't even a drop of blood. She wasn't even injured. She simply stood there, just as she had been the whole time. Then she's gonna poof into the smoke or something, right? Or the pixels and the dust. There wasn't any doubt that Nanami had swung the D-sword, and with that amount of force behind it, Nanami's head should have been blown clean off. That's literally like the same sentence as the last one. I knew it. You really are a fake. Huh? What? How did I... Stop. You're a fake and you know it. So did delusional Takumi successfully create another delusional human? I'm not a fake! Shut up already. Big bro. Get away. Get away from them! She's wrong, big bro. I'm right here. You know I'm right here. Interesting that bloodstained Nanami, that bloodstained Nanami, like, is still immediately willing to defend Takumi right away. Shut the hell up! Despite him, like, not coming to save her and being tortured for the past week, she's still, like, ready to defend him. I couldn't help but scream. It was all just so goddamn confusing. One of you is a delusion. My sister isn't. Nanami isn't. Two different people. Well, no shit. Probably the one that just survived getting stabbed is the delusion. I alternated between the two Nanamis, comparing them. Both looked like Nanami to me, so I turned to the one wearing my sweatshirt. I wished from the bottom of my heart that this Nanami was real. That the Nanami I had held tightly in my bed was real. And so I followed my desire. I reached my hand toward her face, so I could gently brush her cheek. But, just like the D-sword before me, my hand slipped right through. How come it didn't before? Even though Nanami was right there, I couldn't touch her. I felt nothing there. As if she were a holographic projection. I was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sadness. Tears flooded from my eyes in large drops. No. There's no way. I'm not a fake. Come on, big bro. I'm not a fake, right? Say I'm not a fake. Nanami tried to cling on me, and I tried to hold her in return. And yet, just as I feared, the Nanami before me had no substance. My hand slipped right through. It's wrong. It's all wrong. I'm right here. What is it? Nanami's right hand firmly grasps my left. While her right hand's real, I can feel it. I can feel her strength grasping my hand. Oh, because this is just like her right hand. I could feel neither her body, head, or neck. Only her right hand that was touching me. Get away from him! The Nanami without a right hand shouted. Get away from my big bro right now, you monster! The very next second, all power drained from her body, and while still holding on to her D-sword, she fell to the ground with a thud. Sweat was pouring from that Nanami's forehead. The color drained from her face. Considering her right hand had been cut off and she was bleeding profusely, it was only a matter of time until she passed out. Well, she lasted way longer in the common route. An awful thought passed through my mind. I knew it couldn't be true, but I couldn't stop myself from thinking about it. In my mind, it was the only answer to all this. An answer that was no less than a nightmare. That's right. Hey! I heard a voice. A voice that wasn't Nanami. It's exactly as you think, Taku. Behind the fallen Nanami, standing outside the door, was...
Rimi.
The pink one. She doesn't have an updated eye sprite. Robbery! I don't think we've seen that pose. I think we have. Yeah, maybe her arms are held differently, where she's all like Captain, or no, Black Widow. Like one arm like posed backward, or like up or whatever, and the other like at her side. Wielding a wing-like D-sword, Rimi was standing right there. Our eyes met, and she looked at me with deeply sad eyes. Whose eyes? The Nana whose right hand you're holding right now is one you're about to real boot. Real boot? You couldn't face reality, so you imagined her. Okay, I called that, at least. This seems pretty predictable, though. The Nana who's holding a D-sword is the real one. Look, but for Nana's best interests, we should probably just reboot the one that's, like, healthy and stable, right? Don't lie to him! See how... did they only update Nanami, or will we see Rimi and, like, fucking Rimi's route? Because look at how, like, real and good this looks. Just adding the fucking pupil to her eye, and, like, adding one extra color of shading. It's not even, like, more realistic, but it looks so much better. Right? Absolutely wild. nose is bleeding now. It's been fucking wild, this stream. I don't get it. Replacing Nanami with a fake. Well, I mean, you know, just for her best interests. I know at least some of them have new sprites or minor updates. Yeah, Rimi's eyes should have been updated. Because this Nanami looks, like, way better. It's so crazy how, like, just, like, one minor change. Like, they literally added, like, all they did in this, to update this sprite was, like, took the fucking oval tool in Photoshop and colored it black. And it was, like, looks 100 times better. Don't lie to him. I'm the real Nanami. I'm the real Dirty Dan. Nosebleed if this is true out.
あなたはナナちゃんが切断された手首を見てショック状態になったの。
Taku, when you saw Nana's severed hand, you went into a state of shock. I like how this route is basically just Taku having an even, like, more fragile mental state than common route, which I didn't think was possible. And in order to cope with it, you created a delusion. A delusion in which you never saw the hand. A delusion in which Nana was safe and sound.
5体満足で無事だって。
I hadn't seen a hand. Shogun only sent a blood-stained self. Or had the hand been there? Maybe I'd been trying not to see it. Maybe I'd been refusing to. And the reason her right hand is throbbing and hurting is because it was the only thing she could feel. And then Nanami being naked was because she was being born from his mind. So she was saying that Nanami being naked was something I'd made up. It's also why the hell's hand smelled bad, yeah. That's what I figured. It was either that, yeah, that was the stump of Nanami's hand that he was, like, feeling, or yeah, that it's just the decaying hand. And that the real Nanami, the one who'd been standing in front of me covered in blood and missing her right hand, had been kidnapped. You're lying.
本当なの。
It's the truth.
ねえ、タク。
Please, Taku.
今
You need to stop this
妄想
delusion
するのもやめ
immediately.
て。あなたが
What
し
you're
よう
about
と
to
してい
do
ることは
is commit the
人間の
terrible
人
act of creating
丸
a
々
human
作り出
being.
すっていう恐ろしい行為なんだよ。
So what? Shogun did it.
あなたは今
The power you're using right now exceeds the energy of even a nuclear weapon. Well, Shogun did it. And my parents did that. Yeah. Bruh. Rimi out here saying I got the Riz. My dick's the energy of a nuclear weapon. Easy.
そのせいでこの1週間
Even if you weren't aware
あ
of
なた
it,
は
that's exactly what put you into a near coma for the past week.
知覚してないかもしれないけど
Oh, Taku only lasts in that coma for like a week. After he creates a human being. How long was Shogun in the coma? Like a month? Taku. If you don't
この
stop,
ままじゃ
then there really will be two Nana-chans in this world.
2人のナナちゃんがいることになるの
Month to a year? Oh yeah, it might have even been a year. But yeah, delusional Taku, it only takes them a week. And Nanami is like kind of exactly to his specifications. That's a big improvement. The more power you
あな
put
た
into
が
that
その妄
delusion,
想に力を命
the more life it takes away from someone else.
失
I
わ
mean,
れ
at
て
this
いく
point,
人
it does
がい
feel
る
like
んだ
fairly reasonable to fucking explain to Nanami or Taku what's going on.
だから
So please,
嘘
You're
だ
lying.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry. It's my fault for not being able to protect you.
私の責任だよね。だけど
I'm begging you. As painful as it may be,
辛いかも。現実
you
を見
need
て
to face reality.
今すぐ
Stop this delusion right now, Taku.
妄想を止めて。お兄、
Big bro, don't erase me. I don't feel so good.
妄想を
If you don't
続
stop
ける
this delusion,
私が
I will kill you.
あなたを殺
Big bro! I shook off Nanami's right hand. It was all too much. I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't have the slightest clue what to believe. He just threw his sister aside. God, I hate Takumi so much. Believing Rimi's explanation? I couldn't. Believing Nanami, who was standing there in tears? I couldn't. Believing Nanami, who was lying there grasping a D-sword? I couldn't. Believing in myself and what I felt? I couldn't. What I wished for was something simple. A quiet, peaceful life with nothing to disturb it. A wonderful, blissful future with Nanami, my sister. That was all I wished and hoped for. Was I not allowed that wish or hope? Then, everyone should just disappear. The whole world should be erased. And in my own head, disturbed by no one, inside my delusion, I could live in a world neither real nor fake. A world with just the two of us. Just me and one Nanami.
僕は
I peered into Nanami's eyes. They were glistening with tears. Nanami was looking at me.
ナナミがいてくれ
If I have Nanami,
それで
that's enough for me. I whispered that aloud, and the very next second, the world jolted. Oh, I thought it was going to be Ruby stabbed me.
サードメルト
The third melt? I don't remember. Is the third melt coming way sooner or way later? My wish had come true. The world was enveloped in white, all and everything consumed by it. And as literally as could be, it was erased. When I opened my eyes, I saw the familiar ceiling of my container house. I was lying on my back, right on top of my bed. Huh? Had I fallen asleep? It felt like I'd just been dreaming about something truly horrifying, something truly nauseating. But it had just been a dream. It couldn't have been anything else. Whether it was reality or a dream, it didn't matter. Reality or delusion, it didn't matter either. I felt a gentle weight on my chest. Moving my eyes toward it, I saw it. It was Nanami sprawled out on my chest. Our eyes met. Nanami was watching me closely, her eyes wet, cheeks dyed the color of cherry blossoms.
昨日の夜はありがとう
Thank you for everything last night. At first, I didn't understand what she meant.
ナナの気持ち
You accepted my
受け入れ
feelings
て
for
くれ
you.
て
I couldn't be happier.
嬉しかったお兄に愛してもら
I
えて
couldn't be happier
嬉しかっ
that
た
my big bro loves me.
お兄のこと今までより
No, you're ruining it. You're
好き
ruining
になっちゃ
it.
った
My big bro, I can't believe it, but I've fallen for you. Way, way harder. Right, so this must have been one of those so-called character routes you saw in Eroge. Surprisingly enough, I took the situation in stride. Nanami seemed cuter than ever right now. I couldn't help but think about how lovable she was. I saw her as both my sister and a girl.
これからもたくさん
You'll keep loving me a whole lot from now on, won't you?
だが断る
And if I said,
たら
but I refuse? Old habits die hard, I guess. Nanami's face soured as she sat up. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here, you jerk.
もういいのバカ。
She got out of bed. Crap. How could I possibly make it up to her? That was when I noticed what was in my hand. Bringing it closer to my face, I realized what it was. A bangle. It wasn't the one I'd given her before. However, this one was fancier, cuter. It would look really good on her. Thinking that to myself, I got out of bed too.
Nanami,
Here, Nanami.
これ
I got you a present.
Huh?
Huh? I slipped it on Nanami's right wrist as she stared blankly at me. It was like putting a little wedding ring on her finger. And that made me feel damn awkward.
あー、かわいいバングルだ。
What a cute
ママに
bangle.
くれるの？
Is this really for me? When I nodded, Nanami smiled out from the bottom of her heart. She looked happier than I'd ever seen her before.
大事にするね。
He meant to change to the S in the C around Alpha. I'll treasure it, big bro.
ナナミ
Nanami,
僕たちは
we'll be together forever, won't we? Huh?
いきなり
Where'd that
どうした
come
の？
from?
ずっと
You misspelled it? No, it's fine that you misspelled it because I think if you typed it normally, it would have been hidden by YouTube chat anyway. So that's probably the only way you could have gotten that message posted. Because I want to be with you, Nanami.
ナナミと
I want to be with you
ずっと一緒に
forever, Nanami. Okay, what the fuck? This route would be actually pretty fucking slap. It would actually slap, like, pretty good. If it just had a normal interaction at the end of this. Well, I just have to Chaos Head Noah it. Just be normal. Why can't you be normal? Just like that fucking meme of why can't you be normal and he's just screaming in the back. This route, I was about to say I don't understand why does everyone hate this route. This route would be great if you just... Everyone's just misunderstanding it. I mean, I'm assuming he's interpreting it as, like, they'll be brother and sister forever. But what prevents me from agreeing with that interpretation is, like, all the subtle things, like... It was like putting a wedding ring on her finger. Like, just cut that line out. Like, the metaphors is what makes this weird. I want to be with you forever, Nanami.
やだな。そんな大胆なこと言い出すなんて。
What?
らしくないよ。
Do you realize what you just said? Like, that was really bold. Do you have a fever or something?
あ、
I see.
だった。
You're just messing with me, aren't you? I don't think Riggs is here. I think we're pretty late in the night. I think they're gone. I'm being serious.
お兄。
What? Do you mean as siblings? Or do you mean, as something else?
女の子として？
両方
Both. Yeah, there's no misinterpreting that. I don't think you can really talk your way around that one. Both? Huh?
両方か。お兄の気持ち。
I think this is the first time you've ever told me how you feel.
ナナのこと。
So that's how you feel about me, huh?
キモいか
You think I'm a freak, don't you? Yes.
キモくないよ。
No, I don't think that at all. If anything,
すごく嬉し
it
い。
makes me really happy.
まあ、お兄
Well,
がそこまで言ってくれたんだし。
Since you've got yourself to say all that, I guess I've got no other choice. I'll be with you, big bro. I'll stay by your side.
ただし、
However,
一つだけね、
I've got one condition.
条件があるの。
条件
A condition?
うん。
Yup.
あのね
Well, Nanami squirmed ever so slightly. Her face turned a bright red. She stared directly into my eyes. Oh, you have a condition, alright?
キス
I want you to
してほ
kiss
しい
me.
な。
Those were her words. Those were words, alright. I'd do anything Nanami asked. My mind already made up. She and I would live together. Just the two of us. I didn't need anything else. As long as I had Nanami. Nothing else mattered.
ダメ
Is that a no?
兄弟でキス
Do you think it's wrong
不潔か
for
な
siblings to kiss? Ah! Ah! I take it back. Let's go back to the Crying Sky route. Let's listen to people eat hands. I shook my head.
そんなこと
I don't think so.
ないよ
No.
お兄
Big bro. Don't give it a CG! Oh! I love you! With those words, Nanami leapt into my arms. Of all the things in the game to get a CG. Nanami leapt into my arms and kissed me. I was kissing my little sister. Shut up! Stop! Don't quit describing it. Ugh. My sister's sweet sigh passed through my lips. I was overwhelmed with happiness, along with feelings of intense fulfillment. I was brimming with love. For some reason, for just a moment, I felt sad because you're kissing your sister. Warm drops found their way down my cheeks. Oh, it's all good. As those tears flowed, the world where Nanami was, I wouldn't let anyone harm it. I'd make absolutely sure it stays safe. No matter what happened, I'd always protect it. I just came right back here. Well, you should have seen my reaction from, when the CG happened. These ending songs are sung by the girls' VA. Oh, that's cool. You probably got to go back and, you probably got to go back a bit for when the CG first pops, Chris. Or Vibin, can you clip that and post it in the Discord, actually? Chaos logic. There's no logic here. Well, it's towards the end of the stream, so it's probably around like 8 minutes and or 8 hours and 10 minutes or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like the thing that Chris says that people dislike about this route is even what he thinks people might be misinterpreting. I feel like I got the rest of the route, and I feel like I enjoyed the rest of the route. They just made this part weird. Like the whole thing of it being like a delusion? Is it? I feel like this was almost like the best example in the game of like, is it delusion? Is it reality? I thought that was super cool. And it's like, and then he's got the dilemma of like, oh shit, he actually has just like fully almost deluded a new Nanami to like solve his problems. And he's got to make this choice of like, real or fake Nanami. And Remy's there like, what the fuck are you doing? Just to like really make it weird at the end. I'm here. Hey, Chris. Welcome back. It's really not incest for incest's sake. I don't know, man. It's still kind of gross. I feel like it would be a totally fine end if it's just them talking about being a normal sibling thing. So you can forget about his love for Remy in the world. I guess. I don't know. Regardless of misinterpretation, I feel like if they just made it where like he had an intense desire for her to just be like a normal sister to him, I think it would also have had the same impact and been really cool. Really enjoyed the route. Like I was saying, I think before you like rewound quit, Chris. I think like that route is like really cool in the sense of like, I think it has like the best examples in the game of like, is it delusion? Is it not? Is it reality? It's like bouncing back and forth between this like, oh, the like fake Nanami is here. He's getting the phone calls. He's warping between the two. The screen's getting all like wibbly wobbly sometimes. Like there's subtle hints of like, huh, maybe this is weird. Maybe it's not like a thing. Like I feel like that route handled the like what's real and what's not better than like the rest of the common route, like almost entirely. Like I think that's really cool. I think that whole thing was really cool. You don't think it would work without the incest? Otherwise, it wouldn't make it an eroge route? It wouldn't be a true sense of escapism? I mean, I feel like he could just choose to believe in a world where his sister's okay, and he loves his sister now, instead of hating her. Like, his escapism is just full-stop denial of a world where his sister could have gotten hurt, or where he could have gotten hurt. And he accepts that his sister's, like, healthy and they have a good relationship. Like, you know? I feel like that's still, like, a denial and escapism into it. Of, just, you know, like I said, full denial that his sister could possibly be in a world where he hurts. It wouldn't fit his character, though. The biggest point is that it's supposed to be diving into a game within a game. Yeah, but it's icky. Alright, I said I wrote a mini essay about the 1-0 front scene. Yeah. It's a similar process. I know, but I get it, but I don't know if if the incest is worth being true to his character. No, we should have gotten a new word for beating. Alright. He doesn't actually love his sister in that way, he just thinks he does. He gaslights himself. I guess. But he does kind of say, like, you know, like pretty much verbatim. It doesn't even seem like stuttering. And, like, he's given multiple outs by Nanami of, like, where she's like, you mean, like, like siblings, right? And he's like, no, without any hesitation. Like, there's none of that hesitation that I feel like they would imply that he's gaslighting himself. He, like, if there was hesitation or gaslighting, when she's like, you mean it's just siblings, right? He would have been like, yeah. Or maybe even being like, I know it's wrong, but yeah. He just kind of went full stop, yeah. No, that's not what I mean. I mean both. He's just easily glomming onto another girl, easily, when he's already proclaimed his love for Remy. I mean... Is mind oars like mind and then the oars symbol? No, I think it's just... Windows, but with the W flipped and with the last W replaced with a Z. Right? Well, I guess no. Because there's the RZ. How I think of it is that the deeper he gets into the delusion, the further he gets away from himself and becomes a visual novel protagonist. Also, how'd you like the new gen case? The one with the dude that had the uniform stuffed in his mouth? Interesting, I thought. Weird that it felt like it wasn't given enough attention. But yeah, I liked it. Oh yeah, you're right. An ideograph depicting a person on all fours, depressed. O is the head, R is the arms, and Z is the legs. Typically used to express despair, dejection, and frustration. There's no way to pronounce it, and as such, many people pronounce it as orts, ors, or ors. That's part of the reason we went with Big Bro rather than her actually being normal and calling him by name. Yeah, I get it. But yeah. I just didn't like the incest thing. I just didn't. I mean, I guess I can understand it being like I don't necessarily disagree. Dominatrix is me at full power. Oh yeah, I fucking loved that nickname. I thought that was really good. So yeah, I mean, like, I get the metaphor. I don't feel like I disagree in any sense. I can definitely see the symbolism and understand. You wouldn't understand as an only child. Yeah. And I mean, it's not necessarily that I disagree or think you're wrong. I think those are all excellent points and probably a very accurate representation of what it's supposed to be. I just want it to not have incest. Can you judge me? I would forgo the metaphors and the symbolism if it was just him being in things just happen like that sometime. As long as you understand why the route exists and that it's just shock for shock's sake. Yeah, I get it. I think I still would have just liked it if it was rewritten in as like a... You know, he just fiercely rejects a reality where his sister could get hurt. And that it's not shock for shock's sake. Oh yeah, that's... yeah. I think I would have liked that better. But other than that, I actually really liked the route. Like I said, I felt like that was a really good implementation of the delusion. It had a quick payoff, like it was explained. You weren't left like, and I also felt like during the route you weren't left with any like what the fuck questions. Other than the incest thing, I thought it was good. Definitely the shortest route. Yeah, I figured the shortest route. That's why I changed the stream's name to Nanami's Crying Sky. I mean, I guess I could have made it I Daydream a Crying Sky or something. But yeah, I would go as far as to say I almost like that route better than, like, the common route, honestly. Like I said, I really appreciated its use of the, delusion, the payoff of, like, Remy being like, yo, what the fuck, the dilemma of, like, real and fake Nanami, I enjoyed it. Because it's like, I like that there's, like, the subtle hints, right, that start to make you think about it. Like, where he's like, why the fuck does your arm stink? Like, that's really cool. 78.5 hours. What, this is normal? This is normal Chaos Head Noah time. I also don't know how accurate this is, though, because I don't think Steam says I played it that much. Oh, no, Steam says I played it way more. Never mind, it's probably accurate. I think it's the amount of time it took me to beat the game in Japanese. Ah, yeah, your first language, right? So we're on, like, the same level. That makes sense. Because obviously you're translating the game from Japanese to English because it's your primary language. You got the whose eyes are those eyes at 100% maximum power. I think this is bugged. Unless, of course, it's not counting those quotes from, like, the side routes. Skipping to Yua shouldn't take very long. Yeah, we're gonna do that next stream, though. This is definitely the end of today's streams. For sure. We'll probably do, depending on how long they are, we'll probably do Yua and Fez next stream. Ending it off with Instas. Yeah, I gotta go shower. I gotta go shower. You put in a full work day? I always do, Kevin. That's why I do the streams for so long. And usually if I, gotta go shower, huh? Yeah, I gotta clean the filth off of that scene. But yeah, usually if I don't stream for 8 hours, I usually, like, after the stream, work on, like, either thumbnails for other streams or, like, reply to comments or something. So I usually try to do, like, a full work day of the YouTube channel. Nanami showers in this route. Kubai showers after the route. Coincidence? I am Nanami, it's true. All along. I am the real booted Nanami. Takumi decided he wanted a sister with a beard to be his beard. See, I mean, other than the incest thing that weirded me out a bit, I liked the route. Did you get a chance to watch the OPs? Not yet. Did you like the "What are you doing, big bro"? Yeah. Yeah. Disgusting. Disgusting. Alright, anything else I had to say? I didn't like Crying Sky. I liked Nanami's route. I thought it was fine. Again, sans incest. I feel like I've got to say that in quotations every time. I know Chris just explained why, but I feel like I still have to say that. All the Noah routes, I say, are Pogger. That's good news. Was sleeping, finished best route? Yeah. But you just missed me saying I did unironically liked it. I did unironically like it, other than the incest scene. I thought it was good. I enjoyed all the parts of it. I'm not a big fan of the Yua route. Well, everyone said they weren't a fan of the Nanami route, and I liked that, so we might be fine. I just have to start liking every route in spite of everyone. Every time someone says that I won't like it, I just have to be like, no. I like it because you don't like it. And we'll see. But I will still stand by a lot of the subtle things that were mentioned, like in the Nanami route, I feel like would have posed... I felt like would have been really good on the common route. There was a scene in the Nanami route that I felt like 100% should have been in the common route, and it would have been very, like, interesting to, like, kind of plant the seeds of. There's the scene where, and I feel like it could have been very easily tweaked into the main, or into the common route, is the scene where Nanami brings up, like, when she used to always visit him in the hospital, and Takumi is like, what? I've never been to the hospital. And she's like, yeah, totally. I used to go to the hospital with you all the time. And he's like, no, I haven't. And she's like, no, I think you used to be in the hospital. Like, I feel like that could have been tweaked to be in the common route. Do you notice them in the first stream? Yeah, I noticed this was a D sword, this one being Fez. I noticed this was a D sword. It actually took me a while to notice that this was a D sword until we met Kazupi. For the longest time, I thought this was a bridge. Like, this was a bridge in the background, like the fucking Golden Gate Bridge. I mean, I know that's not in Japan, but you know what I mean. I thought this was a big bridge. Like, it's the destroyed city, so I thought this was like a bridge in the background. Until we met Kazupi and we saw her sword. But I thought it was like the ruined city and like a bridge in the background that was destroyed, and like this was like Fez's sword, and like obviously this looks like a sword, but I didn't know whose. I thought this was just a bridge in this like city background until we met her. But yeah, I thought that should have been in the common route. But again, there's just so many small details that I feel like from that route should have been in common route. Like, just to kind of set the stage for some of the things that would be revealed or talked about later. By the way, if anyone wonders why I put my hand in front of the webcam when it starts to blur, for whatever reason, that refocuses it. Ah. So yeah, we might keep going to some of these other routes, but I'll say that I did like it though. But I think that's it. I think it's a good spot to end the stream for today. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks, Chris, for explaining stuff. Thanks, Alpha and Vibin, for hanging out the whole stream to chat and talk. Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone else who stopped by to visit and say hi and chat for us for a bit when they did. Jackbox tomorrow. We'll have some fun, hang out, and do some stuff. Play some games with each other, probably. Hopefully that turns out good. We'll see. Hopefully people show up to that. Vegito! Yeah, so come hang out, just chat. Even if you don't want to play Jackbox, just hang out and chat with us. I'm sure we'll be goofing around, chatting and hanging out and doing fun stuff. So come play games with us. Hopefully it goes well. Maybe we'll do other stuff if people aren't into Jackbox once we get started, but we'll start off trying with that. And if it's a success, maybe we can do more multiplayer streams of us, of everybody hanging out. Have nice Nanami dreams. Alright, but now, check the stream tomorrow, play games with me and other members of the chat and the community. If you want to talk with us and the other members of the community, of course, join my Discord channel. Link to that is in the description below. We talk about fun things sometimes. Sometimes people just spam emojis, but sometimes people talk. Also subscribe and hit the bell button for future streams. If you subscribe, it'll show up in your subscription feed. If you hit the bell button, you'll get notifications when I go live. So please hit those. Drop a like on the video if you can. That's just for me. I appreciate it if you do that. And have a wonderful night. I think that's it. Subscribe, bell button, like, Discord. Link in the description. See you tomorrow. Let's play games together. Instead of me just reading at you, we'll actually play games together. On a video game YouTube channel. Wild. See you then.